Welcome, heroes. Welcome back to Calling All Heroes. I hope you all had a happy new year and a wonderful holiday season. My favorite holiday is right around the corner. It's the Calling All Heroes Championships next week. But before then, we've got one more gift to give you. My name is Sabi, and I'm joined, of course, by Rich Rad.
Yes, it's here, and we get to have more opportunity, but like right at the beginning of a new year of 2025, the spotlight, it's going to be exciting. I think everybody's ready for this competition to start their year off.
Yeah, I'm super excited about it, especially, you know, we're going to talk a little bit about this this rising spotlight that we're kicking off the show with. I've often said that esports is for everyone, especially if you're someone who has the passion for it. And for my money, don't know that there's anybody with more passion for what they do than the Calling All Heroes rising community. They really put their heart and soul into everything that they do, and I think it's worth putting a spotlight on it. You know, give them just this little last gift before champs.
Absolutely. And then we're going to have the map pool as we're going to enter in to give some insight on what we have ahead to see for competition. And like you had mentioned, Spotlight being able to give these individuals the chance to perform at this type of level. And I cannot wait because we also have excitement that we get to see Hazard among these. So that could change trajectory and where we want to go for some of these map selections. So there's just so many aspects to this that I think make it really just thrilling to begin the year.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be thrilling, especially with a map pool like this. Like, some fun things that you're going to get to notice is that, you know, King's Row is not in the map pool, so we're probably going to see a little bit of a different flavor there. Sure, we're probably going to get a fair bit of Lijiang, and I have it on good authority. That's going to be the first map for our first series. We'll get to that when we get to it, but Nepal, something we haven't really seen in a while. You know, maybe Dorado, Route 66, or Havana. You know, all these things that, you know, have kind of been left in the past, but we've brought to be the new OWCS map pool. We get to have just a little sample of it today.
Yeah, and getting that variety is something we've waited for quite some time. And like I mentioned, with Hazard also potentially going to be something to really keep an eye on, and what maybe map selections there are, the type of tech or usage of this tank player that realistically we get to see it now more so in NA. As you know, the last time that we had casted Hazard was not viable for the composition to be brought to the table, but now we do get that green light to have it encompassed with this. And also, even like you mentioned, with seeing a lot of these last chance qualifiers for, you know, the other sector of this tournament as well for Calling All Heroes that have been really starting to scrim and utilize that.
Yeah, there's a, you know, spoiler for later on in the show, we do also have a seeding match for our Challenger Series. We have 2 teams that will be joining the 14 others in our championships this next weekend, and Those I kind of suspect will probably try and tap into the Hazard because we're playing at the higher level. Also interested in that match because we have some rising graduates joining some of those teams here. But we're going to keep things grounded here, focus on the Calling All Heroes rising teams at hand. Let's have a quick look at the bracket and we can see who our lovely contestants are today. And one very familiar face that has been almost entirely cruising through the bracket, save for that loss there to KCMX, who will be waiting in the grand finals later on tonight, is Fruit Salad.
Yeah, Fruit Salad will be able to look towards that lower portion, but yes, Crimdra able to continue to move into that grand finals. No surprise there. We have heard a lot from this team, have seen them participate. I've even had the Crimdra organization here within the state of Illinois that they've been participating downtown in the city for other things in other sectors. But again, you can see our first match of the day, which is going to be that line item bracket 12, which is between Crimdra and Cats.
Yeah, Crimdra and UWM Cats. That is University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, I believe. So we have, just a tiny little bit of collegiate flavor representing the marginalized gender community within the collegiate community. So yeah, really like kind of focusing on that crowd there. I'm looking forward to this one because first of all, cute logo there for UWM Cats. Crimdra not particularly cute, but still could be cute if you're looking at it from the right perspective. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this because we have some familiar talent on both sides, and again, we get a little bit of that collegiate flavor.
Oh, 100%. And going into this first map, again, you mentioned that it was Lijiang Tower, seeing how they're going to set the stage moving into this to try and continue to work through this lower bracket. Again, this is a last opportunity to continue moving through since we are starting later towards this bracket, since there was competition already occurring yesterday and the day before. So we get that tail end of it for today and to see who's going to be able to continue on. And I'm really excited to see how it's going to start out and really start understanding and seeing a little bit more visibility of these players who we otherwise might not have been able to see as much due to this spotlight.
And something that I do also kind of want to highlight as we have a look at the rosters here, we got Dizzo, that is going to be Crimdra's team manager and main tank as well. You get a little bit of both there, and also Sari, a familiar face among longtime fans of the Rising series. And I also want to highlight Akechi. That is their Masters player, their highest ranked player, and most likely going to be not, counter calling the team manager, but probably going to be picking up the mantle of team leader there from the back line.
And again, from that back line, the significance that the supports play, the comfort that you give with the rest of your team to have that agency to play aggressively, to really be able to read the playing field as we get to take a look at the opposing side here, and with the UWM Cats going to compete against it. Double Kiriko, love to see that. Just going to have that on the field. I always love seeing the favorite picture here of what they want to actually bring to the table. But again, some of these names as well, being able to see them compete, really curious to see how that's going to face off against their opponent.
Also, UWM Cats, their tank player, Meow, chat, you know what to do. All right, like this writes itself. This writes itself right here. I like these names. I like how they're all just like one quick word. You can just go straight to it. Amber, spicy, melon, very food centric. And then we got Meow. It'll be a good time. Great way to represent the Calling All Heroes Rising community. Something I kind of want to touch on a little bit is we've talked a little bit about the Hazard, and this would be the first time that we really have him available for a North American tournament. Although on Rising, from what I've seen, they're not entirely riding the Hazard wave. Trust me, guys, when you actually see Hazard come out, you're going to get sick of him because he's going to be everywhere. But we're going to get a little bit of him here and there, but some of these teams might lean a little bit more towards things like Orisa, Junker Queen, or other comfort picks that have worked for them in the past, because around these kinds of levels, typically what works best for you is going to be what works best for you, not necessarily what has been deemed the optimal way to play the game at the highest of high levels.
Well, and then it also comes to, that learning experience aspect where that you feel so comfortable on what you know how to play. The introduction of Hazard, do you spend the time and effort to try and allow that to function just as efficiently as it could have otherwise been your personal pick? I mean, that's me when it comes to like World of Warcraft. I'm not going to play a different class if I don't have to. I'm going to play what I like.
I mean, that's me in every game, all right? Yeah. That's why I love my role queue. I insta-lock support. I don't got to worry about trying to be the tank player.
Make sure you follow them.
We can already see here, Hazard, like, hovering for now, but we can't ever judge that. But at least we get to see some cool skins before going into this and locking it in. I really do love the skin variation and just the dapperness of Hazard in this. And we're actually going to get to see it. Both are going to lock into it.
Yeah, Crimdra's variant of it seems to be what most of the teams are playing, although they're sticking with the Symmetra. Interesting, so they're probably going to try and go for a TP play here onto the point. UWM Cats, though, their composition is a very weird, very awkward, potentially very Lijiang Tower tailored variant of the Hazard composition, and it looks like, you know, they're not going to be able to get first touch on the point here, so they can't set up with Melon Lord on the Mei, so I'm curious to see how well this is going to work out for them.
Quick dive into the back, attempting to try and find someone vulnerable, having a little bit of a problem working through that window, getting extremely low as it's Spicy, looks to fall back for the moment, playing defensively, attempting to deny visibility, does do so, grabs the pack and stabilizes.
A little bit of a stagger there onto Distinctish. Crimdra do cap the first, get the first cap there, 12% and counting, but UWM Cats don't want to give this up entirely. They're still kind of sticking around here, but with Spicy's health bar a little bit low, going to be forced to disengage. And what's interesting is both of these compositions right now have one particular hero on one side, the Sim, and on the other, the Mei, that wants to be the one holding the point, but isn't the best at actually getting the team in the point. So you're relying on either Meow or Sari to be the ones, you know, to get these opening picks. In this case, it's got to be Meow.
Flanking angles with that Tracer to see if anyone's vulnerable enough. Great responsiveness and reaction. Big damage assistance coming out onto the main play, but there we go. Meow finally gets rid of that support play, attempting to make us a little bit more viable on this entry. Crimdra holding still quite well at this 50%. Does still have the mobility, even though the healing isn't as sufficient with the Lucio. It's just giving so much to it. Oh! And denies that sound barrier. They cannot sustain through this with that loss. Dizzet is now just holding on for dear life until potentially getting some assistance, but no one's close enough, and that's a swap back at 65%.
I mean, it does inevitably come through, but it's two players that I highlighted specifically. Meow going in, taking down Akechi. That was the pick that UWM Cats really needed to get. On the other side, Sari took down Distinctish, so both Kitikos end up falling. And even though UWM Cats are able to eventually grind that out, without that extra healing there, they have to kind of like pump the brakes a little bit. They can't go full pedal to the metal like they really want to. And it's also cost them quite dearly in the ult charge department. They have a little bit of ground to make up on these support ults, and if they don't have the time, the fight's coming now.
Diving instantly from the high ground, Amber gets an early elimination once again. Akechi removing so much of this team's healing, and it's really just a matter of time because the utility really is the only thing that Crimdra can give for this Lucio, but now with both supports eliminated, again, great reactiveness and responsiveness from UWM.
I'm not quite sure where the Blizzard was invested there from Melon, but that orbital ray from Amber, that dying breath of an ultimate, definitely paid dividends, and you're able to get the fight win despite the sim wall investment from Crimdra, but that's all they really utilized. You're going up against a Blade and a Kitsune Rush, and you don't really have a whole lot of tools to dispatch it. So, you know, once again, you're looking at Meow to try and alleviate some of the pressure. Find a pick that'll be that pressure valve, take a little bit off there, or maybe you go in early with the Kitsune Rush, but those are your only real options here.
Very careful. Down four, thrown out onto the field. Crimdra looking to maybe find some value on the backside, attempting quickly. Sorry, doing everything imaginable to eliminate this support play. Amber goes down, but that Kitsune Rush might be able to give us enough here to maybe re-enter into this, but no, it's swapped back over. And Crimdra able to take this and now looks for the last fight.
Crimdra, I think, realistically didn't need the Kitsune Rush there, but I think UWM Cats stuck around just long enough to try and force that one out. So now they've essentially drained the bank for Crimdra and set us back at, like, an even playing field. But now we're, like, back at that stalemate where, like, the sim is set up with all the turrets and you can't really just walk in for free. Melon Lord doesn't have the ability to get someone sectioned off with a big Mei wall here. So you're, you know, once again, a slave to the geometry.
Quick move, and you can see Meow entering in so fast to try and get that elimination early, as you mentioned. Just the significant value that has to come through. It's deleted. No downpour thrown onto this field in time. Just seconds away from accumulating it fast enough. And that's going to allow Crimdra to just get the early advantage here, denying the tank and slowly picking away the remaining few, making this an easy round one towards the end.
And Meow takes so much damage from those turrets just going in that just one swift kunai to the dome is all it takes to dispatch that Tracer. And I mean, yeah, great round, you know, well played on both sides, with Crimdra being able to get that early capture percentage and be just nestled in there tightly with the Symmetra ended up being the difference maker. And we're highlighting these hazards where he plays like kind of like a mid-range dive hero. Like if Junker Queen was just like 5% to, yeah, actually no, we'll say like 30% more dive oriented. that's kind of how Hazard plays. He still has to go through the choke points. He still has to try and play into, you know, these angles, and his team still has to follow him. So he's still going to be in a lot of trouble if he's taking a bunch of damage, if the DPS can't get in, if they can't get good angles on the backline. The highly survivable Lucio Brig backline. Crimdra now going to Lucio Juno just for the speed ring, throwing me off there. Now back to Old Reliable. Sticking on the Symmetra once again in an early TP to the point. So this is going to be the same story we saw on Night Market.
Attempting to really exert dominance early, even using like the Dragon Wall to divide and separate anyone looking to peek the corner here. Nice deflect for the moment. Sorry, it's a reposition to give some coverage for Meow, but unfortunately, Meow still gets the elimination regardless. Now there's so much utility lost, and with the second support eliminated, that is a guaranteed regroup and go again kind of moment.
Which is kind of crazy how you get the early capture onto the point, or not the capture, but you get the early presence with the Sim TP. You don't really get the turrets down, and then Meow can just sneak in the backline and take down your Lucio. Like, potentially the highest value pick you can possibly get. All the peel for Akechi is gone, so you lose your Kiriko as well. And despite the early start for Crimdra, they end up losing it entirely, and they're not slopping off the Sim either. They're going to keep going with this.
And they're soaking a lot of damage from this great position with the Ashe. Again, Melon Lord sticking near just to put out enough damage. Backside, Dynamite onto several players. Beautifully done. Nobody aware of it. This reposition potentially with that dash coming through, but keeping some decent space. Supports needing to give the assistance, but this is going to be a big take back with, despite that opportunity to get some early chip damage.
We'll be having that right back on over. Distinctish got caught out really early on there, a little bit out of position, just got ran over by Cozy on the Sim there, and Crimdra able to take it off the back of just that one kill. Again, you lose your main source of heals, all of a sudden the dominoes will fall unless you can make up the difference, and UWM Cats just failed to do that, but they have made up quite a bit of difference in the ult department, so we're looking at a downpour. There's a big pulse bomb, gonna be Suzu'd out, and now here we go, Kitsune rush from Crimdra.
The White Room, still a lot to work through. It's Spicy, has the downpour, will not yet fully committed, playing super hesitant. You've got now Dizzo able to get the elimination. There's so much applied pressure as we keep this constant viewpoint from the Hazard, where just how much it can really contribute into these fights.
Kind of a double-edged sword there for UWM Cats. They get out of that fight while only investing the pulse bombs. They still have a pretty wealthy ult bank, but they've given Crimdra time to be able to match it, so that advantage they had going into that last fight is now essentially gone, especially once Dizzo is able to match that downpour. Again, once you get Charlotte up to that sound barrier, you're kind of in a fair bit of trouble here for UWM Cats. You're relying on the DPS to try and make a big play, get another early kill onto a backliner, and try and just create some way for you to get your foot in the door here.
Sheathing the blade until the moment is right. There's Meow, though, dashing right across the cam. You can see that Sari now is looking to enter from the side. Big coach gun to reposition. Nice job to elude. But there is going to be downpour from it. Spicy, locking down one and making sure that there is at least this great follow-up onto Crimdra, who can't sustain through it. It's swapped back over, but still 83% accumulated.
It's one-fight territory, and Crimdra curiously hold on to the sound barrier there. I think they realize that, you know, with that one player rooted from the downpour, that you're not going to be able to save them no matter how hard you try. You know, it's still a sitting duck. Even if they got all that extra overhealth, that's just extra damage that needs to be done, but it will be done. Cozy goes right into the wolf den there.
Yeah, unfortunately, the TP not so fun when you're the first one outside of it. All that damage funneled instantly into the torso, as now Melon Lord on the outside is just having a free firing range, an attempt to try and harass against it, but the second that you see Charlotte move out into the open, they are now the focused target. With 70% in climbing, it's going to be one last opportunity. Crimdra needs to really make a decision to either fall back or just have to try and fixate on a single player to get that numbers advantage. Playing to the outside, Cozy has to get some kind of value here from the flank.
Gonna go and try and take down Distinctish, but the Suzu is there. Akechi has fallen on the other side despite investing in the Kitsune rush. Cozy gonna fall as well, and this is looking good for UWM Cats.
Yeah, it's Spicy gets a couple of really decent picks there up front. There is some retaliation from Crimdra, but they're always on the back foot. This team needs to see if they can work something out, but there's really no lifeline left for them, as it's going to make it a 1-to-1 score here, as it's in an overtime, and just really stragglers from Crimdra.
Suzu there, and Cozy holding on low HP for a very long time. Meow and Charlotte both take a dive together. I guess we will go together. Spicy gonna go ahead and pop the downpour, but not gonna live to tell about it. It does claim Sari's life, but Spicy gonna fall. Dizzo gets rooted. UWM Cats, they're still able to get the kills here. They clean it up, and Crimdra gonna fall. Gonna fail to get that retake there. UWM, they put themselves on the board 1-1.
I mean, there was a really close moment because, again, when you have the symmetric turret that gets you into the window, they're so much quicker to get back onto the point. There was a couple of decent picks that come out, but again, it's still just power in numbers. And when you still have that hazard present on that point, it's just so challenging to work with, and you're just constantly building up towards that ultimate to, again, make sure that you get that lockdown, even onto one very vital player that can turn the tides into it as we enter into the third round now, which is the final moment to see who's going to be able to take this first round of control.
So curiously, Melon Lord swapped off of the Mei from Night Market and went over to the Ashe on Gardens and is still hovering over it here as we go to Control Center. Crimdra, though, are changing the pace in a very familiar and, you know, a little bit modernized variant of some British flavor, I would say. Interesting that they have the Brig as well, though.
Curious to see how it'll play up against this hazard. And again, the big focus here is Meow, once again, looking for that pickup back line. But with Brig giving that shielding to deny some of that early explosive damage that can come through. You have a really hesitant play here from UWM until they can get back onto the point. Nice reposition, and actually managed to claim it first.
Yeah, they just kind of like let Spicy and Distinctish live for free in there for so long, and Distinctish, you saw the teleport come through to the backliners, or sorry, the frontliners, DPS, who were just capping the point out from under Crimdra's noses. So, you know, I guess they just kind of had their attention on the wrong thing. They're gonna have to try and find a way to get themselves back in here. With the Mei walls, you're looking to try and section off a frontliner, and Spicy could be very susceptible to a good Mei wall here, but a lot less so when you're the one on the attack trying to find a way in.
Big pick, though, losing Distinct so early. It's going to make this really challenging. So much onto Amber's shoulders. Guarantee this team is going to sustain through it, but you can just see the health values being eviscerated underneath the weight of Crimdra. No way to keep that tank alive, despite the worthy attempt from a solo healer remaining. And this, even though it's still a decent 40+%, it's going to go back to Crimdra.
I mean, so luckily UWM don't immediately collapse despite losing Distinctish early there again, because you have this Juno Kiriko backline where you have two good sources of burst healing, but the problem is, like, Amber, without that Kiriko there, without the aid of the Suzu, without a second backliner to at least draw some more attention, is going to be playing very, very scared and isn't always going to be able to LOS, especially if someone's walled off. So you're never going to be able to get that optimal fight despite losing, or despite still having the ability to sustain. But now they've got the ultimate. There goes the pulse bomb, going to go a little bit wide, but health bars on Crimdra a little bit low, and UWM might have a way to capitalize here.
Sorry also has to be extremely careful. Big top up on the healing, has the Death Blossom to unleash on the UWM. Orbital Ray active, giving that extra necessary support for Crimdra to hold on to this point. Health values extremely low, and a Death Blossom comes in to counter. Both supports are down, so this is going to be an easy pickup. But as I say that, Dizzod and Sari are actually still doing quite a bit of work here to keep into this fight and actually still take it regardless of losing the supports.
Oh yeah, they lose both supports through the Orbital Ray, by the way, which takes a lot of resources to do, and I think UWM Cats might have just bled out all of their resources, so it is still a lot of work that Crimdra needed to do in order to stabilize there, specifically Dizzo and Starry, but they damn sure clocked in.
Now, Earth Shatter looking to be tossed. The UWM as they cluster together. Goes in for the charge, looks for the pin, gets into the wall, and there's the shatter. Big damage onto Spicy, and the follow-up comes through with a sweeping strike from Sari. Hellfire shotguns indeed, with a second pickup onto Melon, and that's going to guarantee that Crimdra is in a beautiful spot to close this out.
As the saying goes, don't even talk to me until I've had my fat shatter in the morning. Dizzo now feeling quite sociable, gets that big fat shatter, and with 3% left, Pulse Bomb gonna come out. Cozy's got the ice block. Meow, a little bit of scare tactics there. Huge blizzard. This might deny any real contest from UWM.
Yeah, and you see the freeze come through as the charge crosses the center. So it puts Spicy into the wall, frozen like a block of ice, with Dizzod able to get a great follow-through with a second charge rounding the corner. So that's now overtime going to Vanish, and a round win to guarantee this map of control.
I really appreciate how at the end there, Sari had the Sari spray and put that down on the ground. Very apropos. Again, you know, you go to that fight there where Crimdra, they pop the Orbital Ray, and The Orbital Ray, it really is like a Transcendence mixed with an Amp Matrix where you're getting the healing from both and the damage from both. It's so scary to even contest, but despite that, getting both supports for UWM Cats is a coup, but one that they just failed to capitalize on and get anything. I was wondering where my cats were.
I know, I literally thought I had a hot
elevator.
second. I had a hot second longer, but I didn't. It's okay. We're getting all of that out at the beginning of the year right now. So
it'll just be smooth sailing from
no,
here
it's okay.
on out.
I'm just this tall. I'm actually this tall. Nobody really knows, and then I get a little box that I stand on, like other casters.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, shouts out if you know, you know. Remember,
Yes.
God, those were the days. Remember when they used to like play into that bit, by the way, where the box would get like progressively taller and taller over broadcast? That is one of my favorite bits of all times from the old Overwatch League days. Oh, take me back.
Right, but we're here. So, and looking at some of those replays in just the moments. Again, this is one of the highlights that we did just have for the play of the game, so we got to see a little bit of it. But the Hazard has really just been so impactful in a lot of these really brawly, close encounters. And if there's these great pickups that come up from UWM Cats, like you mentioned with Meow, it's so different. But if it's stifled or denied, it really does go heavily into Crimdra's way.
Yeah, there are, like we saw on Night Market, or not Night Market, Control Center, there are going to be some sub-points where players are going to play into either very set comps or set strats that they have in the back pocket or things that they might be more comfortable with, but those are going to be the exception, not the rule. The rule is Hazard, because Homie has so much survivability and so much lethality that he is a force in any front line and one that needs to be dealt with. Fortunately, Crimdra had the answer this time, and it was the Reinhardt and a fat shatter. Not much you can do when you're dropped flat on your backside there, says Dizzo. And I mean, I don't know how many more maps that's going to work on, but I'm glad we got to see it for at least this one.
Oh, 100%. And again, right there at the end, perfect way to end that replay is where you're saying, sorry. But, you know, going away from this in Control, and like you mentioned, where we're going to be kind of deviating away from it, is it going to be viable? What is that selection going to look like? Are there any that is going to specifically cater more towards the Hazard, since we have already been able to see it into the Control? But seeing that nice variation with the Reinhardt to change it up a little bit to compete against it, I think is something that's also really nice to have that type of versatility and going into those types of map-dependent adjustments, because I think the Reinhardt and the Mei works so much better there.
But I don't know that there's a lot of other maps in the pool that it's going to work really, really well on. Perhaps Clash, but I don't think it's going to work too well on Route 66.
Ooh, Route 66, okay.
I will say that there is some, like, you know, long lost to Mei tech where she specifically can work on certain points of this map. You know, those cave contests where you can't push the cart because Mei's just locked inside. Those old school cheese days. But you don't really run the Reinhardt with that, and nobody really does that anymore. So outside of maybe like a spawn hold, I don't think you're going to see that dynamic duo anymore. I think we're going to go back to seeing pretty much just all Hazard here, unless somebody has like a really, really good like Winston they want to come out here with, or there's some other kind of weird set strat that either of these teams come out here with. But this, from what I've seen, is another place where like Hazard really shines, because you have the ability to play that short range dive as well as the brawl very effectively.
Well, and even with some of the tech that we've seen utilizing the like wall play, where it comes to jagged wall, like getting that high ground, kind of pivoting around these certain edgeways, or some of the architecture through a lot of these, you know, smaller buildings, especially through this middle portion where like the actual bar is, or just that side room where the motorcycles are. There's so many different ways you can move around and utilize those to get certain high grounds or find certain ledges to kind of play off of, to, you know, pick up a support in the backline, or just really cause some chaos that's unforeseen.
Yeah, and like a lot of these points here on Route is like you'll see some of the poke or the brawl style compositions, but you'll also see fair bits of the dive. And like you're talking about, Hazard's kit really bridges the gap between those and kind of makes this entire map favor him in a lot of different ways. Especially here on point A and point B, though, I want to highlight the hit scan players. Melon Lord going to be going back over to the Ash, or at least hovering it for attack respawns. Crimdra, I'm curious, because I saw Sari hovering over the Sojourn initially. Currently, we're over the Widow, and I kind of would prefer the Sojourn, but looks like they are going to walk out on the Widowmaker, so might be a bit of an all-or-nothing hold from Crimdra.
I'm liking it, though. I personally just haven't been able to see Route 66 in a while. Widowmaker, and I'm really happy to see it. Also, love that skin. Personally, love that skin. Just saying.
Widow's been getting a lot of fire skins lately, all right? There's a couple heroes in the game where I really want them to just stop making skins for them. Not because, like, I want them to give, like, other heroes or I'm mad. It's like, I have too many options, all right? I'm overwhelmed. I'm overstimmed. I don't know what to be when I'm Kiriko anymore, all right? Give me a minute.
You just got to keep changing it every time you, like, die. They need to, like, allow that to be there. So instead of you just, like, having to do it for the whole map, you could just constantly swap through the round. That'd be cool. But
the tech is you set it to random favorite and then set, like, 20 favorites, so you never have to make a decision.
Yeah. 100%. Oh, yeah, it'll be like a cycling randomizer. There you go. There's Meow down below with this Sombra. Looks to get some chip damage. There is awareness, though, of the positioning until looking to translocate up to the high ground. Attempting to, doesn't actually quite land on the rooftop, so having to just readjust, hyper-focusing the support in the low ground. Great assistance, though, from Crimdra to keep this Lucio alive despite being hacked. So now, attempting to go back into it, though. Sorry gets an elimination, and that's absolutely what you need to see from this Widowmaker, evading and finding these shots.
That's kind of a domino effect with Meow failing to get that pick, and now gonna die to the Venom Mine. Obviously, that wasn't the only contributing factor, but the final blow makes it a little bit more funny. But the fact that you weren't able to get that pick there with the Sombra means that you're not able to capitalize, you're not able to make that jump. Suddenly, you don't have anywhere that you can realistically play, and Sari just has a shooting gallery. Other than that shot right there, Sari's been relatively uncontested so far.
I mean, the biggest thing is if you continue to land those shots, it starts really playing into the methodology behind taking these peaks. Really knowing that there is some contention. Hack comes through. Great Suzu to eliminate that and finds a pickup with the shutdown onto Meow. So absolutely necessary. And Sari is making some significant headway on this Widow.
Yeah, a little bit of a SMG Widowmaker play. There's a headshot there, and ooh, the double dink. Yeah, that's worthy of the spray, Sari. All right, I'll take it. But, like, okay, so Meow currently playing on the Sombra is making a mistake that's something.
Oh no!
You know, never mind. We don't need to talk about anybody but Sari right now. Just throw that all off the table. We just got to talk about how Sari is hitting the headshots, and that's all that really matters right now.
That was so filthy. I think it's also just because of how Prod just had their camera like swapped to like over the shoulder while it happened. It just looks so clean.
I love the third person views. Like OG and Apex used to do that. It's so clean. I love it.
Now, with only 1minute and 42 seconds, by the way, this has become very dangerous. Shot goes wide onto Meow. But this is still, again, a beautiful position to be in. You've denied so much time off of this initial push. The trigger comes in, so you have full vision of where Meow is. That's a big aggressive play, though, coming in from It's Spicy, and because of it, it gives an opening. Sari goes down. The now Death Blossom across the back line from Cozy up top onto the gas station. A reposition by Meow with this EMP. Needs to hit big. Lands onto 4. No sound barrier available, and that's going to be the necessary elimination to deny any sustainability from Crimdra.
So what I was trying to say earlier before I was rudely interrupted by Sari putting on a Widowmaker clinic was that Meow is trying to go for a lot of assassination plays on the Sombra rather than trying to farm the front line to build up the EMP. In current state Sombra, it's so much more difficult to just kind of be that duelist assassin. You have to play like more of an opportunist and farm up for that big ultimate in the meantime, and it took a long time to get there, but we finally got there.
Yep, Distinctish now getting another elimination onto Cozy. Having this orbital ray is going to guarantee so much space, and this is where I think that Crimdra's really going to have to think, does Sari want to stay on this Widowmaker? It has gotten many picks and a lot of value, and I know that there's still opportunity to use it in this. Yeah, they're actually going to keep it. Okay, they're not going to opt to wave off of it.
I think the value for Widowmaker, especially defensively, only increases exponentially on point B. On point C, you know, if we get that far, we'll see if Sari decides to switch it. I see no reason to swap off now, but Distinctish and Meow would love to create a reason for Sari to swap off by playing a little flank here and potentially denying the high ground that you want to get that Widowmaker nestled up into.
Decent shot. Distinctish needs to use that Suzu and bail for the moment until top back up. Meow, stealth underneath, loses that. There's still some shots to be had from Sari up top, looking to try and peek and find value. And there's a shot, a head shot, instantly onto Sari. And that's like a feels bad moment. You just see it come out of nowhere on the lower ground.
That's one of those Nerf Kiriko moments where you're going to be typing in match chat here, but no time to type right now. Spicy wants to go in, has the downpour if we want to invest it, looking to see, is it worth it, but there's a little bit of pressure on the back line. Probably don't want to go all in just yet, but with Cozy dealt with, maybe now you do.
At that point, you can holster it. Everyone's just being picked up saying, nah. This downpour is going to be unleashed later on because this is an easy team kill. The momentum is so here for UWM.
It turns out it was only a 30% chance of precipitation today. We narrowly dodged it. Tomorrow, though, who knows? You might want to pack an umbrella because that is still very much so on the field. But even without it, Hazard just has so much lethality. If you get jumped on and you get hit with that primary fire / combo off the violent leap, you're done. You're cooked. Like, you just got caught out and there's nothing you can really do about it. Right now, with an EMP, a downpour, and a Bob, Crimdra's options are looking pretty scant here. They have to try and go aggressive with the Kitsune Rush if they can, but if they're not able to find value off it, or worse, if they're not able to actually even get it off, then this might actually snowball into a full cap for the UWM Cats.
So just fixated on Meow with this EMP. Again, there's a lot clustered together by Crimdra, but it's not as easy to get to this access point to have a clean follow-through. Patience is a virtue, though. Nice dynamite to come in. Sorry gets the elimination, so that gives Crimdra a nice opportunity defensively to start dwindling down this time as the Kitsune Rush comes out. Distinctish, actually with its spicy down, this is really a wasted Kitsune Rush. There's no one really here to take full advantage of it, and this is where Crimdra can hold on just on this anchoring point.
I think you're fine with investing the Kitsune Rush because you still have the Orbital Ray, which is still a fight-winning ultimate, but the composition for Crimdra is kind of slippery, save for Cozy. There's not really anybody that you could easily catch in it. There's still a lot of ability to kite with the speed boost from the Lucio. Granted, not the best, you know. Orbital Ray moves, so it's a little bit difficult to kite, but if you're able to successfully avoid that, I think you're in good standing for Crimdra, but they're not entirely out of the woods just yet.
Orbital Ray from the opposing side. EMP onto 2. Sorry gets quickly damaged, but great Suzu once again consistently keeping Sorry out of the danger zone. And now you've got 3 ultimates to follow up after the sound barrier, which got most of Crimdra through that. Now, down below, though, Spicy attempting to look for that dive. Goes for the downpour, but nobody's really in line of it. Repositions out of it, and then a counterplay comes through, picking up one in the back instantly onto Amber, and you still have Melon Lord locked in place, feet to the floor, 55 seconds to go, and Crimdra on this defense is looking to hold this line, but there's still some decent harassment here coming in from UWM.
Yeah, Distinctish kits 2 on the flank with the aid of Meow, and I mean, they're not contesting the point, so they're not going to be able to get a whole lot of progress here, but they've at least kept the pressure on and made Crimdra unable to comfortably set back up here. They also have the Mega Health Pack hacked, which is huge. Charlotte's going to fall, and UWM, they haven't been fully routed from this point. They still have a way forward.
Sorry now, launching Bob into the back line, getting some decent crossfire from the flank. Up top, though, shots can't quite land, and that's still free healing coming through. 20 seconds. Cozy now with the Blizzard locked into the corner, attempting to get Melon Lord out of the fight, and manages to do so. Another downpour comes in, though, able to get that soon with a few seconds to go. Playing into this, attempting to lock them down. Big play with the rock coming through that jagged wall, separating the backside. As Dizod almost gets that, but nice reposition coming in from Meow, going back onto the point. Overtime is active with Dizod up front, looking to block again that sideline. Sorry finds the pickup onto Amber. It's now all onto Distinctish. There's no way. DPS are gone. It's Spicy and Distinctish, and they will not be able to hold the line a second time with a hold here denying completion with Crimdra on the defense.
We have to go back to that Orbital Ray fight about 2 fights ago, because I think that was what actually just won that defense entirely for Crimdra. The fact that they were able to not only kite the Orbital Ray, but then respond to the incoming EMP with the sound barrier. Those are 2 of the biggest fight-winning ultimates back-to-back in the game, countered out with just 1, that sound barrier. And the fact that Crimdra are able to get that combination off, not lose a man, come back, bounce back, counterattack, and take down UWM Cats nearly entirely, save for, you know, Meow and Distinctish that end up getting a couple extra kills, but it doesn't actually amount to much of anything, as Crimdra still have the spawn advantage. They're able to hold on. They're able to keep finding these picks that all just snowball from that one instant point in time. The support play from Crimdra, Akechi and Charlotte, phenomenal play all around.
Yeah, and now when it comes to UWM Cats, I will say, once they're able to grab hold of even a small amount of momentum, they really can hold on to it, and just overall have been able to push through this first and second one after already basically like 3 minutes of just being punished significantly by Sorry. But now with the swap of sides on this defense, I'm really going to look to see how they play this upper high ground. And also with Melon Lord really needing to get a lot of pressure out with this Ashe play.
I'm going to be keeping a close eye on Amber's health bar throughout a lot of this. I mean, once we start to get past this early corner, you got to suspect that, you know, Juno doesn't really have, like, the best sustainability against a Hazard. That's why she's kind of been phased out in favor of the Kiriko-Juno compositions. Or not Kiriko-Juno, Kiriko-Lucio. Because you kind of need the Brig with the Juno in order to keep the Juno sustainable, and you don't really play that because you will just get stepped on if you're going up with that up against a Hazard. So if Dizzo gets a good dive onto Amber, she might be in trouble, but not going to be getting a good dive anytime soon. In fact, going to be taking a dive courtesy of the DPS. Distinctish.
Nice pickup at least for one. Yes, Distinctish. You can see that there's 3 just constantly funneling damage into that front line. And if you can continue to get that much damage, maybe goes for the pick. Can't quite find it. No one really actually playing far enough out to give Sorry a sightline.
Yeah, and yeah, no, with Meow now in your face with the Genji, you're not going to have an easy sightline anytime soon, but the peel is there. Meow might be in a fair bit of trouble, but Sorry's still going to look for a grapple. Meow now dealt with, so yeah, you can keep looking for those shots all day, but no one is peeking their heads out. They respect Sorry now, but they need to show Cozy a little more respect as well.
I was just about to say, there's so much emphasis onto Sorry with what was previously done in the swapped sides. Cozy's left basically to do anything of decision-making and has now gotten 3. Looking now for the 4th of cycling back onto this. It's just Cozy's world.
Yeah, this is one of those problems that I think people kind of get like tunnel vision when they see a Widowmaker that's really popping off, and Sorry absolutely has been popping off, is everyone goes, we have to deal with this Widowmaker. So they either respect the sightlines or they go all in to try and take her out, but while either of those things are happening, you're just creating the perfect opportunity for a Reaper to just run up on you and pump you from the side with some Hellfire shotguns.
Now approaching with the last 2.5 meters, jumping forward. Defensively, also trying to utilize the jagged wall to mitigate some of that backline presence. Able to get Meow out of this, who's swapped on now to the Tracer versus that Genji. Hasn't really gained too much, but realistically, everyone else from UWM is able to step in quickly on the defense to counteract against it.
And I think it's about time we really put some respect on Distinctish's name, and maybe we're seeing a little bit of light shined onto why they're playing this Juno Kiriko backline. I don't think Distinctish is actually all that interested in being a healer. I think you want to play this Kiriko as a 3rd DPS, and we're seeing the Kiriko get caught out a couple times, but we're also seeing her in the kill feed a lot, so Amber is actually going to be the primary source of healing for this team a lot of the time.
Now, aggressive play from Amber. Orbital Ray going to be dropped in easily across that top gas station, and that is 3 down with Bob putting in some work. Oh, yeah, that's rough with that jagged wall.
The jagged wall feels so bad to get caught out by because it's got the knockback, it's got the damage. It's just like, oh, I guess I'm done then. I guess I'll just die. But again, you know, going back to what I was saying previously is when you have Juno being the primary source of healing, you're gonna get those orbital rays quite often, and it comes up at a key moment there for UWM Cats. They might actually be able to get a full hold here if they're able to weather the oncoming store. I'm smelling the downpour coming out with a side of sound barrier.
We'll see if we get the full force. There's one coming into this. Still holding on to the downpour for the moment. The Kitsune Rush has been committed into this, but they've lost Amber so early on that engagement. Now you see the downpour from Spicy, but realistically, they don't get anything from it. So that's 30 seconds to go. The cleanup is happening, and with these few seconds remaining, Crimdra is going to be able to move into this next phase.
So we saw from that little overhead angle, by the way, that Distinctish was playing up on the high ground on an off angle, trying to flank and go for some of those headshots, which is, you know, why we've been seeing the Kiriko in the kill feed constantly. But when you lose your Juno and your Kiriko's out of position to be the healer, even with the aid of that Kitsune Rush, it's just not going to work out. You know, theoretically, you'd have enough healing to sustain, but not if you're not in the position to actually make it happen. Once Spicy goes down, it's all chalk for UWM Cats, and they're forced to concede point A and a fair bit of point B here as well because of some of those late deaths. Crimdra can start to try and contest the high ground here, take some aggressive angles. Meow wants to put some pressure on and put a stop to that right now.
Oh, absolutely. This is a juggernaut of a play. You just see so much aggression. Meow, we had this long POV of just take after take after take, and then finally gets this pulse pump onto the Lucio, almost gets the second. Well, as I say that, almost is now a guarantee. That is another pickup for Meow, who's really stepping up with this Tracer play.
Yeah, is Cozy gonna go ahead and make Meow step off there at the end there, but it comes a little too late. The Pulse Bomb onto Charlotte, and then finally a finish there onto Akechi. There was so much peeling coming out from the entirety of Crimdra just to try and deal with that Tracer. You saw, like, the Suzu come out. You saw the Wraith Fork come out. You saw the Teleport, the Swift Step. Just about everything to try and stop Meow from getting a kill, and she still gets two. Like, sometimes there's nothing you can do if you can't simply kill the Tracer.
Once again, here we go with a partner alongside. Distinctish in tandem working with that. Now there's 4 ultimates though, soon to be 5 for Crimdra, which is the part that's going to be very scary for UWM. And honestly, a little bit of a patient play. Dynamite goes across the back line, but Distinctish gets another dome shot.
Yeah, on the flank again, alongside Meow with the Tracer. This is quite the hit squad, and it's a scary one to deal with too, because Distinctish can just use the Swift Step back to Melon Lord at the first sign of danger, and Meow, they have all the escapability tools that they need as a Tracer. So what do you really do about this if you can't just outright kill them and you dedicate so many resources and so much time in order to try and take them down?
Gonna be a lot now with Bob thrown into this, getting some decent chip fire on the back. Melon Lord extremely low. Healers needing to be very cognizant of that, but Melon, again, being hyper fixated by that big Omnic Butler. As Cozy retreats back to the point, trying to keep presence to deny this tank, and will do so. It's Spicy getting eliminated now. It's 5 ultimates online for UWM. They need to have a last stand here with 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, Charlotte thought it was necessary to invest the sound barrier there, and I don't know that I fully agree. You're coming up against 5 ultimates. You would really like to have a little bit of overhealth to at least have a chance to survive this incoming onslaught from the Cats.
Orbital Ray across the center. Bob also going to be there to assist. Up top, some chip damage coming in from those torpedoes as there is a Bob play getting 2. Defensively, everything has been launched onto that payload. There is no way that Crimdra is going to outmatch it. Team kill, because everyone's been sent packing, as this is now a 1-to-1 match score.
And I think on both sides, we have a story of 2 DPS, except one of them's not really a DPS. It's a Kiriko disguised as a backliner, but actually, you know, was a DPS all along. Distinctish on these flanks is finding some picks that, frankly, you don't expect a Kiriko to play. It kind of harkens back to, like, what Violet kind of does when he plays the Kiriko, or what, if you remember back when Kiriko, like, first came out, Irony on the Hangzhou Spark used to play this same style, where you're on a flank with the Kiriko, you go for some kunai headshots, and if it ever gets too hot, you just swift step back to your team, and suddenly you're safe as houses. And the only real flaw in that is that you have Amber on the Juno all by herself. She's very vulnerable if she gets dove, but if there's nobody alive to dive your Juno, then she simply just gets to live for free, and you can play off the orbital rays whenever you get them. You're doing so much damage, so you always have a Kitsune rush. You maintain your ultimate advantage because the other team's never been given an opportunity to use their ultimates in an advantageous situation, and it all just comes together beautifully for a great defensive hold for UWM Cats and a pretty solid attacking phase where they actually did almost get the full cap, but not able to. Still, though, I'm really excited by what I'm seeing from both of these teams here. We're seeing a lot of, like, old school Overwatch flavors from, like, the early days of Overwatch 2 when everything was new and everything was fun, you know, Reinhardt, these Kiriko flanks. It's so great to watch.
Well, and I mean, even if it's to the point of, like you mentioned, where Amber's in the back, like, you know, because there's nobody really to dive on it, even if there are players from Crimdra, the fact is that you're causing so much disruption with Distinctish that even if they have all 5 players, their attention is so diverted, and it takes so much mental bandwidth to now have to understand. It's like, yo, like, we're worrying about Meow, and then we're worried about Distinctish, and then these shots are coming in from Melon Lord. Amber realistically can just find and play the architecture so effectively, and with still some decent mobility, even if it needs to use Ring for themselves. Like, that's another big aspect, is that there is still some mobility that can be used to get out of these sticky situations, and just continuously see UWM take advantage and play to that advantage of almost having this 3rd DPS.
Yeah, and like, the solution for Crimdra in order to try and mitigate this problem is you have to go first. Like, you have to be the one setting the tempo, but you can't really do that when you see, like, that clip of Meow in the backline. Like, if that's the way they're playing and you can't deal with them, then you're just kind of, like, stuck trying to chase your own tail, you know, to get rid of this Tracer. We're gonna go to Suravasa here on Flashpoint for our 3rd map here. We're tied up at 1 apiece. This is going to be Crimdra's map pick, and I feel like this might take us back to a Hazard mirror, but I'm thinking Flashpoint has a lot of potential flanking routes, and maybe if you're UWM Cats, you kind of keep Distinctish doing what you've been doing.
I absolutely agree, especially when it comes to if we see it, and also how the timing occurs between the points, is that I think there could be some really clever plays denying maybe a couple of stragglers, or on the transition between, you know, one flashpoint to another, where you can maybe get these pickups, or even just cause enough distraction to solidify a position with Amber and, you know, the hazard play, being able to get that initially. So there's a lot of different dynamics I'm going to be really interested to focus on because of just the methodology behind the composition that is being brought specifically by UWM.
I think it's also interesting too, is like you say, like sometimes you don't even need to actually confirm that kill. Sometimes all it takes is warning shots to be oh, the Kiriko's on the flank. We have to be like, we have eyes in the back of our heads. Like we have to be watching out for that now. We can't really just go first. Like we're too afraid to actually put our foot on the gas like we really need to in this critical moment, to try and catch someone like Melon Lord on the Ashe out of position, or try and like take just a brute force duel against the enemy hazard and tear him down the way he so often says.
Well, and because again, you have that swift step, which really changes the dynamic of, at this point, do we look to try and opt to go to the back, where you might have Meow look for a, you know, relocate or the recall and then get out of their position, and then all of a sudden you're going to have the same thing where it's a swift step back to the point, and then it's like you've just invested this attempt of reposition, or do you just go to the main objective? So there's a lot of questions and things in the moment that the shot calling has to be very clean from Crimdra to be able to not find themselves with the short end of the stick.
There's also a lot of questions on the side of Crimdra. First of all, what? And secondly, huh? We're seeing
followed by why?
We're seeing Rhine, Baptiste, Bastion, Sim, and hey, they've already teleported this Sim, or this Bastion up onto the high ground. I think UWM Cats are gonna have all the same questions we just had, and they're gonna go ahead and turn tail and find some cover where they can go back to the drawing board and ask themselves those very questions.
For a second, it felt like a Mundata statue, like
Charlotte's
King's
dead.
Row kind of. Oh, okay, well, you know, their decisions were made, regrets are had, but at least Sari's trying to get some sort of value, as Distinctish basically is the one filling the kill feed.
Alright, I guess the counter to this composition is still just keep Distinctish doing what she's been doing the whole time. Meow also on the flank might be able to clean up this kill onto Cozy. Does in fact do so, pays for it with their life, but that's okay because the damage has been done. Despite Crimdra getting the cap here, kill's actually starting to go their way, and a great pin there onto Spicy. Dizzo might actually be able to claim this one, finally get the Cats out of here, and yeah, Crimdra, despite Distinctish's hero plays, able to hold on.
Spicy gets out, which is a good thing, so you're not having to waste even more time. And again, because of how just ever so slightly faster it is to accumulate the percentage on this map of Suravasa, it gives Spicy another opportunity to re-enter into this.
Distinctish, though, has done enough damage to build in that Kitsune Rush, so there is a way forward for UWM Cats. They're also going to be building up to a pulse bomb here. Distinctish, yeah, that's going to be a swift step used just to try and stabilize.
Getting out by the skin of their teeth. Now, going to try and re-enter, as you do have the Bastion still sticking close towards the center. Amplification Matrix going to funnel a lot of damage through that choke point. Great pickup once again onto its Spicy, denying this tank from holding ground. And Crimdra, with this composition, is doing quite well. Oh no, but you can see Charlotte just sitting in the back. 1 HP in a dream. And hoping to sustain through this. It's into the overtime. Realistically, if Crimdra does lose this, which is most likely going to fall into that, the entire team can get back, look for a regroup. It's into the 99 to 0% to come back with at least an Earth Shatter, and potentially actually going to have both the Symmetra and the Bastion ultimate.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Charlotte, yeah, like you say, she was burning, she was on fire, and the only one with the host to put her out was Akechi, who was currently at 1 HP, locked in a duel with Meow, won that duel, but then Distinctish just goes in and cleans up the kill, so Charlotte is just kind of forced to be on an island all by herself, just slowly contemplating all the life decisions that led her to that point. We're gonna see the artillery strike coming out from Sari, just to try and, you know, displace some of these players on the point. Not gonna find a whole lot of damage, but will force Amber to play suboptimally, and actually is enough to get Dizzoed on the point.
It's Spicy, diving in just before the conversion. 60+%. It's Spicy, gets rid of the support. Akechi now, everything on the shoulders to heal through this, but can't do so. It's Spicy comes in with the elimination. Sorry, across the middle, pumping out so much damage, and Amber brings them back to the spot. And now, Spicy in the corner, so very low, able to get picked up, swap back over. Crimdra with this wild composition selection is actually able to pull through.
That was actually an orbital ray jax from Amber. We weren't actually able to get the orbital ray out, but we definitely tried to. Had that actually come out, maybe you see It's Spicy pop that downpour and just have a free shooting gallery on a bunch of rooted teammates or a bunch of rooted enemies. But you've now thrown that fight-winning ultimate down the drain as we go into our next flashpoint here. It's Ruins, and Crimdra have a lot of big tools they can use to hold themselves here. The downpour is really the only thing that UWM Cats have. But that's one of those ultimates that you need to have like a follow-up for, and I currently don't see one.
Sound barrier now. Waiting to give some great cover. Most likely for a downpour that can come through by It's Spicy. Reposition with a teleporter. Big pickup, and Akechi is just gone. Unfortunately, as you do have now a pickup on Dasari. Things getting a little bit crazy here. See how Crimdra's now losing players. There's the pulse bomb, goes wide. Charlotte's still alive to come back into this. Not too sure if the sound barrier is going to be committed. It's more so just attempting to gather as much percentage as possible without over-committing any resources. And Crimdra can still feel happy about this. They've got 4 ultimates to come back in and 40%.
I actually feel like you maybe could have afforded to expand, you know, either the Shatter or the Sim Wall there to try and make that fight at least last longer and accrue more percentage, because you lose Akechi early on and then you lose Sari, but those are the 2 players that didn't have any ultimates, so you did have the ability to invest. Even though it's a lost fight, you could have gotten some percentage out of it and maybe baited something out of UWM Cats, but now they've actually built up to a comparable ult bank. They're coming up here on the Bob very soon, and they will have the Kitsune Rush from the Stinkdish very shortly, and they'll have Akechi's head as well.
Yeah, with Akechi down, it's instantly just a retreat for the regroup. Has to wait, and that's more percentage accumulated, which would bring it to final fight territory. There's a couple that are actually really low. It's Spicy gets caught out on the retreat and the rotation. So now the Kitsune Rush attempting to come through across the center. Big damage, and as we've already said it before, the damage can be so high from this Stinkdish, and now getting even more so on this regroup.
Yeah, 80% and counting. I don't know if there's going to be another touch. So it looks like Crimdra actually went super aggressive to try and just take the fight and die fast. But, I mean, UWM Cats, like, they don't kill them fast enough. They make that fight last long enough to where they're going to get the full cap here on Ruins, essentially for free. Crimdra, despite having all of the ultimates they could possibly want, never really get the good opportunity to press Q on any of them. And again, UWM Cats, all they have to do is pop the Kitsune Rush, and they get an entire flashpoint for their troubles here. Now as we move across the map here, Crimdra are going to have an advantageous position, and they should be able to hit the ultimates. I want to hear some ultimates go off here real soon. Otherwise, UWM Cats, they're going to get on the flank here. Meow already looking for an angle, looking for a backliner.
And ever so
Stinkdish
close.
there with him as well, by the way.
Does have at least some awareness. Turret being eliminated, so that will be communicated. Pulse bomb now active. Patience is a virtue right now. Until diving into a vital player. Catchy insight, goes for the recall. Actually doesn't get clipped by the Shatter. Barely timed it. As a pulse bomb immediately denied. Akechi with the immortality field, but following up afterwards since it was hyper focused. Can't work through the damage from It's Spicy. And even commits that downpour into this and will allow UWM to take the fight.
There's just so much pressure onto Akechi and Crimdra, all forced to peel. They use the lamp, it's not enough. They use the sound barrier, it's not enough. It's Spicy just has the lethality, the ability to jump in and chase down that kill. And without that healing, even with the overhealth, it's all gonna fall apart if anybody gets hit by that downpour from Spicy. Now you're playing into an orbital ray against an Amp Matrix, and the Amp Matrix I would only favor in that exchange. I would never favor in that exchange, but only give it the edge if you had control of the point, but you don't.
Orbital ray now commenced by UWM. Big damage once again onto Crimdra, instantly taking down 2 despite the wall coming in from Cozy. So this will be a swift take again from UWM, and really just now utilizing what they can to fall back, look for the top up, and go for one more fight here to give themselves this flashpoint advantage.
That's a lot of Ultra that just went out from Spicy over to the Stinkdish, so now we have a Kitsune Rush going up against an Ant Matrix, and again, if Akechi's not able to pop the Ant Matrix at all, then you might as well not even have it. And going up against a Kitsune Rush with an Ant Matrix, again, like, I only kind of favor the Ant Matrix if you have control of the point, and Crimdra still don't, so I don't really know where you pop it. They're gonna go around here on the flank, but there's a jagged wall in their face. They can't get a good shot. They're gonna teleport away, and the window is essentially useless.
Yeah, it narrows the field of view so nobody's able to get picked up, maximizing the damage, and they actually get the point before even touching it. They go and maintain the high ground, but lose sight of the objective, so now it's UWM that just take it for free.
Yeah, we may have overcooked and burnt the kitchen down there trying to go for that window play. Distinctish taken down there, so you don't have to worry about the flankers en route to your next flashpoint, but it might be your last flashpoint, as UWM Cats over on Gardens are gonna get the first feet on the point. They're on match point here, sorry, map point for flashpoint. Crimdra, I mean, like, they've used all of their tools to try and retake here, and they haven't really been able to come up with much of anything, especially that Ant Matrix. They're gonna swap over to the Kiriko now, but, you know, it's gonna be played kinda in an interesting position there. The stick, great Suzu, though.
Beautifully timed, something that we see plenty from individuals that are just as skilled as these. Now you can see again the second Suzu from Distinctish, but not that time around from the opposing side. It's actually still going to be UWM taking advantage of this despite losing Distinctish. The number is quickly going to be stifled. And Crimdra, despite a worthy defensive play denying Meow, a lot of resources lost to recover.
That's the thing, though, is, like, despite losing Distinctish, you don't care if you lose Distinctish, because that's not your healer. Amber is, but Akechi now on the Kiriko is the healer. Meow goes in with the Pulse Bomb, forces out the Suzu, and as soon as that's gone, Spicy says, all right, it's lunchtime, all right? I'm going to eat this Kiriko up for lunch. We're serving up Fox today. Goes in, gets the kill, and that's the healer down. Crimdra can no longer fight.
Melon Lord with Bomb. Toss onto the field. Just bypassing the pillar, now looking for a flanking angle, knocking out Akechi, who is extremely low and still being funneled for the moment. Is not able to at least get rid of Bob for the time being, but look at how low down below. It's now, at this point, there's no real opportunity for Crimdra. That's essentially going to be it. The timing is not going to be favorable for them, and that gives them this map point.
Yeah, that's the map. That's the whole map right there. And I think it comes down, again, that early kill there onto Charlotte, who was coming up on the sound barrier. You're seeing a lot of kills onto the backliners, usually courtesy of Distinctish, but even when you're trying to hide from the dynamic duo of Distinctish and Meow, you're gonna walk right into Melon Lord's Bob, and that's exactly what happens. 84% to sound barrier, never get that big ultimate. You're never able to weather the storm and get yourself that last fight there, and you know, Dizzo dies so late in the tail end there that even if there had ever been a touch, it would have been the most stagger touch of all time. If you can't get a tank on the point, there's no way you're capping that thing.
No, not at all. And now this is a match point situation where at first the control point looked very favorable, but now it's all been turned on its head with a great recovery, all pivoting and starting off of that Route 66. And now bringing, once again, even just this unique play style with the Reinhardt into it, not really paying off dividends in the long run here as we take a look at some of the replays. And again, Crimdra doing whatever they can to, you know, change up the outcome here. It did have its value, but unfortunately just really started to crumble under the pressure from UWM.
Yeah, and like towards the tail end, they're forced to like abandon all ships and just go back to the hazard mirror, but it doesn't work out for them because they're too far behind the 8 ball at that point in time. I like the strategy of opening up with the Bastion and trying to win out the frontline duel, but the problem is like the frontline isn't where you're really losing because you know I'm hesitant to say that it's Spicy is like, you know, tank gapping here, so that's not really the problem. It's very much so the backline. It's the fact that you can't deal with Meow and Distinctish, and while your head is on a swivel dealing with that, now the front line is attacking you. Now Spicy's getting all that damage. Now you're, you know, sitting ducks at a shooting gallery for Melon Lord, and there's no real option for you.
And we're going to head to a short break to see what that option is to maybe turn this around. Again, not out of it just yet. Still has potentially 2 more maps to go to switch this over, but we'll be seeing how that unfolds after the short break. Welcome back, everybody, as we are here to continue on. We've seen 3 maps thus far. Crimdra unfortunately falling behind, and now in a position to have to turn this all around with 2 more maps that they'd have to win to continue pushing on through this lower bracket. While as this could be the last map for one and continuing to move on for UWM.
Yeah, and in order to get themselves even another map win, there is a very pressing problem that they need to solve, and it is not one in front of them, it is behind them, and it is the dynamic duo of Meow and Distinctish on that Tracer and that Kiriko. By the way, chat, my cat Echo is asleep over on my bed, and every time I call out Meow, she perks her head up at me. Just thought you'd like to know that. Thought, you know, that might be something you'd enjoy knowing, now that we all can share that. That's something that Crimdra is going to have to deal with, is Meow and Distinctish in their backline. And so far, they haven't really been able to crack that particular code. And as we go into what is going to be their last map pick, we're going to get a little bit of a clue into, like, how they think, like, they're going to be able to do it. And Hanaoka, they're going to go to Clash.
All right, this will be interesting. I mean, again, we've seen some really interesting choices going into this, because again, if we looked at the map pool, this is really the only option that was here for versus, you know, when we had Anubis available. That map, I think, a little different in how you kind of like structurally in comparison to this one. So I'm really interested to see the type of methodology that Crimdra is going to have going into this, and if they want to bring something like this Reinhardt back into it again.
I think if there's ever a point where you want to break out the Reinhardt, it's on Clash. You know, as much as I like to dog on Clash on Twitter, it does in fact serve a purpose in a map pool, because the way it plays out kind of forces these rush-heavy compositions. You kind of force out that playstyle where like a Reinhardt and like a Mei, or like a Reinhardt and a Bastion with a Baptiste, something similar to what we saw Crimdra come out with on Suravasa, would thrive here. But the problem I'm seeing, though, is that cat's already kind of out of the bag, no pun intended. They've already shown their hand on Suravasa there. So if you're UWM Cats and you kind of already have that information, maybe you're kind of expecting them to come out with that. And maybe you know that if they're doing that, they're not going to be watching their flank angles. And don't be fooled. There are, in fact, a couple of flank angles on this map.
Yeah, and again, we've already emphasized a lot of the strengths that are coming through and counteracting against Crimdra, so maybe with those, you know, some of the certain angles or tight areas that they want to play, it can help deny it. But yes, I agree with you that there are still many angles that can be taken, or even just surprising like high ground factors where you kind of take that upper elevated position and then drop down for a combined attack can really also be quite detrimental.
I'm curious though what the tank lineup is going to look like here for UWM Cats though, because aside from actually no, there is no side. We haven't seen them deviate from the hazard. Spicy has been on it pretty much the entire time, and while he does still have the ability to take good brawl fights and it is still definitely viable on Hanaoka, I'd go out. I'd say that there's not really any map in particular where hazard isn't at least somewhat viable, but are we going to see any sort of change of pace here? Like, again, if you're going to play the Reinhardt, this is where it is going to definitely have the potential to get the better of the other team. What do you play into that, knowing that that possibility is on the table? We will have our answer in about 3, 2, 1. It's hazard.
Watch it. If they'd swap right when doors open just to make it even. I know they're not gonna, but...
It's a really deflating response there. Never mind, they're not going to play at all. We're going to the lobby.
All right, take 2.
All right.
It's going to give you another opportunity to give us the countdown.
Okay, all right, yeah. So what Prod just told us is that they're having difficulty selecting a character. I think what that means is that they meant to pick not Hazard, so we're going to try again. They're remaking the whole lobby just so that we can pick something besides Hazard. Surely that's what it is.
Take 2, friends. Take 2. So because we're going through the same prod moment, let's just cycle back. So that there are flanking angles that can still be. We're just gonna backtrack. We're gonna revisit the whole thing. It's just a deja vu moment, I swear.
I feel like I've been here before. It's
no.
It's Groundhog Day. Something has to change, or we're gonna be stuck in this cycle forever. And maybe that thing is we play a Reinhardt mirror instead of Hazard onto the Reinhardt.
I'd be okay with that. I would absolutely be okay with a Reinhardt mirror.
All right.
Just Judgment Day for both.
2, 1. It's Hazard. Yeah. It's all right. We're stuck in this cycle forever. Dizzode, Crimdra's composition overall, like, that's starting to look at least a little bit like the Hazard. It's a Hazard mirror. Interesting. So we're not playing Reinhardt at all on either side.
Well, I mean, to be fair, when it came to the control map going for Hazard, Crimdra did play very well. Granted, of course, this isn't control, but maybe there are certain aspects that, playing a point objective can carry over into this, and feeling that Crimdra can actually compete to give themselves another lease on life, but it still really weighs the question of Distinctish and Meow being that reckoning force.
I'm also going to have some questions about Melon Lord over here on the Mei. Are UWM Cats expecting like a Reinhardt composition to come out, and are they looking to try and punish that and section off the enemy Rein? But they're going to see now that it is in fact a Hazard. Wow, Cozy is taking a lot of damage from afar.
Now, down below, it's Spicy going to take the positional advantage on the point, but still gives the high ground to Crimdra, utilizing that jagged wall to deny some of the sight lines. Big damage, though, up front. Dizzode getting dangerously low, but nice job from the supports. The top back up as Charlotte goes down. Cozy follows alongside, and that's going to be UWM taking the numbers advantage very quickly here, and we'll be able to isolate the remaining few.
Yeah, Orion going to follow as well. Melon Lord does get taken down by Sari, but that's going to be traded out, and Dizzode last to fall. Again, your tank, that's going to be the point cap for UWM Cats, and despite not coming out with a Reinhardt, the Mei still find some value with some big icicle shots. We saw a headshot there come through towards the tail end, and we still haven't effectively dealt with Meow and Distinctish in the backline. I think that early damage they came out onto Cozy, if I'm not mistaken, was either an icicle or a kunai. Who's to say? I don't even think Cozy knows.
Yeah, smile and wave, friends. Smile and wave, as the Penguins would say. Irony, Penguins, ice, get it? Synergy. I'm sorry.
I think Cozy and I now both have a headache.
Yeah, I do that to people. As now we're going to see them get back into this, trying to reposition Meow on the backsides alongside Distinctish, trying to funnel damage onto Charlotte, but both the tank and DPS down again. Just insult to injury, salt in the wound. Ooh, okay, that's nice too to counteract against it.
The pulse bomb gets canceled. Trajax? Trajax? It's Tracer? I mean,
Okay.
It tracks.
Okay.
I don't know what else you can really say about that. I don't know what else there is left to say. UWM Cats have capped 2 points, and I blinked, and we might be going on to the third here. This is where Crimdra have to really dig their heels into the dirt, make a stand here. Fortunately, they have the spawn advantage. That should be quite easy to do. This is where it gets really, really tricky for UWM Cats. Fortunately for them, they've got a Blizzard, they've got a Kitsune Rush, they're coming up on the Orbital Ray, they're coming up on the Downpour, everything you could want to try and make this fight stick. And
no.
They've already got a body.
And that body going to be a support play. Still, Crimdra has to come out from their spawn to try and keep this contested. There is an attempt to sustain through it, but being out in the open like that for Melon Lord to just throw these icicles finally is going to be brought down. So this will be at least a good opportunity for a point, but then you put yourself back into a position of where now, because of how quick it was, UWM is going to have their full comp again back on this next point for B.
Neither team invested any ultimates, by the way. You know, the only ult we've seen so far has been Meow's Pulse Bomb. Charlotte is a little bit behind because of getting farmed by Distinctish, who would have thought, on that rally, but that coming into the fight late might be what ends up turning the tide here for Crimdra. I imagine, though, they're going to want to open with an Orbital Ray and a Dragon Blade. If you're UWM, maybe you go for Orbital Ray Blizzard.
Oh no, the flank by Meow is denying that Orbital Ray that would have been so vital. The blade up front alongside the Downpour is committed into this. At first it looked a little good, but now it's going to start falling to the wayside as UWM cycle back to the point and take this one too.
So at like the top levels of play, we're seeing most teams go for Kiriko Lucio as a backline. We're no longer seeing as much Judo, but it's important to remember that Orbital Ray is still the most busted ultimate in the game, and if you have it and the other team doesn't, there is no way you're losing the fight. Even if you're already down 2 men from a Downpour Dragon Blade combo, you can still drag it back with just 1 ultimate, and now you only need 2 more ticks on this last point. Granted, though, you now only have your own Downpour, and you're going to be walking in to Arani's Orbital Ray. Maybe you look for Meow to make another play where you just deny Arani from being able to use that at all. Or maybe Spicy just goes for it.
Yep, Spicy diving in quickly. The Orbital Ray has the Downpour still available and commits it to get a lockdown onto 1, but is there enough follow-through? That's the real question. The Orbital Ray is going to give a lot more agency to Crimdra, but you've lost the support play again in trade-off. But because the spawn advantage is so close, this is still going to consistently be the advantage for Crimdra.
Now they're going to get it back again, and they're going to be able to carry a rally on over into the next point. And UWM weren't actually able to get a whole lot done with that Downpour, so they don't really have any tools here. So this is where Crimdra can actually, I think, start to make a comeback. I think you try and go early with this rally, maybe couple that with a Hyper Ring, and just kind of run over UWM Cats with all your extra health pools. Especially now that you have Cozy on the Reaper, you can get a lot of that close range damage, especially onto its Spicy.
Yeah, I'd love to see a Blitz come out. Or the ring actually already used around the backside, but most of UWM has responded in kind, taking the high ground position to counter that movement. The rally is active, gets the stun. What a swift step to get out of there before that second swing. Fortunately, not going to last for too much longer because Dizon was there. So Distinctish is no longer available on the field, but Meow steps in tenfold, gets 2. The support is down. It's only going to be on Charlotte, who's locked in place, frozen to the core. Melon Lord squeezing it for days. And now we'll be able to take this and put it onto a final point here. A is going to be the last point for Crimdra, who they've done twice over, but this is looking very dire.
Yeah, that was both supports down, and again, you failed to close out the fight because of Melon Lord's Blizzard, which comes through so clutch, freezes up Charlotte. It's just free for Meow, who now has a Pulse Bomb. You're going to be walking up with a Kitsune Rush and a Downpour against a Downpour and DPS ultimates on the side of Crimdra with the spawn advantage, but you only now need 1 tick to send it all the way home and send it all the way to lower bracket finals.
Pro spawn being held for the vital moment to take this and not allow it to cycle once more. There are picks coming through instantly. The Pulse Bomb is there just for funsies. Doesn't even need to find a pick. It's Spicy locked just on the cusp of that ultimate, but unfortunately it is going to be an easy take. The ultimates come through. Distinctish does have that Kitsune Rush with a point of HP remaining again. The 3rd time we've seen that, just getting out with nothing left. Crimdra from a spawn advantage attempting to do everything imaginable to not find themselves dropped out in this lower bracket, but there is nothing left that they can do as these picks continue to come through in the kill feed with the Orbital Ray most likely going to be the nail in the coffin.
The damage is just way too much. You're just walking into it over and over again. You're walking into a meat grinder, but it's taking a little bit of time here to finally get those kills. Cozy, once again, back on the Reaper, gonna get cleaned up. Blizzard now on the point. Do you even want to step to UWM Cats right now? Sorry, has no choice. Will inevitably get felled by Meow, and bodies after bodies just thrown at a point, all for naught, as UWM Cats will not be removed. They will not be removed from this tournament, and they are going the distance, going to our lower finals.
For whatever reason, how you said that made me just think of let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies hit the floor.
Yeah, shout out to Saliva, by the way. Let's go.
Oh, that just instantly came to mind, and I was like, oh man, if I could only do both Screamo and be able to get that note off, I would. But we're not going to kill everybody's ears, as we do see UWM Cats move forward. Again, a worthy attempt here coming through from Crimdra. Really hats off to them, despite them having, you know, some of those challenges after the first initial map. They really fought their heart out towards the end of it, so have to commend them for that effort. But UWM now going to be moving forward, and like you said, going to be facing off against that Fruit Salad squad as we take a look at some of these replays before we divert onto that match.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that a little bit, because I do think there's some interesting things to discuss when we go to our lower finals matchup, but I do also kind of want to echo what you said about Crimdra, give them a fair bit of props, because they looked so good on Control that, you know, it almost kind of felt like a surprise when we saw in maps 2 through 4 where UWM Cats came out swinging with these Giga Brain compositions. Like, it felt like, you know, maybe UWM Cats just kind of needed to warm up. Sometimes Cats just need to lay in the sun for a little bit, and then they're ready to go. They're big balls of energy. That's just how it is. Cat owners know. But Crimdra still played very well. I like the strats they came out here with. They actually looked really good on the Reinhardt composition on Control Center. It did actually have a fair bit of legs to stand on the early points of Suravasa. It was just that once UWM Cats started cooking, they did not stop.
No, not at all. And with us being able to conclude this for right now, we'll be heading to a short break before getting into our next piece of content. So don't go anywhere, friends. We'll be back on the other side. Welcome back, my friends, as we're here to continue on. But before we start diving into our next series, we get to do a little bit more of a recap and even have an opportunity to give you an interview. But we can talk about the series overall. We touched a little bit on it, and you had mentioned before we really had to commend the play style that was coming out to compete against UWM. Crimdra really just, at the end of it all, wasn't able to really counteract what was being brought, utilizing that support aspect in a DPS type of methodology, and really just finding so much value coupled alongside Meow. But as you saw from these replays when it came to map 1, Crimdra still had some strengths to them.
Yeah, like, I really, again, like the Reinhardt play that came out from this team on Control Center on map 1. Their Hazard Mirror didn't look all that bad on map 1 either, and there were even some points in time, where their holds on Route 66 were looking pretty good. They looked pretty decent, but UWM Cats eventually found this off-meta style with the Tracer Kiriko flank, and Crimdra were never really able to recover from that. And that's one of those things, right, where someone just kind of thinks outside the box and cooks up something that you were not prepared to scarf down, and suddenly you don't really know what to do with it all, and, you're kind of scratching your head, going back to the drawing board, trying out these new things, and meanwhile, the other team's just kind of running you over.
Yeah, and as you can see towards the later portion of the series, the significance that Distinctish and Meow was really working alongside one another, and the value that's being brought by Amber, understanding this ebb and flow of when the aggressive play comes through, and then now it's needing to look for a recycle or a readjustment to be able to come back tenfold with it. Even with those couple of moments where Distinctish was being brought down on those rare occasions, it's still just this entire team synergy, understanding how to pull back and withdraw so that they can come back in as a full unit once Distinctish is there, because they get the Swift Step.
Yeah, and a key part of that aspect, by the way, is also Meow's presence in the backline on the Tracer. I wish I could have my cat Echo here for this interview, but she has taken an adorable little nap. So, unfortunately, she cannot be here to join us, but we do have Meow from UWM Cats here to join us. Welcome, welcome. Hello.
Hi. How's it going?
Good. So I want to go ahead and start off by asking you, you guys went down on Lijiang Tower and were able to bounce back after map 1. What was that thought process like? What was the strategy that, really changed for you guys going forward?
Well, I just heard what you guys were saying about our kind of off-meta strat. What basically happened was I told our Kiriko that she is the best player in the lobby, and instead of trying to peel, I think she should make the impact that I know that she can make together with me, and we got this. And at first it was kind of shaky, but I just said if we play with confidence, we just can't lose, and yeah, that's how it went.
Yeah, it definitely shows in the way that was played over the course of the series. So talk to us a little bit about, I know you've already mentioned that, one of the best players in the lobby, playing to the strengths, feeling comfortable. What is the communication like between you and Distinctish, and then also just kind of even further with the team to make this type of play style work for you?
It's very unconventional because we don't want to flood the comms of what's happening in the main fight, and we also don't want, because essentially they're down 2 teammates out in main where our tank is. So realistically, we've been playing together for a very long time, so we kind of just knew what to do every time. As long as we're together at the start of fights, then it usually just goes well. And yeah,
so really relying on your own already pre-existing synergy with Distinctish specifically to try and make up for that lack of comms, so you're not cross-comming, that whole kind of deal.
Yeah. And if we see an opening for Spicy, our tank, to jump in as Hazard, then we yell it, and Spicy follows up.
We just yell. We shout at the top of our lungs, go in now. All right, so your next matchup here is going to be in the lower finals up against Fruit Salad. Looking at the bracket, the last time you met this team, you went down 3-1. I want to ask you personally, from your point of view, what went wrong in that series, and what's going to go right in this next series for you?
The last series, it was 3-1. The first few maps were they were close, even the ones we lost, but after that I think we lost a bit of our confidence, and that's kind of what we were trying to work on today when we went down 1. Instead of dooming our mentals, we decided to keep the confidence up, make sure it's a video game at the end of the day, make sure we're having fun with it, and yeah, we're gonna try to go in with that mentality instead.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, when you have the confidence coming out of this previous match and being able to now carry that into this one, we're really looking forward to being able to have, even more competition between you two, and, being able to have this redemption round in the lower bracket once more to try and work your way back up to play against Kaiju Corps. So we really appreciate your time to chat with us and being able to see you perform and talk a little bit about how the synergy works for the team. So thank you so very much for your time,
No problem. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think
What's
that's
that?
great. Just the instinctual, distinctish type of play. See, it's how that kind of worked.
Yeah, they just been, in the trenches so long together that they got that, like, twin telepathy going. Like, they don't
Yep.
even need to calm. They just be like, yeah, I know my Kiriko is going to dome this guy, and then I'm going to go in and get the cleanup, and then my name's going to be in the kill feed, but you know what? We're riding a wave of confidence, and it feels like that is the way forward for UWM Cats, is to try and keep confidence levels high. And honestly, even with what I know about Fruit Salad, it's questionable. Like, can they stop that wave of confidence? Because, Crimdra, even as game as they look today, weren't able to.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the other part of it too is, sitting in the wings, potentially getting that insight and the information to compete against this, waiting in the wing to see from Fruit Salad, do they have something to counteract against this type of synergy that's working? But either way, I think it's still going to be a good match that's going to come up. But you know what also is good, or better than good? Great. I would absolutely say that it's going to be the Radiant merch that we've got. We can show that here, Calling All Heroes merch, absolutely. Where's that at? Let's get that graphic up there. Boom! On a screen.
Scan the QR code, get on in there, get yourself some Calling All Heroes merch. Listen, unfortunately, we've discovered that the Mercy Cat doesn't actually come in a crop top, but you can crop your own tops or cop a crop top from the cropped sweater. That Calling All Heroes one just off to the left there, or the right. Sorry, I mirrored in a weird way. I don't know my left from my rights. There's caster math and there's caster directions. I shouldn't be driving in any sort of navigation situation.
It's okay. It's like the theater aspect of it when you say like stage left and stage right, when it's like
Yeah.
from the perspective of the actor. That's just us. That's us trying to say our lefts and rights here. But
I don't need to know left from right. I look hot, and you know why I look hot? It's because I'm wearing Calling All Heroes merch.
in the merch indeed. But yes, as we do have that, you should be able to get that. The barcode was there. And if not, you can always go back to the video, rewind it just a little bit, pause it, and then get that QR code. So then you can go get some yourself.
Like I said, I copped the sweater. I think, did you also, did you get any of those? Because I think we were both talking at one point about using the cropped sweaters like workout gear.
Well, especially with the New Year's, we were just talking about this even before broadcast, where it's like the new gym year where everybody's there. It's getting really packed. You got to start like repping and being able to show all that type of merch. So this is the best time because there's so many more people at the gym. So that's like the best reason to do it too.
Yeah, if you're getting in there on your New Year's resolutions, hit up the Planet Fitness and rep your comm merch. And we'll give you a moment to, complete those transactions as we go to a quick break. And then we will be right back with our lower bracket finals for the Calling All Heroes Rising Spotlight. Don't go anywhere, chat. This one is going to be a good one.
Welcome back. We're here to continue on. We've already had one match finish, and now we've got this one plus 2 more afterwards. We're focused here and now, though. I'm Rich Rat alongside CB as we are going to be getting this next one underway. And we've got a little bit to talk about. Again, we already talked heavily in regards to the unique type of play style that was coming out from UWM, and now they're going to be having to face off against Fruit Salad, where they've been able to dominate once before, but this time, even from our interview, Meow was stating that this is the moment to be able to counteract and come back, and instead of it being close matches in favorable to Fruit Salad, it's now looking to be UWM. That's the goal.
Yeah, so we have a lot of questions on both sides. You know, UWM, they said that, you know, confidence was the difference maker. They switched it up, and they're now riding a wave of confidence, and that is what they need in order to beat Fruit Salad. Like we said, you know, Fruit Salad beat them 3-1 the last time these two teams met. On the other side, I have some questions about Fruit Salad as well. This is our runner-up from the most recent Calling All Heroes Rising Major 3. They lost pretty handily to Lava Lilies Rising, some of whom, by the way, we might be seeing later on today. Spoiler alert. Fruit Salad, though, it was one of those kind of Cinderella story teams where they were always towards the lower end of the bracket, so they were always, you know, never really able to make it that far, but they grinded as a unit, as a collective, and they learned, and they grew, and they got to this point where they were able to be in the grand finals, and that meant the world to them, and now they get another chance to show us, have they learned from that loss, or better yet, have they learned from the match we just watched, and are they going to be able to deal with, you know, what UWM Cats are going to be bringing to the table?
And I mean, it's a real question to see, and getting that intel and being able to have that conversation before going into this match, I think is something really important. And with the players that are here, that we've got here for Fruit Salad, again, really looking to see how they're going to synergize together to be able to counteract such a dominant, confident type of playstyle. And like you were talking about, and I had mentioned earlier with Meow saying that this confidence is so important, and recognizing the basically just overall dominance that can be presented with this Kiriko play coming out specifically and synergizing alongside Meow. Distinctish is a real force to be reckoned with.
You know, and I just realized, by the way, this is the exact same roster graphic we saw last time. It was foreshadowing all along. Meow and Distinctish, both on the Kiriko, both on the flank, together. Somehow it all lines up. It all works out. And that's something that maybe not as much on control that Fruit Salad is going to have to deal with, because, you know, depending on what sub-maps we're on, it's going to be kind of hard to actually find those routes. I can kind of think of some places on, like, Nepal's Sanctum or, you know, maybe Lijiang Night Market where that might become a threat. But once we get past control, it's going to become more and more of a problem. One that Crimdra wasn't able to crack, one that Fruit Salad will now have all of that footage and, you know, a couple scant minutes to try and find an answer to. But, you know, kind of going to be a problem going forward. You know, someone's going to have to deal with that eventually.
Oh, 100%. Because we're going to be heading on to our first map of control, and it's going to be Samoa. So we changed it up a little bit as we had Lijiang Tower coming out first for that control map. So now we get to see more of this lovely beachfront type of area. I personally, because it's literally been like 9 degrees here in Illinois, I really would love to be in weather like this. Just a side note.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, you know, I'm over in the Northeast also. I'm getting kind of, I'm actually kind of liking the winter now. Like, the summer was so long here. Like, we were even like recently at like 60 to 80 degrees, and it's like, God, it's December. Like, what happened? Like, who did this?
You know, I get that. But I would love to not wear like 5 layers to walk out of my house.
Like a Taco Bell burrito? Like, yeah.
Oh my goodness, I'm telling you, seriously, it's like I've got like leggings, and then I've got like the like then leg warmers, then my pants, and then a sweatpants. Like, it's bad. Like,
and
I
then
have
your
so many
Crocs
layers
Calling
on.
All Heroes sweater, and
yes,
then,
and then it's I swear, I just can't. And then I've got like two, like I've got like a beanie, and then I've got like a scarf that wraps around like another scarf that covers my face, and it's man,
I actually
it's real struggle.
I actually didn't believe in scarves for a long time. Like, I knew they were real. I just never really, you know, understood their value until I went to DreamHack Stockholm. And I was
they're
walking
amazing.
around in just a jacket, and I'm like, you know, this actually isn't enough. Like,
no, it's not. Also, side note, I'm really curious, how many different types of fruit are in that bowl in their logo? I looked at it and I'm like, there's a lot in there actually.
there is a lot. Something else I'm curious about, by the way, for Fruit Salad is how much Minecraft they were playing before they came in today, because I tried to spectate scrims with them the other day. They started off a little cold because they had all been playing Minecraft, and, you know, gotta get those diamonds. Definitely worth it. I understand. I get the grind. but then the scrim got canceled halfway through because the other team had some other stuff to do, so they just left. So I don't have as much intel on Fruit Salad as I'd like to. I did, however, see them play Samoa, and I did see them come out with the Orisa, so far, this all tracks.
And again, this is what you mentioned towards the top of the broadcast, that those who aren't willing or are seeking the adjustment to bring the hazard to the table stick with this type of Orisa play and have that at the forefront. So what a great early pickup shot coming through already from Fruit Salad onto Amber, and that's going to be a little rough because that's who is so significant when it comes to the healing aspect of it, but there is still some throughput that can come through from Distinctish.
It kind of ends up being like a weird 2-for-1 kind of deal where, like, if you're able to get that kill onto Amber, you're able to both alleviate the pressure from Distinctish being on the flank because you're forced to make that TP back, and you're also able to kind of gut the healing.
Now there has at least been an elimination with Hostile, but getting back into it shortly after. Again, the Tracer very quick to regroup with the rest of this, and Meow's been stifled down below. This rotation from up top, Sojourn doing so much work and just getting a lot of damage out onto this field. Disruptor shot even going to cause some problems, forcing back and knocking it Spicy to the outskirts, where a little bit more weak and concerned as Fuzzy gets capitalized on. Melon Lord able to chase down this Orisa play, and even with the Fortify, can't sustain through the damage. Fruit Salad still, though, accumulating a lot of percentage here, as much as possible until it's swapped over and stopped at that 33.
Yeah, you lose your supports early on, but you're still able to kind of keep this one staggered out to up to 33%. But for UWM Cats, look at the ult bank now. They're going to have a Blizzard, which, you know, you're not really looking at Fruit Salad to have anything aside from the speed boost from Mothia to be able to counter. So if UWM Cats get a good angle here, and speaking of good angles, Meow and Distinctish once again on one, they might actually be able to find a pick, and you don't even need the Blizzard if that happens.
Here's the thing, look at how much they're having to chase. Both of them working to just cross this whole point, finally getting a pickup, but Amber goes down in the meantime, so now Distinctish has to take a refocus and make sure that there is enough sustainability for both Meow and Melon Lord to keep going, as It's Spicy brings in another elimination on to that support line and actually does wonders with this triple kill.
Yeah, and that wasn't even with the aid of the downpour. They did in fact use the Blizzard at some point in time, so I think that might have been where a lot of the kills came out with, but I mean, Fruit Salad, like, they weren't actually able to capitalize. They got both of the major threats in Amber and Distinctish off the field, but, you know, that Blizzard just comes through and Spicy with so much damage, so much lethality. We keep talking about how dangerous It's Spicy can be on this hazard, and that looks very dangerous right there.
God, that was so much damage on entry, and then the pulse bomb to try and follow up into it, but unfortunately overstays welcome. It's Spicy back to spawn, so there's no longer that front line presence, and Distinctish actually commits the Kitsune rush to this with only 3 really on the point, and Melon Lord is a sitting duck right now.
Yeah, and yep, there we go. Thawed out like a Thanksgiving turkey. Fuzzy Doe gonna also chase down Distinctish, and that's gonna be a dead push entirely from UWM Cats, and because of the fact that Fruit Salad were able to flip the point, and didn't actually use any ults to do it, they're going to have a lot to try and deal with everything UWM Cats have. That Orbital Ray, though, I've still seen it outweigh a 4-to-1 ult disadvantage, so keep a close eye on Amber and whether or not she's able to pop this in a good place, and what Fruit Salad looks to do about it.
Ooh, Hostile needs to be careful. A couple of shots coming through from a distance. Attempting to get the pull. Amber is down greatly done. Just eliminate that support play, and that has been one of the biggest things that Fruit Salad has done. Constantly hitting and really hyper-focusing the support line to not give any agency for UWM to play up front with dominance. A nice attempt to try and get back into this, but unfortunately, still going to be a little bit dicey. 5% to go to get back onto the point, and you see this Sojourn play just completely overwhelming. The chase down below. Distinctish actually gets the counterplay with the assist of Meow to swap it back and compete with 4 players on the point.
Meow just completely broke Zythrin's ankles there with that recall and then the teleport in from Distinctish. Like, all right, I'm the problem now. You got to deal with me. It's like when the boss gets a second health bar. I mean, Fruit Salad, though, they're able to get up to 99%, and it's because they continually go first in these fights, which is what I said that Crimdra needed to do in the last matchup. If they take the initiative and they get the picks early, Distinctish and Meow don't have the angles that they want to play from because they have to peel back for the fight.
Pulse bomb gets tossed, gets eliminated, though. Rail shot comes in by Zythrin. But a 1-for-1 trade, and you lose that support. This is so much difficult. Oh, there's no way. Fruit Salad is getting absolutely deleted after this last engagement. Had the opportunity to turn it around, but unfortunately, because it was just such an influx of damage and well coordination by UWM, that's going to be round 1 going into their favor.
That was a pulse bomb stuck onto Fuzzy Doe that ends up killing Moth and Neva. Sometimes it be your own homies, all right? Sometimes your own homies are your biggest ops, because that was the worst kill that could have possibly come through for Fruit Salad off of that pulse bomb. If it had just done damage to Fuzzy Doe, you can heal that up. You have Moth investing the Kitsune Rush. You still need the Kiriko alive to dish out all of the healing and some of the extra kunai damage through that to get full value out of the ultimate, but because you lose that, you only have the Lucio heals, and it's just not enough. UWM Cats can just weather the storm and clap back with some kills of their own, and at the tail end of it, it's just Zytherin, you know, alive trying to find just much of anything, but there is nothing to be found at that point in time. If you're Fruit Salad, like, going up 99 and then dropping that point, that's gotta sting.
Yeah. Now, as we enter with 20 seconds before the control point becomes active, you can see the UWM plays towards the counter side. Evaluating how Fruit Salad's going to enter into this. Not yet on the high ground, it looks. Playing down below. Fuzzy going to make sure that there is a position present onto that point upon opening, but very heavily aggressive past it. Looks for the spear spin to deny it, but a great wall comes in from the May play from Melon Lord, but that is not what you want to see with Meow going down.
Everyone's super low HP for UWM Cats and just kind of stuck in this building here. And with Meow down, that means the Stink Dish is probably going to have to peel back. And you can even see she's back with the rest of the squad to try and heal them up and help get them all back into fighting form. But now the question is, like, how is the Stink Dish going to be able to get onto a good flank with Meow? Probably not very easily, because they're dead.
Yep. Monteneva able to get that elimination, and again, we talked a lot about how the Kiriko brought value here for UWM. It can do the same thing here for Fruit Salad, finding pickups like that.
And all of those pickoffs, even if it's just on a Tracer, which, like, in a typical situation, wouldn't be the highest value pick, like, that's something you can recover from. For UWM's strategy, it's a pretty consequential one.
Yeah. Blizzard now from Melon Lord, able to isolate Mothvia, no longer having that extra utility to maneuver this horse around. Fruit Salad getting picked apart at the moment, denied that consistent percentage gain at 34.
The Orisa Spear Spin just ate the entire Jagged Wall. That was like,
yeah,
that was funny. That was like watching an entire, like, giant boulder just get swallowed up by nothing, like, into a vortex.
Gotta love how it'll do that one, but you've got the Sigma Rock that can bypass it as you've got now this It's Spicy regroup falling back. You have Torpedoes active over top, and here comes the Orbital Ray, the one that you talk heavily about where it can really be the difference maker. 2 picks already come through. Losing both Distinctish and Spicy is going to be really detrimental here as Fruit Salad completely dominates on this point, already gaining the numbers advantage and now cleans up the rest.
Yeah, but the positioning on the Orbital Ray was not the best. Like, it was clearly there for It's Spicy to get the full benefit from, but before they can actually get any value, they lose their main tank, and then everybody else is off on a flank. They haven't actually gotten the buff from the Orbital Ray yet, so all Fruit Salad have to do is use the Suzu to dodge the damage that comes out from the Juno, and then clap down on these others that haven't actually gotten that ultimate yet, and they're able to win the fight outright that way, get themselves roughly to 60% here.
Oh, what a move to knock right into the sidelines for that rail shot. As you can see, the rest gonna clean this up. Fruit Salad making lightning fast work and able to now put themselves on a round point position with this last fight.
Yeah, 70%, one fight territory, and they have a lot of ults to be able to do this, but they still want to go first. They have to set the tempo. They understand this. They can't give Meow and Distinctish the opportunity to get themselves embedded deep. Even though that's where they want to be, they can't quite get there because of all the pressure.
Yep, you've got Meow going back into this pulse bomb, tossed out into the mix, but eaten by Fuzzy. You've already seen a Jagged Wall, and now a pulse bomb consumed. Fuzzy constantly being aware of this type of playstyle and really denying any value that can be brought out from UWM. There is the downfall, which is coming across the center, has lockdown 2, able to sidestep just behind the pillar, but there's still far too much damage as the swing comes out. UWM overwhelming the remaining members of Fruit Salad, giving it up and now having a chance and another lease on life.
That feels so bad for Moth. You can tell he definitely thought that he was clear with that Suzu, but it was just a couple inches still inside of the downpour, so he and Mafia both get caught, and that's the backline for Fruit Salad sitting ducks that UWM can just walk up on. They don't have any ults to try and counteract this. They have a little bit of work to do to build up to a Blizzard and an Orbital Ray, but you're going to be walking right into Maskitsune.
Ooh, that's going to be really unfortunate for Spicy. There is so much being funneled in to the tank line, but cannot withstand it. That Kitsune Rush just overruns UWM. There is no recovery tactic from that, and now it's just picking up the remaining few. Shots come in from a distance, the reposition into the back, the overtime is active, and now it's just desperate plays here for UWM to keep this point alive. But Fruit Salad doing wonders on this point and really recognizing the tempo and positioning from their opponent, and UWM is going to now have to try and go into a third round.
Yeah, it's just like I keep saying, like, the answer to this problem just seems to be go first and set the tempo, because you force Meow and Distinctish to always peel back and participate in the fight. So they can't be on these flank ankles. They can't be the ones playing with, you know, the confidence with the initiative. You just have to go in with the ults you have and force UWM Cats to use their resources suboptimally. Melon Lord keeps throwing in these blizzards to try and make something happen where nothing can happen. Amber is getting caught out where she's not able to pop the orbital ray, or in that last fight, even built up to it, which would have been UWM Cats' last hope of trying to capture downtown. And now as we go into Volcano, this is where I kind of feel like, you know, the Orisa might still be favored. You do have the jagged walls from the Hazard as well as the Mei walls to be able to section off an enemy Orisa, but she can typically survive at least one of those. Maybe she can even survive two if she cycles her ults well. So I'm looking at Fuzzy-Do to try and set the tempo here again.
We'll see if that can come to fruition. Cypherin throwing the disruption. Nice shot and follow-up onto Melon Lord with that rail, just quickly generating so much damage onto that front line. And now, because of that early pickup, this will be easy control, because 5 really can't be here by UWM to counteract against it.
And not only is Zytherin farming up damage on the front line, every now and then she's turning her head around just to try and mark Distinctish. And you can even see a stun coming through on the HUD there. Distinctish, once again, back fighting with the team, which is not where she wants to be, because now you're not getting full value out of this Juno Kiriko comp.
Nice division once again. Beautiful wall for the moment, having to force a reposition on the outside, but it doesn't matter. There's still an elimination on a Distinctish, who we've seen succeed so heavily in that previous series, and now it's becoming that much more challenging as the dynamic duo is being stifled by Fruit Salad.
It's a parting shot, though, onto Montenegro, which is going to be a way for UWM Cats to get their foot in the door, because Fruit Salad, without all that healing, has to peel back. So they're going to have to play point. They can't play the choke anymore. This is where you can kind of get a good flank. Yeah, and Distinctish already going to try and make that happen, but now it's Fuzzy-Do that's marking her and trying not to let that happen. But now you've left the front door wide open. UWM Cats going to walk right in.
Fuzzy going to play very aggressively. Big damage, the spear spin, gonna deny and force back players. There is such a hyper focus onto that support line again. Amber getting out, but Distinctish cannot. And Meow falls alongside again, these two in tandem, either being successful together or falling together.
It's one of the things that I always say about like these Mei compositions or even the Hazard compositions. If you're relying on the walls to actually section people off, it only really works well if you are the one in control of the point. Otherwise, you have to try and find a miracle wall. And so far, neither Melon Lord nor Spicy have been able to do that. Granted, though, they're coming up on some pretty big ultimates in the Orbital Ray and the Downpour, as well as the Blizzard. But Fruit Salad haven't been forced to use anything this full point.
Now, you've got the Terra Surge. The wall is active to try and deny an escape, but the Kitsune Rush being held for the moment. Not quite yet invested. Repositioned swiftly towards the outside, but Melon Lord responds, getting rid of that Kiriko, and now solely leaving it onto Mafia. Has the sound barrier. There's a nice spin. Oh, Javelin into the wall. Gets a turnaround. Distinctish starting to light up the kill feed, and that's where UWM takes advantage.
And if you're Fruit Salad, you don't invest anything beyond the Terra Surge into that, because you realize that, like, it's already lost. You got out the Orbital Ray. For UWM, though, you are more than happy about this, because Distinctish gets those 2 late kills, and you only use the Orbital Ray in that fight. So we got 4 ults on either side, Kitsune Rush on either side. I think Mafia's Sound Barrier is going to be the difference maker.
See now with the Downpour coming in alongside both Blizzard and Kitsune Rush. Everything being committed, but Hostile finds 2! Gets a 3rd as well outside of the Death Blossom. And despite 4 ultimates being committed into this by UWM, it is a massive control from Fruit Salad to put insult to injury and make a massive statement with now only 5% to go, and nobody from UWM to really get here to touch.
This is where you really want Distinctish on the flank, but you saw that Suzu come out. She is nowhere near the flank, nowhere near the point, can't get the touch, and Zytherin says this ends now. Yup, it damn sure does. Fruit Salad going to convincingly take Samoa for their own.
Well done. And again, when you're weathering a storm like that, it's massive. You're going to at least see it's Spicy get the play of the game for the moment, but realistically, what a well thought out play towards the end of that to go through so many of those ultimates. And the Death Blossom just sneaking in ever so slightly to get those 2 pickups with a 3rd follow-up. It's just great all around heads-up play coming out from Fruit Salad to compete against a team who had such great confidence, and that duo now starting to really be a little bit under pressure and not gaining nearly as much value.
I did, also say that, like, it was going to be kind of hard to execute that on Control, and I think we saw that even throughout the maps that UWM Cats were able to win. They never really got the best out of those flanks. They were always forced to try and just win the frontline fights as best they could, and they were able to on those points. My question, though, is as we go onto the points and the maps where that should, in theory, become viable again, where it should work again, do they still have the confidence after dropping Control?
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be something that, especially as we go into this next map selection, which is we'll take a look at the recap first before diving into what that selection is going to be. We can really evaluate just some of the dominant play factor here. And Fuzzy Doe, with this Orisa, the level of aggression that has come out and I think put UWM on the back foot, I think has been also extremely helpful for Fruit Salad to be as successful as they are.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, you just go for the spear spin, or you just go for, like, the fortify and the walk up, and suddenly you bring all the pressure right to UWM Cats' core formation. And again, if Amber is under pressure, if she dies, or if for whatever reason you lose a man somewhere else, suddenly Distinguish and Meow have to try and come back and participate in that fight. And even when they're participating in that fight, Fruit Salad seem to have the answers for that. In this case, you're seeing here, Moth via Sound Barrier completely shuts down Meow's Dragon Blade, which you're already down 2 men. That would have been a heroic Dragon Blade if it had found even 1 kill, but that gets completely shut down. It feels like, at least on Control, Fruit Salad have the answers. But again, I ask, do UWM Cats still have the confidence? Because this is where we started to see them pick up. This is the same story we saw against Crimdra, and even though Fruit Salad looked a little bit like a step or 2 ahead of where Crimdra was, we're going right back to Route 66, and maybe we start to see all reliable.
And again, this is what I was assuming we would lean into when it goes to this next map selection, because it was so dominant. There was a massive amount of push, didn't get the map completion, but still got a significant distance after really breaking that initial defense. The first segment was really challenging when it came moving through, but after getting some headway and riding that momentum and utilizing those flanking angles through the tunnels like you had mentioned, also getting some really clever outlooks just towards the backside of the barbershop, there's so much that you can really work through that gives agency to this team to be able to play against. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how UWM performs in this map once again, and if there's something that has been learned by their opponent and Fruit Salad is able to stifle this type of quality of play.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm actually going to be curious to see what Fruit Salad comes out with, because I didn't see them playing that much Hazard. Again, the scrim I watched got canceled early, so I'm not quite sure how much Hazard they were able to play in there, and I'm not quite sure how game they are on that particular hero, but I do know that Fuzzy Doe likes to play both the Orisa and likes to play the Junker Queen, and there are some places on Route 66 where you can get away with the brawling, but this might be one of those situations where you kind of have to leave that and go for something a little bit more mobile, something that can contest big Earls, something that can take control of Saloon on Streets phase, something that can, be a little bit more divey but still participate in those brawls. And what do you know? That's exactly what Hazard is good at, and that's exactly what UWM Cats are good at.
And as we give these last few seconds, we can at least discuss more so when it comes to UWM. Melon Lord was on the Ashe, which was very well played. The Dynamite got a lot of value, really generating that Bob. No surprise if we see it again. That's exactly what the selection is here, and going to really continue to maintain big Earls and funnel that damage through this initial choke point, and really having both Melon and Distinctish play towards that tunnel or the outer side towards where the cliff is.
Well, UWM Cats, you can see the Kiriko, you can see the Tracer, so you already know what's up. They're not gonna, doesn't look like they're gonna be going for a spawn hold. Melon Lord, like you said, on that Ashe, gonna be stationed on top of big Earls. If you're Fruit Salad, I kind of like this look that's gonna come out with the Kiriko and the Winston dive, but I'm not like fully sold on it. Winston can kind of just get bullied by Hazard in a straight 1v1, so if you're Fuzzy Doe, you want to try and avoid that possibility at all costs. And if you're Moth, like, You know, I'd like to see an Ana paired with this Winston so you can play for the nanos on either the Blade or the Winston, but that's a little bit too vulnerable to the Kiriko play.
It's all about execution here for Fruit Salad. Being able to counteract this type of composition and negate the value that Spicy can bring to this. Patient play for the moment until the dive comes in. Fuzzy not yet maintaining the high ground just yet. Gonna top up before diving in. Quickly going to collapse. Onto Melon Lord, who is chased down below, and the execution is a good one. Now, cycling back onto the point, there's nowhere for Distinctish to flee to, and this will be an easy, very well-coordinated play by Fruit Salad.
I don't know about easy. Meow definitely wants to make it anything but easy. Yeah, that's 2 quick kills there. Spicy should get cleaned up here, though, but those are some pretty big picks that came out. The Genji and the Lucio. Those are 2 big ultimates that you definitely want to try and make a little bit more progress towards that Scyther and Nyx are going to be a little bit behind on. And it is also going to create an opportunity for UWM Cats to get another good pick here. But I talked about how Fuzzy Dough needs to try and avoid the dives from It's Spicy, try to avoid the brawls. You just wait for Spicy to make the jump, and then you jump on top of Amber, and suddenly UWM Cats' entire composition just falls to the wayside.
Nice shot to get out. Melon Lord easily moves from that difficult position. Oh no, the pickup comes in. Melon Lord actually gets Nyx. Now dropping back into this, attempting to top up. Has to play very careful. Sticks within the dome for now as Fuzzy Dough continues to give coverage with maybe you're stuck in the corner. And able to force the recall to get the melee onto the Kiriko play. This is a scrappy brawl between these two around Big Earl.
But it's a Hazard versus a Winston and a Lucio, and the Lucio healing is going to be enough to give Fuzzy Dough the edge there, and that's going to be enough to give Fruit Salad the point, and as well as a wealth of ultimates to try and snowball this into a next push, which they should be able to take a fair bit of ground here, especially with It's Spicy being the last person to fall. No tank means no ability to hold space, which means it is all free real estate for this monkey.
4 minutes on the clock. Quite a bit of time here. Looking for this dive to come in. Has the Primal Rage. There's the movement speed. You see the Lucio whizzing by. The Blade now brought to the table. Hacking and slashing. Making pieces of Melon Lord. And now it's going to be a easy push even further. And like you said, that free real estate.
Yeah, and once again, it's going to be It's Spicy likely going down here really late. In fact, still kind of sticking around for potentially too long of a time, not contesting the cart. That said, Fruit Salad were pushing the cart for a fair bit of that. I think that has to do with Distinctish and Meow being up to their old tricks. I mean, it's over. We've seen this one before. I'm done with these tricks. Play something new, I swear. Hostile gonna finally take down Distinctish, and we can start to get some cart progress, but what should have been free real estate kind of just got taken away now. We're still at about 1 more fight before the cart gets capped, but it would have been a lot closer for UWM Cats if they hadn't gone for that contest.
You can see it. Hostile is gonna go for that dash. Goes right in for it. Bob tossed out. Pulse Bomb doesn't get the elimination as thought so. Bob now giving some great assistance down below. Defensively, UWM able to stabilize here and deny with at least about 2/3 of the way so far captured from Fruit Salad.
A little expensive. They have to invest 3 ultimates, but they've given themselves some breathing room. And as that cart is going to start to move back, right now it's in about 1 fight to try and get the cap, but if it moves far enough back, we could end up being 2 fights, with one of them being a stagger fight. So the fact that UWM Cats win that fight is absolutely massive. It also means they can get their flanking duo back in position, but they're quickly routed out of that position.
Nyx gets the nice elimination onto Distinctish, has the sound barrier to guarantee this sustainability through the orbital ray that Amber brings to the table, so it's easy to kind of get through this. Little bit of a hesitation there, getting the elimination onto Melon Lord, but finally does so. Everyone a sitting duck that remains, so this will now be that opportunity to push back on this payload. There will be enough time for one last contest. It's going to be super close, though.
Yeah, luckily Meow and Distinctish were the first ones to go down, so you have these fast heroes that can go in for a late touch here. But the question is, do they even try to go for it? It looks like they're not going to, actually. They're just going to try and play for third, so they completely give up the potentiality of that second fight. And Fruit Salad, they're going into this next fight with a Primal Rage and a Dragon Blade on deck, about to be coming online. And UWM Cats don't have any tools. I think that's probably why they opt not to take that, because there's no way you're winning that ultless.
Oh, see Spicy diving in, trying to hold that corner. High ground, but there is a lot being funneled into it. Melon Lord gets hacked to pieces, has to force the Wraith form, but unfortunately with the Wraith form down, you now have the blade hyper-focused onto Amber. Meow falls as well, just continuously picking up. We don't see many Genji blades get value, but every now and again, it feels good to see it happen. Well, as I say that though, Spicy counteracts it.
Hey, you want to talk about value? How about just simply picking Hazard, the tank that can do just about everything? Spicy picks up 3 to trade out Zytheren's 3, and the rest of Fruit Salad don't want to stick around, and that's the value that this Hazard brings. That's the lethality.
And now, going to have Downpour active in 4%. Couple of decent shots, gets it online. Also having the Kitsune rush by Distinctish. Has to abandon that corner for the moment. Dive comes through. Nice wall to deny it. Doesn't quite get the wall active. Kitsune rush now from the backside, giving some extra agency to UWM. Primal is committed by Fuzzy and does get Distinctish. So they've lost the support. Now it's all on to Amber. Melon Lord using everything in the Tricks basket to keep alive. But with both supports eliminated, there's nothing left. Fruit Salad defensively is managing, or offensively is managing to break this defensive line down from UWM, and is in the home stretch.
One last stagger fight. It's going to be all up to Melon Lord with that Death Blossom. Zytheren's killed 2, though. There might not be anybody able to contest. You see Melon Lord just walking out casually to try and square up for a fight, but Fruit Salad, if they're ready to send this one home.
You can see the Kitsune rush. Oh, okay. That's actually good. Minute and 30. At this point, yeah, Fruit Salad, abandoned ship. Absolutely. Regroup, fall back. You've got time, and you have ultimates to your name once you do get that Genji back online.
And now with where the cart is, Meow is going to have a lot of space once they finally build up to this overclock. You're going to be able to get these rail shots in on the backliners a whole lot easier. The question is, how do Fuzzy Dough and Zytheren close the gap? Obviously, we're going to be using some Winston jumps and some swift strikes to try and get in there, but is it going to be enough?
Oh. Kitsune rush quickly forward. Meow goes down. Death Blossom to counteract it, but no, it's only one worth the play, and this is going to be Fruit Salad filling that kill feed. You've got Fuzzy Dough dropping into the back, keeping and zoning away these supports. There is an attempt to get this elimination, but there's no swift step available. Hostile comes in with the melee, and it's all onto it. Spicy. Getting rid of Hostile is very important so that you no longer have that backline harass as the spawn advantage comes in. Amber now with that orbital ray, giving the extra necessary power defensively to deny this, but Fruit Salad with the blade and coordination of the remaining few is turning this around. Downfall is going to be potentially here as Downpour rains quickly over top, locking them in place. Spikes up, but the shield is there. It actually blocks and doesn't get Fuzzy Dough, who now has the Primal Rage. Juggling it back, 15 seconds to go. Health values are dwindling. There's the Primal to at least deny Meow, but the spawns continue to come in favor of UWM. This is going to be actually a recovery option here for UWM to deny Fruit Salad to take this final few meters.
Kitsune Russian does 2%. Distinctish not going to be able to get it. Fuzzy Dough cleans up the fight there. You still got Melon Lord to deal with. It is done and dusted. Now you just got to get rid of It's Spicy over here on the Hazard. So much survivability, but the Bastion comes out from Meow. Look at all of the damage. UWM Cats are going to be able to salvage this, but Fruit Salad are still back. They still want to fight, but there might not be a whole lot of fight left in them.
Ultimate now going to be close, but Meow's gonna shut it down. The Kitsune rush from Fruit Salad will not be able to do anything to close these last few meters. A worthwhile attempt and a bloodbath to say the least, but it is not a full completion here on Route 66.
And that is a win condition, 69 meters. All right, very cool.
All right.
All right, nice. I love to see it. That's so many things happen in rapid succession in that fight. It opens up, like I said, with, you know, the jumps and the swift strikes to try and get on top of UWM Cat's backline to negate Meow's overclock, but they walk right into a Death Blossom from Melon Lord, but those picks quickly get traded out from Zytheren, popping that Dragon Blade, and eventually it just kind of like all goes crazy for a while as it's this non-stop deluge of just ultimates and staggers and hero swaps and hero plays from Meow and Zytheren and Fuzzy Dough, and everybody just trying to get it in before they run out of time, and we're able to stop the cart, and UWM Cats have set themselves up with a win condition here. They don't have to full complete, they just have to get it to that last little hurdle just shy of point C.
And we'll see how it fends off. And again, it's always like so challenging too, because you know you're behind the 8 ball as Fruit Salad, that the respawn advantage, they're so close. a lot of these characters, again, you've got the Hazard, who has such a great amount of movement, the Swift Step that can come out from the Kiriko, even the Reaper with that, you know, step coming through in the back where you can just constantly get back onto this payload so quickly. And now with Meow on the attack, going to come out alongside Distinctish, we're going to see if they're able to, as the dynamic duo, bring value. But Spicy?
Meow wants to take a Sojourn here also.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
I was watching both. This is so interesting.
Yeah, so I don't know what Distinctish does here. I mean, it looks like she's still going to try and clear out some of these extra angles and make sure that Hostile doesn't have these free flanks. And it looks like Fruit Salad actually are opting into a very flankable composition as well with an Ana and a Kiriko.
Nice.
Okay. All right. Swift Step onto Melon, so it gives an off angle, and Hostile's not ready for it, so that gives the numbers advantage to UWM. What?
Fuzzido gonna fall as well with a rail shot from Meow. Melonlord's really low HP, but is gonna have the Wraith Walk to get out, and it's Spicy going in deep. The sleep comes out, but Fruit Salad, they're still forced to disengage because they don't have the bodies to keep the war on this front going.
So much progression. Like, just, again, everything anchoring off of Distinctish with that elimination onto Hostile. Everything starts to fall into place, but now looking to re-enter back onto the high ground. So much funneled into the choke point. Fuzzy Dough is just being obliterated with the partnership coming out from Melon Lord.
Yeah, that's one of those things, right? Like, if you're Fuzzido, obviously you want to jump in because you're Winston. That's what you do, but you can't just leave this D.Va pumping in all the damage onto your backline. You have to try and deal with it, but even with an Ana and a Kiriko, there's not enough healing to keep her alive, and, I mean, that's like a free first point for UWM.
5 minutes on the clock. That's how quickly it was taken. And now it's Spicy. It's almost kind of like taking a chapter out of Fruit Salad's book, just playing so aggressively to not allow any sort of reactiveness. UWM is doing so, but now finally there is some stability coming out from Fruit Salad.
They cleared out their backline. Hostile gonna go in and try and get a contest. Some big damage onto it. Spicy here. Meow also dealt with, so this might be where the card stops for now. Fruit Salad might have finally gotten their bearings, finally gotten their feet underneath them, and they also have a really beefy ult bank here that UWM Cats on the offensive here, and with a T.Va stall, is gonna have to try and find a way to deal with. This is gonna be a late death onto it Spicy. If it comes out at all, it might be forced to just play for the remake. There we go. Fuzzy Dough comes in with the Goomba Stomp, takes down It's Spicy, and mercifully, she is dispatched, mercifully sent back to the spawn. But UWM Cats, like, even though their ult bank is starting to come up and they're starting to get something of their own, with Fruit Salad being able to play on all these off angles, just wait for them to walk right through before they hit like a nano onto a Winston, like nano primal or a nano overclock. Those are things that UWM Cats might not be equipped to deal with.
Hostile. You can see just consistently diverting back and forth. The pulse pump goes wide, lands on the wall, doesn't quite hit the mark, and is so dangerously low. That's where OWM is going to take some serious advantage of this almost kind of scattered play from Fruit Salad down below. The ultimates weren't committed into it except for the pulse bomb. So with 3 minutes and 30, they're going to, again, just get to this midway point and continue to push the payload.
Ellen Lord is embedded so deep in here, going to be looking for, okay, just a little bit of damage. I think doesn't realize, or sorry, realize you're not going to be able to just get like a Death Blossom kill onto a Winston solo, like too much survivability, maybe force out the primal best case scenario, but was definitely looking to try and make a play there. But it's still so deep that Fruit Salad have to check themselves going through any doorway.
Yeah, Melon also just in the back, continuously causing harassment on the regroup here. It's just continuous free progression. Evades the incoming sleep dart, goes for the Death Blossom onto Nyx. Oh my goodness, that costume is so formidable right now because you are being an absolute rat right now.
Yeah, Melon Lord is such a rat for that one. Misses 3 shotgun shots and says, I can't miss with this. Not possibly. All right, well, solo ulted enemy Ana. That's actually going to force some compositional swaps out from Fruit Salad. They're going back over to the Orisa. Nick's going to move over onto the Lucio, but 4 minutes in the time bank. They don't have to full cap, and UWM Cats have not only an ult advantage, but time to build up an even more substantial one.
Now the self-destruct. Good look to try and lob it over the corner, putting Fruit Salad into a very uncomfortable position. 3 minutes and 40 seconds is so much time to work with. Meow playing very aggressive, goes to the rail, can't quite land a disruptor shot, making it even greater coverage to deny Hostile from jumping in on top to get that extra close range damage. Big shot combo, but can't deny it. It's going to be a wonderful turnabout for Fruit Salad. They need to get a couple more picks to really stabilize here and then hold this line.
not only do they need to get picks, but they need to try and make these fights last longer so that they can build up to more ultimates and snowball this out. They can also force the self-destruct from It's Spicy. I don't know if I agree with that one. Maybe you're just going to go for a swap, so you're going to go ahead and pop that ultimate. I don't know that the D.Va is the best here against the Orisa anyway, so that's fine. I'd probably go back over onto either the Hazard or Mirror or Brawl Tank. We'll see if that swap actually comes through. But Fruit Salad need to try and bleed as much time off the clock as possible and use that time to build up their ult banks, because they still right now have nada, and they're walking into a Kitsune rush.
Be a challenge to walk into it. Distinctish already gets the elimination. So, yeah, Nyx, oh goodness, that's another pickup. Fruit Salad on this defense is having one heck of a time to withstand the just consistent applied pressure that UWM is putting, and is just playing so beautifully. Meow comes in with a triple.
A great three-piece, and they've got the overclock. They're going to have an orbital ray as well, and Fruit Salad, they're able to build to an overclock, a Kitsune Rush, and a Terra Surge, but I don't know, going up against an orbital ray, if Amber's able to build up to it, that is a tall, tall order.
Now, overclock is active, shots being fired, great pulling, but still is able to elude that radius. Fruit Salad, it's a nice assistive takedown, and now you start to see a counter overclock come in from on high. Fruit Salad able to stabilize with 1 minute and 55 seconds and barely under 4 meters denied.
UWM Cats elude the radius, and Fruit Salad elude the orbital radius. As Hostile goes in deep, takes down Amber before she's able to build up that orbital ray, but now it is very firmly on the table, and a sound barrier isn't enough to counteract it. So Nyx gonna go back, Taxi Zyther now is gonna swap over onto the Genji. The question is, do Fruit Salad know this is coming, and do they know what they're going to do about it? Because I don't really see a clear plan here.
We'll see if they're able to pull a rabbit out of a hat, make something out of nothing. Reposition up top, you can already see.
Something.
Hostile, great takedown early. Getting rid of Meow is so important. Now a second onto Melon Lord. So now Fruit Salad is in such a dominant position. Only 60 seconds left with this regroup. It's one last shot for UWM.
And taking down Melon Lord there is so huge, because Melon Lord's also holding onto the Blizzard, which had you lost Amber, you would still have a lifeline in that Blizzard. You just go super aggressive and try and confirm the kills there. The only problem is Nyx has the sound barrier and can actually counter a Blizzard. The other problem, though, is that UWM are coming up on a lot of other ultimates to augment this incoming orbital ray. Sooner or later, you have to face the music, and there's going to be no more ducking and dodging it unless we get some more miracle picks here. There it is. Sound barrier out.
Counteracting that incoming orbital ray. Blizzard tossed into the mix, seeing if it will lock down any player, but you can see how everyone just maneuvers outside of it. 1-for-1 trade, but it's going to be Fuzzy Doe's able to get rid of Amber. It's all onto Distinctish, the one that was highlighted and touted as the best in the lobby. Couldn't get the Kitsune Rush. What a wall to bring up to the high ground, but it's still going to be able to take down Melon Lord. Fruit Salad defensively is in a beautiful position. You've got Fuzzy knocked back by the explosion radius from It's Spicy, but back into the mech, looking to push back into it. Defense Matrix mitigating the incoming fire, but it's not going to last forever. Blade now being holstered. The spawn advantage coming in. Fruit Salad on the defense wants to make the difference here to make this a 2-0 map score. Slashing on the side of that semi. Dropping down below. Hostile gets the pickup. Meow once again is deleted. There's no ability for UWM to take this back. And with their worthy attempt are unfortunately coming up just under 4 meters shy to take this map of Route 66.
I don't know how you can make Fruit Salad sweat more than that. That was, I don't want to say that's luck, but that is like a miracle push there. That orbital ray comes out and somehow Fuzzy Doe survives it despite getting walled off. The damage from the orbital ray just isn't there. And then you get the kills that come out from Hostile. You get the kills that come out from Zyther, and the picks just keep coming through. And there's even a moment in time where like Fuzzy Doe is like 1 HP as the Orisa in the backline. You have Moth go in for an aggressive swift step in and a Suzu to save her life, and it works. It's so dangerous, but they get away with it. They can't keep getting away with it, but they do, and it's enough for them to hold on. That was about as close as it gets. But not only that, that was also the best map that we've seen UWM Cats on. So now, you know, for your next map pick, potentially your last, if you're UWM Cats, what do you do?
It's a really, really big question, and It's just so dire how close it was. Fruit Salad, by the skin of their teeth, come out able to take that defensive hold, and it's the high risk, high reward. Like you mentioned, you go in, you take that swift step, and it's such a ballsy play, but managing to actually take advantage of it, and it really pays dividends for how close this was. And even little moments like this where we had Melon Lord really catching off guard Fruit Salad gives and stifles some of the timings, but towards the end in these chaotic fights, and especially with how far this payload is, there's no real way for you to, when you lose a player like that, to recover, because it's just basically this steady decline. And that's why we got to see when the sides were swapped that UWM on the defense had so long to recover and sustain through, because that spawn advantage is so significant on a map like this.
I do want to, again, call back to the Major 3 Grand Finals for Rising. It was Fruit Salad up against Lava Lilies, and there was an important lesson that I think Fruit Salad learned there, and it was that you have to try and be the ones setting the tempo. You can't be the ones behind the 8-ball, always on the back foot. And I don't, like, it might be too early to say that they have learned that lesson, but I'm starting to see signs that they maybe picked up a few things from that matchup. They've maybe learned and they've maybe grown a fair bit, whereas UWM Cats, they had this strategy that they thought was working. They were riding this wave of confidence. After a loss like that on Route 66, it feels like that confidence might be shot. And what lessons can you take away from that? Like, what is your plan B? Confidence is a hell of a thing. It can take you pretty far, but at a certain point, you do also have to just be able to win these fights outright.
And now we're entering into Coliseum, one that I actually didn't think we would see, but now going into it, this is going to be the final moment where we can have UW Cats try and turn this around. Fruit Salad on a match point, and this is the decision maker that is in front of us to see what the outcome will be.
And I'm expecting this to be a hazard mirror. I mean, you should probably still see Fuzzy Dough maybe hovering towards that Orisa, because it's worked for Fruit Salad so far. But I mean, this is one of those maps where hazard is great, because you have these high grounds that overlook the checkpoints that hazard is really good at closing the distance on, but you also have the ability to take really strong brawls in that center corridor. And I feel like it should be favored there, but just because I feel that way doesn't necessarily make it true, because Fruit Salad doesn't care about my feelings. All they care about is whether or not what they're doing is working, and hey, it has thus far.
I mean, at this point, we're just like, yeah, we have feelings of what's going to happen, and they're just like, nah, we don't care about your feelings.
No, we are happy to continue horsing around here until someone forces us to change our strategies. You know what else might come out here that I've seen some teams running here? So far, no one's showing it, but I have seen some teams running the Junker Queen on push maps specifically. Coliseum, she can be pretty popular, but so far, like, neither team wants to deviate from what has worked for them in the past, but it's hard to not highlight the fact that it hasn't worked for UWM so far. Like, they've gotten caught out on both Control and on Route 66. And, as far as map picks goes, I think Coliseum is not a bad one, but it's not nearly as good as Route would have been. And, I'm still questioning, like, are Meow and Distinctish going to be able to get away with it? Because they have been checked before. Fruit Salad know this map well. They know the angles to continuously check for that duo. So what exactly is going to be the plan here from UWM Cats?
Well, and even just seeing a little bit of that variation when it came to the Diva, just the option to make those changes I love to see from UW Cats. And what are they going to do in this point? They want to still have the hazard. There's a Javelin right from behind. This rotation is going to be a little difficult, but UWM manages to take the first blow and now starts to move this cart forward.
It's a high-value one. It's traded out from Meow, and we talked about UWM Cats' composition and how taking out the Tracer isn't normally consequential, but to try and dispel flankers, it's usually pretty consequential. Not going to be enough to stop Distinctish, who still very much so wants to get embedded in your backline and stay there like a tick. But taking down Moth early on in that fight is a great way forward for UWM Cats. If they can keep finding these picks, they don't have to play these flank angles. Distinctish, though, might want to get back on one pretty quickly here.
Yeah, that was a couple of decent shots, making it very dangerous for Distinctish. Also, nice stun onto Amber, but still able to sustain. Swift Step gets close to top up that back line. UWM, unfortunately, being outmatched at the moment and overwhelmed despite the 25 meters accrued already by the barricade. Fruit Salad's going to come back tenfold and look to try and surpass it.
Yeah, they should be able to match, if not pass, UWM Cats' capture percentage here. And they even have Zyther and embedded here pretty deeply with some sightlines here to continue to farm up damage and farm up to that overclock, which is going to be something that UWM Cats still haven't really found a great way to deal with. And with the hazard, like, sure, you can just kind of like get up in the Sojourn's face, but that's not really enough. You're still kind of giving away your backline for free if Fuzzito just wants to walk up on them.
Patience is a virtue. Fuzzito with the ultimate available now.
Oh,
With
2 for
shots
1.
onto the... Oh my goodness! Yeah, you instantly saw that turn right into the bad. But now Melon Lord up top getting a great pick, second time now. Even though the advantage is still being accrued, this rotation down below needs to stop the progression. Finally contesting underneath the bridgeway. Spicy is ever so close to this ultimate to partner and couple alongside Amber, but Distinctish finally taken down from the support position. That is going to be a great Terra Surge, so to actually cluster multiple players for Hostile to come in swinging on this Fruit Salad squad, and is cleaning up now the remaining feud to continue dominating underneath the bridgeway.
Yeah, that should have been a one fight for UWM Cats, but I gotta say, I think that confidence might be dwindling, if not outright gone. They have quite the ult bank, but they're gonna give up the checkpoint here, and you know, all of those kills that come through is because Melon Lord holds the high ground, but once you think it's safe and you drop off and you discover, oh, there's an Orisa with a Terra Surge here, suddenly it's not so safe, and the Coach Gun just gets completely shut down with the Spear Spin. It's like, you know, we don't have the positional advantage anymore. We just gave it all up.
Now Orbital Ray down the bridge. Oh no! Rail shots coming in. Blazing with another from on high. There's the health pack that's actually picked up to give potentially an opportunity to Meow, but no! Another chance to follow through onto it. Beautifully done. Fruit Salad is making a statement and is looking to push this all the way.
Kitsune Rush is not supposed to beat Orbital Ray in a trade, but if you're Fruit Salad, it does. I mean, UWM Cats, again, the damage is just not there, and I think maybe they got a little gun shy, or just didn't have the damage because of Distinctish and Meow being on that flank, so maybe now that strategy has become a detriment to the team, and they need to find something new, and they're running out of breathing room to find it.
See Hostile now on the flank, looking to get some chip damage onto the support. Kitsune Rush down the bridgeway. Goes in for the dive. Pulse Bomb swings out too far. Can't land it, but at this point it doesn't matter. The sound barrier is there. At least one shot comes in onto the support line, and things are going to... Oh, well, as I say that, I thought it was just going to be Fruit Salad taking dominance here, but Meow now back onto the Widowmaker, which we saw earlier for Route 66, isn't going to do anything as Mafia moves forward with Fuzzito and just really takes space.
I mean, there is an opening pick that came out there early on from Meow, but it's not enough to stop the cart completely. It's enough to at least slow the push down from Fruit Salad, but they're going to give some space, let UWM Cats walk back in here, and then take the fight on their terms, and they have a Terra Surge to do it.
Oh, has to use the Swift Step here to get out the Suzu first. Now, all resources are gone, and the Javelin is found, looking upon re-entry. Terra Surge pulls it in. There is a beautiful play, at least from one player down below, to force this bot to retreat, so Fruit Salad don't close it out just yet. It's really just Spicy doing anything possible to try and keep this alive for UWM.
Well, that is kind of a lot, but it's still going to be a late death. The bot's going to get back, but it's going to take a couple seconds, so UWM Cats did at least buy themselves another fight, courtesy of that sneak from Spicy, but they don't have any ultimates. Zytherin has an overclock and has all the space and all the sights in the world to use it. You just need a little bit more percentage, and Distinctish might not live to be the recipient.
Nope. They recognize as a team that Distinctish was such a significant player and constantly stifles any value as the remaining few from Fruit Salad regroup as a full 5 to counteract against what is coming out from UWM. They may have the spawn advantage. The Blizzard is thrown onto the field as a last-ditch effort with just stragglers coming out from UWM. And again, I have to give them credit for what they're doing to try and hold on. But in the end, the barricade will push to completion, and Fruit Salad makes this a 3-0, showing that they are able to not even give ground on one map as they did previously earlier in the tournament.
Meow finds a shot to shut down Zytherin, so that overclock I called out never comes through, but where you win fight, you win one fight, you lose another, because everybody besides the Widowmaker who had any chance of contesting the point has to just throw their limp corpses onto the bot to try and contest it. The Blizzard does actually get the freeze onto Fuzzito, but it's not enough to confirm the kill. But it is enough for Fruit Salad to march their way into the grand finals to get that rematch with Crimdra Corp. Once again, grand finalist Fruit Salad for the second tournament in a row.
And it's Again, one of those moments where confidence was definitely on the side for UWM, but unfortunately when it came to Fruit Salad, they recognized where the strengths were. They evaluated and adapted, and they played to a strength that really worked for them, not always opting in to this hazard play like we talked about, and, you know, sticking to their guns of having Fuzzy Dough coming out on this Orisa that really brought so much value and changed the dynamic and tempo. I think that really was causing so much challenge for UWM to actually outmatch, because it was always felt that there is this subtle like weight shift onto the back foot versus the front foot, which we saw in the previous series.
Yeah, and you know, going back to some of these highlights, by the way, I think that first highlight we saw where we saw Melon Lord get a 2-piece, and you think, oh, the fight is won, I can give up this this position. Suddenly susceptible to Hostile, suddenly susceptible to the absolute tear that Hostile was going on, and the Terror Surge that came out from Fuzzy Dough. Like, that was a fight that UWM Cats should have won, and they thought they did, but they didn't. It was just swept right out from under them. They got completely rug pulled, and they never fully recovered from that. It was just, it's spicy trying to go for hero plays to steal the card away, give themselves some time, but all the time in the world and nothing ever came of it. We were only just delaying the inevitable, and Fruit Salad, they will inevitably be going to our grand finals once again.
Yep, moving on to face against Kaiser Corp, as you said. And that's a team we've seen consistently play. They'll have their rematch opportunity, as we're going to be heading to a short break before getting a lovely interview, because we do still have more matches. That final, along with more of the LCQ, going into this future tournament. So don't go anywhere, friends, as we're going to be able to see who we get to chit-chat with and how they're feeling before going into that next match. Welcome back, my friends, as we are here for another opportunity to interview. But before we dive into that, we're going to be talking a little bit more about the recap so we can enter into a more detailed discussion with our interviewees. CB, we were talking a little bit, on the break and just the way that they've been playing for this squad and now going to have to enter into that grand finals. Looking at the methodology behind it and their composition, I'm super excited to see if we're going to have that carry over into that grand finals and if they exert the same type of dominance from Fruit Salad as they had on UWM.
So they clearly understood the assignment going up against UWM, but we're going to have to try and get some insight from the interview as to what happened with that Kaiju Corp match to see what it is that Fruit Salad are going to do differently. But I'm seeing little bits of evolution from this team where, like, they're taking, the ability to set the tempo from their loss from Lava Lilies in the past, and they are also learning to maybe take a fair bit of confidence from beating this UWM Cats squad. It's kind of like how, like, in Breaking Bad, Walter White takes on the traits of everyone he kills. It's this really cool thing that you're starting to see from Fruit Salad. I love to see it, and I can't wait to actually get into this interview because I got quite a few questions for this squad.
I love the reference. I haven't seen it, but I will take your word for it.
It's so good. It's great storytelling. Bravo, Vince.
I don't deny it. It's more of like, do I have the time and when I'll figure out when to watch it? Because right now it's mainly just watching anything that's super mainstream, like Squid Games. I was watching that one. That's a whole other thing. But as we're going to be entering into our chance to actually chit-chat, we do have our interviewee that's ready. And Monteneva, how are you doing? We actually get to have you on cam. Welcome, my friend. How you doing?
I'm doing really, really well, guys. I'm shaking. Yeah, you can imagine. Like, this is crazy.
I mean, some of those moments got pretty tense, so I can imagine that you might be shaking just a little bit. So let me diffuse things here. Let me actually start off with a question here. I'm going over to the team sheet here, and I can see that all of you guys are assigned a various fruit. You are a fruit salad, after all. You are assigned lemon. Can you explain to me why? What makes you a lemon?
Honestly, I didn't choose the lemon, so it was kind of my main support, our team captain, assigning us some fruits, and I guess I'm the most sour one in that regard, and, I'll take it. I love a good lemon. I'm a little sour sometimes, but I never really let it bother me in that regard. I get my head back in the game as soon as possible, so I'm a lemon, and I'm okay with that.
Well, I mean, again, talking a little bit about, like, there is no sourness to be had here. I mean, you were all performing so well. And again, me and CV had touched on a little bit of, the advantages that your opponent had brought to the table, utilizing Distinctish and this combination with Meow, almost like this flanking type of methodology and playing more aggressively with that Kiriko. And, with the composition that you brought to the table, talk to me a little bit about recognizing maybe these types of actions and how to counteract against a team that felt so strongly about it, because there were several times that you completely extinguished any sort of attempt that was coming through from that backline.
I think the best part about kind of dealing with a 3-2 split like that with the Kiri and the Tracer kind of peppering our backline is to stay with our Orisa, because Orisa, as you guys know, she just doesn't die. If she has a little bit of healing and she just goes and she's an immovable wall, she's not, gonna die anytime soon. So I feel like with us constantly flipping the map on them, it kind of put their Kiri and their Tracer in a kind of a bad spot, because our Lucio was able to get out, I was able to get out multiple times. We have a Tracer with us, and then our Sojourn is being protected by our Lucio. 9 times out of 10 to get those amazing picks every single time. Shout out to Zether. So the plan did kind of trip us up a little bit in the first map of control on Samoa, but I feel like as we just kind of figured out, hey, if we just move as a unit, we flip the map on them, it's not really going to be a problem if now they have 2 players all the way in the back and we have a 5-3 map fight in our favor.
Yeah, dealing with those flankers, especially for you as the support, is like a heart attack. Like, it really feels like you're in the trenches, but like if you have a team strategy where you're able to just completely diffuse that, it's a weight off your shoulders. You can just kind of play your game. I want to ask you, though, about this rematch you're going to be walking into against Kaiju Corp, because last time you played them, you guys went down 3-1. It seems that you learned in real time how to deal with UWM Cats. Have you learned what to do about Kaiju Corp? What went wrong for you in that last series, and what's going to go right for you in this next one?
We did a couple of our reviews, of course, and I actually wasn't there playing. I was at a Smash Brothers major all day yesterday. So I will be playing this time, and hopefully, we'll be learning our Volvo with our amazing coach, and, we just kind of understand, hey, that you're probably gonna be playing that diva because Felix, diva and Zara, because Felix Felicius is an incredibly talented diva player, and the rest of the team kind of centralizes around her very, very well. So I think we're gonna do really well into them after, looking back and making sure that, hey, let's not, accidentally feed a little bit, or what happened yesterday. Today is gonna be a new day, and hopefully we take it. I know it's first to four, so hopefully it's a long series to everybody.
Absolutely. Well, and one kind of question going into that, because again, we're looking at this first to four. It's a lot more intense being the grand finals. You're here towards the end of it. When things, do get challenging and you're going against a team like this where you're attempting to now, fight back from what you had previously and contesting against them, who's the player on the team that really kind of keeps the level head when you're in moments of this type of intensity for a grand finals match?
I think our tank definitely does. A combination of our tank and our tracer, Noelle and Hostile, respectively. They are so good at kind of keeping a level head. Noelle especially, she kind of just says, "Hey, this didn't work. That's okay. We're just gonna keep going, keep our mental up. Let's wipe the floor and let's do it." And that kind of helps, especially myself and my the backline in general, like keep our mental up because as a support, dying a lot of times does kind of start to itch at the back of your head, and you're like, dang, I'm kind of feeding. But that's definitely like our anchor is our tank and our tracer for sure.
Okay.
Well, I do want to have like one more question for you before I send you on your way. I remember how excited you guys were to be the runner up for making it to grand finals in the previous major. You've now made yourself the grand finalist in back-to-back Calling All Heroes tournaments. So I want to ask you, how does it feel to have reached this height and been able to stay there so far?
It's crazy. I mean, if you look at our record from the beginning of the year, Major 1, and all the way to this tournament, we were really consistently 7th place, 5th place team. We were okay with that for a very long time. We've had a couple of roster changes, which makes it a little bit harder, which we had a little bit of a hiatus in the middle of the season. But I feel like we have improved so much, all 5 of us, all 6 of us with our sub as well. And I am I love you, Nix, but I am really, really excited that, we're here.
We've all improved
once again.
Except for you.
Yeah, screw you, Nix. No, I'm kidding. Nix is the GOAT. But I'm really excited. This is our second time playing possibly for first place, and I think we'll be happy with either one. But as you know, the goal is going to be first place. So I'm really looking forward to fighting Kaiju once again.
Well, we greatly appreciate your time to tell us that and express that, and we're looking forward to seeing how that unfolds, and just do everything in your power to continue looking to try and strive for that first place. But your growth, since like you mentioned already, from where you were to where you are now, is a sight to really see. So thank you so very much for your time, and we really, really do appreciate that.
No, thank you so much. Also, I want to say really fast, you two are some of my biggest commentary inspirations, so thank you so much for commentating us today.
You're so kind. Oh, look at you. You're so kind. Thank you.
Oh my God. Okay, bye guys.
Well,
guys.
We don't want to take up more of your time. Go get ready for that game. You're gonna kill it.
Oh, it's hard not to love fruit salad,
Right.
like he was saying, with that kind of Cinderella story where they're 7th, 8th place, kind of lower end of the bracket, and coming through and making grand finals for Major 3, and coming up short. Pretty short compared to Lava Lilies, but still being competitive throughout. And then in this tournament, being again grand finalists, they have an opportunity to go up against Kaiju Corp. I'm looking forward to seeing the story of Fruit Salad continuing in 2025. But they have one more chapter left to write in this season before we get there, and we will see that chapter on the other side. And unfortunately, we will not be seeing Rich Rad on the other side of that. Yeah.
But it's okay. We've got Tiny Shiny coming in to be alongside you. It's going to be a great finish for the day. 2 more matches, a lot more competitive action coming underway. So don't go anywhere, friends. I'm saying my fond farewell. Don't worry, you'll be here taking the rest of the way with 2 lovely individuals after this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling All Heroes Rising Spotlight and LCQ. We have still got a lot more action today, and the first half of the show was so much fun that, we had to have Tiny Shiny fly halfway across the world to join us here.
Oh yeah, I'm a bit jet lagged, but you know what? A little bit of exhaustion never hurt anybody. I am wide awake for the rest of the Calling All Heroes action that we have going on today. And CB, I had the pleasure of kind of watching you and Rich Rat absolutely rock it over these first couple of Rising matches. And this is a really big deal for the Rising division, the big last hurrah that they get out of the spotlight. And I'm honestly so happy that we get to have these teams on the broadcast through their growth path through esports.
Yeah, I mean, you know firsthand exactly how much passion, the Calling All Heroes Rising community has as a whole. You've played on Calling All Heroes Rising teams. I've seen you. I was rooting for you to get on one of the casts one day so I can cast you, but it just never happened, unfortunately. I think you might have already been out of town anyway, so you would have actually yeah, no, it would have been your team playing in your honor, but I could have at least been, I know my duo's on that team, but no, it unfortunately didn't come to fruition. But one thing that has come to fruition is Fruit Salad once again in the grand finals, getting a rematch against the team that knocked them down into the lower bracket. It's KCMX, and Fruit Salad's disappeared.
Goodbye.
Where'd they go?
They're invisible. No, it's seriously though, CB, it is no joke the passion that is in this community and just the sheer amount of openness and welcoming people that exist within this Calling All Heroes Rising space has been one of the best things to come from this initiative in particular. And there's a lot of talent to back up just the amazing people overall. KCMX and Fruit Salad are prime examples of it. They're getting kind of that first look at more of a hazard-based meta, which with Rising, you always have a bit more flexibility, which as we saw before, Fruit Salad tend to live on that more experimental end of things. So I'm very interested to see where this rematch took place before with how dominant Fruit Salad looked in the lower finals.
Yeah, so Fruit Salad, we saw them leaning a lot into both the Orisa, and when we went to Route 66, they played a fair bit of the Winston, and then swapped back over to that Orisa a little bit later on. It feels like they're not completely on that Hazard wave, but no one's forced them to be on that wave yet, so they're happy to just stay on whatever wavelength they feel the most comfortable with. As for KCMX, though, in that interview with Monteneva, he called out a diva from Felix Felicis, which we will get the rosters here in just a quick second here. That is another one of those things where it's like, at this level, if you are really good at something, like really, really good at it, why would you play the meta if you can just get more value playing this thing that you're just a savant at?
Exactly. If it ain't broke, why fix it? And a lot of times when we refer to meta just as a term, right, it applies to like that very, very, very top of levels of competition. And this Rising division is meant for those players who are as like a stepping stone, right, to get to those higher ranks. And it's really cool to see the players that have kind of transcended upwards towards that challengers division, which we'll touch a little bit more on later. But for the players that we currently have, KCMX, no stranger to making far runs within these Calling All Heroes Rising bracket, remaining undefeated so far and barely dropping a map. The only one was the Fruit Salad.
Yeah, Najila, by the way, is another familiar face. Ilaria is not a tank. That's just a little bit of a flip-flop there. Just FYI, she hasn't gotten any huge buffs lately. Don't worry about that. But one thing you definitely do have to worry about is Felix Felicis on that diva. That is something that I think Monteneva over on the side of Fruit Salad is going to be worried about. Because, again, we don't really need to play into that Hazard style here, especially not if the other team hasn't mastered it. Your team, by the way, was like a ball one-trick team that you played like Tracer for, so I think that's evidence, if ever there was any, that like in Rising, you can just kind of get away with anything, and if nobody stops you, why stop?
There's a lot of small niches that you can pull from. I think Fruit Salad, would you call the Orisa a niche as much? Like, even just watching it earlier, between the swaps of the Orisa, the Diva, putting the Reaper in to kind of chunk down a lot of these Hazard players, Fruit Salad have found a way to kind of disrupt the extremely strong hero that Hazard was released as so far.
I don't know if I'd call it a niche, but I also don't know if it's just because we came out of, like, you know, a meta where, like, Mauga and, like, even before that, like Orisa, like these really like stationary brawl tank immovable object kind of heroes were the defining trait of a lot of these team fights. It feels like maybe that recency bias might be like, that's not a niche, that's just whatever. But you know, now that we've graduated more towards the Hazard meta where we've got a dive mixed with brawl kind of flavor, maybe the Orisa is kind of a niche. And as we go to Lijiang Tower for our first match, I'm curious to see if it's going to bear a whole lot of fruit. I like to think that maybe on Control Center or perhaps even like Gardens, the Orisa can be favored, but maybe Night Market can go either way. Maybe Gardens could actually even go either way. Control Center, I think, is going to be the interesting one. If we still stick with the Orisa there, I think we get a good clue as to what Fruit Salad wants to do for the rest of this series. If they deviate over back to the Hazard, or if they have something else up their sleeve, those are also going to be things that we're going to want to pay close attention to.
It's important to keep in mind that it's not the first time that these two teams have faced off against each other. Like, literally yesterday, on Saturday, that's when they played their last match. So they're familiar with what the other opponent has. If you've somehow found an ace up your sleeve, or whatever new strategy might have worked since the review of that past match, that would be the good time to pull it out. The difference is Fruit Salad already had to play a match today. KCMX can get a much better idea of what they want to expect. The Orisa at Battle Cattle isn't going to be much of a shocker, especially if we are going to start on one of these brawlier maps, such as a Control Center. Gardens and Night Market can be a bit more flexible, maybe add that dive. The Hazard will be preferred, and that seems what Gardens is going to be. I think this is kind of the sticky one. If Fruit Salad run the Orisa here, they're kind of just going to opt into it for most of the rest of it, right?
Yeah, and also of the three, Gardens is the one that's going to most likely play and most heavily play into Felix Felicis Diva, because this is the one where you can get away with dive. You have a lot more open space that you can just try and kind of use the jet boosters to clear some of those things. You know, clear some of the gaps, get up close in Fruit Salad's face. And of course, that's where Fruit Salad is going to kind of want to play with this very damage front-loaded composition. I'm actually going to be curious to see if Hostile stays on the Symmetra. Because, you know, you can actually get yourself onto the point pretty easily with the teleport there. That said, that would be pretty susceptible to the Pharah, and I'm sure you hear those rockets blasting and you don't want to stay on the sim there. In fact, going to go over to the Tracer, play through White Room. I'm curious if Fruit Salad are going to be able to get themselves embedded into the point here. They are, but how long can they stay there?
it's going to be a bit tricky for Fruit Salad. You don't have an answer towards this far. We already see the free reign that Jajila has on this objective. Moth is down and sees Neva is that next target too. It's so easy for Najila to get that value. Fuzzy Doe and Zytherin can kind of find some of these targets and even it out, but they took a little bit too long before they were able to get on top of the team.
Zytherin, despite living, is going to have to try and go grab a health pack. Mothia going to be left behind, so that's going to be a bit of a staggered push there, but almost a one fight there from Fruit Salad. The key to this composition, since you don't have anything to deal with Najila in the sky, is to win the ground war, and if the Pharah ever joins the ground war, she's cooked. We saw that happen in real time. Hopefully, you know, we learn from that mistake and try and stay airborne as best we can. Najila, that's your cue. There we go. Use the boosters. Get a little bit more altitude. Fruit Salad, back on the point.
So they'll move towards this objective. Najila, again, still on the point, but if you don't have a Kiriko here, Fruit Salad, they have negative sustain. All you have to do is just full send it into the other team, but KCMX, they're okay with that. They're okay with letting Fruit Salad burn their resources to try to get up close and personal because they'll win that poke battle 9 times out of 10.
And now that we're actually getting like a proper reset from both teams, you're going to see Najila have all this space to work with. You're actually going to see Bandit have some big angles to work with here on the Sojourn. So a lot of front-loaded damage is going to come in on Fruit Salad's approach here. And they don't really have any ults just yet to deal with it. They're coming up on the Dragon Blade, but KCMX's composition is really slippery. So, like, Zytherin, like, what are you going to actually be able to get there? What a spear!
Good spear, but Bandit hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Tandra and Patamon doing their best to keep their supports alive. Now it's Zytherin's turn, pulls out the blade. That's 3 sliced in half. Fruit Salad are sick of seeing this objective painted in purple and want to go ahead and swap it over. They don't have Fuzzy Doe, though, and that's going to be a problem. It's literally all Zytherin and Monty Neva fighting against the world. The DMX on Felix should go ahead and do it. Swap. It's coming through soon.
Sometimes you don't need a tank, you just need the power of a pure Damascus steel blade, and Zytherin has just that, but KCMX have some pretty big ults in their banks. Everything except for the Rocket Barrage actually going to come online. Both Kitsune Rush and Orbital Ray, and those are both very scary things to face, even individually, but in a duo, you have to set the tempo and go first.
Wealthy is dead. You don't have a sound barrier here. KCMX, the only thing that's coming down from them is the Orbital Ray and Fruit Salad. That's a scary ult to look in the face. Felix releases full sending it into the back line, taking out the supports. Fuzzy Doe, all they're doing is stalling time with a Terra Surge. This is going to be a massive exchange, but at the very least, it's a bloodbath. We don't know who's going to come out on top, especially not having a tank. Host has to try to get the DMAC onto Felix. The Pulse Bomb only takes about half of the max HP. KCMX has so much more sustain in the long run, but they can't get these DPS. Zytherin is running amok in the back line. They should not be allowed to get away with this much on the Genji of all heroes, CB.
Zytherin does so much in both that fight and the fight that preceded it. Goes in and gets the early kill onto Bandit, so when the Orbital Ray gets popped, your primary source of damage into that ultimate is completely gone. So even though Fuzzy Doe just completely face tanks all of it, pops the Terra Surge, you're able to live to tell about it because who's going to stop her? And then it all comes to a head when Zytherin goes in, now has the Dragon Blade to carry over into this next fight, and KCMX are out of tools. They only have a barrage.
Oh. And look who's there. It's Zytherin, the counterplay of the Suzu. It's not enough to stop the tear that they've been going on. Mafia sending Patamon off the cliff. Just a cherry on top of this wonderful performance Fruit Salad is putting on here. Najila is sticking around the rest of KCMX, but this little bit late of a stagger, CB, there's not going to be a quite full regroup.
Yeah, one fight territory in KCMX, even if they have a fight, they don't have ults to actually make it a worthwhile fight, and they're going up against a sound barrier for Mafia. I don't see a way that KCMX are able to win this fight at all, especially if Motnave is able to build up this Kitsune Rush.
It's really all onto the sound barrier now. Fruit Salad, and not too much needs to be done to close this off. Just Mafia needs to stay alive, not again! No, she goes down first! Patamon and Bandit, it's an absolute fumble out of Fruit Salad. They had every tool you could ask for, but KCMX are going to get one more chance to take Gardens.
That is, okay, you know, maybe there is one way that KCMX actually get the cap. It's that they kill Mafia and don't let them pop the sound barrier. They do still have it, but 90%, there's gonna have to be a desperation touch. The problem, though, is now that Kitsune Rush and the Pulse Bomb are now very firmly on the table, and KCMX still don't have an ult to their name.
Oh, Mafia almost went down there again, but this time the sound barrier will hit the ground and 4 players along with it. Pulse Bomb, hostile, wonderful on a Tangerine. The trades are even, but the greater frontline presence is gonna have to last because Fruit Salad have no supports. KCMX, a battle to the death. Felix will have all the stall if this remake can come through. You have the self-destruct another life. Fuzzy Doe getting out of the line of sight, cannot deny the remake, and look around them. The fires, the bombs, they're going off. Najila is still raining high on this Pharah. It's the problem that started on this map of Gardens, and it's going to be the very one that goes ahead to close it out. KCMX are going to start round 1.
Well, that's sub point 1 on map 1, chat. You ready? Because it feels like this is going to be a pretty good one. We've, yeah, how's your jet lag, by the way?
Oh, it's gone.
You're gonna need, yeah, I was gonna say, like, your energy levels are probably gonna be spiking after that one, because that was a 99 to 99, about as close as it gets, and it's just a couple of key mistakes on either side that get punished and capitalized on from some heroic plays from the likes of Najila and Zyther, and the DPS are making up a fair bit of difference here, and a little bit more difference being made up over on the side of KCMX at that midnight hour. And one key difference is over on Control Center, they're no longer going to bring the Diva to the dance. They want to throw down in an Orisa mirror up against Fuzzy Doe, and this is where I think I favor Fruit Salad. Both teams, by the way, also going to walk out with a Mei.
Okay, so both the maids, the only real difference is going to be the support line, the Juno Brig and the Lucio Cap. And Fruit Salad have a lot more practice on this type of composition, at least from what we've seen so far. And I have more confidence in that backline to succeed. But the consistency of Kandri and Apadamom's composition, it can make this difficult if, once again, Fruit Salad and let themselves take too much poke damage early. The males have already been expended, and Felix finds themselves in a rather precarious position, just skewered against the wall. Fuzzy Doe removing that barrier from the rest of the team, and the Squishies about to take a beating as a result.
Zytherin might fall here. Bandit does find the parting shot, but that is A-okay by me, says Hostile. I'll go in. Okay, also fall as well. So the DPS line for Fruit Salad may have just been gutted there at the tail end, and that's going to make it a lot more easy for KCMX to walk in through the choke in this next fight, and Fruit Salad aren't going to opt to try and hold that choke, instead have to hold on the point, which is obviously suboptimal. They would love to be able to put out a hurting on this front line, but they just can't. And now we're going to be back to another just neutral scrap here.
Oh, but Najila did that first pick on to Hostile. So far, Fruit Salad have been good about coming down from a disadvantage. Just like that, Monty Neva is going to be the one to get that final blow on that trait. These DPS tend to be very aggressive, but the problem is, it's these tanks. And Fuzzy Doe so far has been shining through on this Orisa. Felix kind of went on a solo mission, left the team high and dry. Fuzzy Doe saw it and walked right at him.
I mean, it was a very high value pick that Felix Felices gets there, goes all the way deep to try and get that Baptiste, who did have the Ant Matrix. Mafia taking a little bit of a duel here. All right, temporary armistice with Tangerine. Live to fight another day. See you again, comrade. Fruit Salad, they're going to have both that Ant Matrix that I just mentioned and a Blizzard going into this next fight, plus Zytherin's Overclock. So KCMX, you know, you're really looking at Tangerine's Orbital Ray to be a difference maker.
There's not really much that you can do to stop an Orbital Ray that comes out. And the Blizzard is there too. Monty Neva almost managed to do it, but that was a beautiful boop, actually. Put them back into the line of sight of that Blizzard, and that should be all KCMX needs to pull this out. Then it did end up using the Deadeye here. Not the end of the world. Subpar ultimate to begin with. It's also important, since we are reaching that final fight territory, that Fruit Salad is cleaned up quickly.
I did really like that boop there. Monteneva is like, I'm totally safe, and KCMX is just like, have you considered what would happen if you were, say, over there in the middle of the Blizzard? I bet you hadn't considered that. Speaking of Blizzards, though, Hostile able to hold on, so Fruit Salad will still have that, but they're going to have to tight this Ant Matrix to go all the way around, right into the Terra Surge, though.
Oh, that's an aggressive push. Fruit Salad completely caught KCMX off guard there. The Blizzard, oh boy, I hope you like popsicles, because Fruit Salad certainly does. That'll be the quick flip back on over on a point that we knew Fruit Salad would have the advantage. The stagger onto Najila. This is a 4v5 at maximum
That's
CP.
the map.
I don't think they even have a touch. Fruit Salad making sure we're hitting round 3.
No, those fights, or those kills came in way too late. The only chance that KCMX had to even get back into that was if Najila had been able to get a last-second touch, but Fruit Salad scouted that immediately, knew exactly where she was, and was not going to let her even come close to the point. Forced out the Ice Block before she could even get on the point, and at that point, the map's over. There's no one left alive to ever come in. Fruit Salad just win that one outright. So KCMX, I think we have now learned that in a very neutral situation, will lose out in an Orisa mirror, especially if Fruit Salad are able to play their game the way they want to. So KCMX, they're not going to play Fruit Salad's game. In fact, they're going back to the Diva and back to the Pharah on Night Market, precisely where I said they could get away with this again.
Yeah, this is feeling much better for KCMX. I don't think Fruit Salad played into this Pharah as well as they could have. Just a lot of points that you're taking chip damage, and with a Lucio Kiriko backline, you really can't be doing that. And now you even have the additional threat of Bandit sticking on a Widowmaker from an off angle. You could just get your head ripped off at any random point. Najila has plenty of support to continue just chucking in these rockets. Fruit Salad can't afford to take this beating. They have to move forward, and that is an excellent call from Fuzzy Doe, completely pancaking Patamon into the ground. KCMX don't have the support, and Fuzzy Doe has led Fruit Salad to take these fights quick.
Kill there onto Montneva, and Mafia gonna fall as well, so KCMX, they still have a backline, they still have a dog in this fight, and Najila gonna take a rail shot there and thinks better of trying to take that fight any further, so Fruit Salad will finally get the first cap, but they are still short 2 crucial members, potentially 3 if Hostile can't get out, so KCMX are going to be able to find the flip here, and now this is where it's going to get really dangerous. I was going to say Bandit gets to get set up, but Fuzzy Doe going to put a spear in that one for now.
Instead of a staple, but Fuzzy Doe going down, that's completely fine for KCMX. Bandit needed to swap anyways. Yeah, there we go. Over to the Sojourn. A lot more pressure onto the tank.
And you definitely need that pressure going up against an Orisa, because like Widowmaker is like, she's great if you can consistently hit the headshots, but the problem is Fruit Salad want to set the tempo and they want to be aggressive and they want to win the frontline duel, and you need that pressure that comes out from the primary fire from the Sojourn.
Ooh, that's a massive concussive blast. It really splits up the front line there, and that barrage, the coverage from the Matrix makes sure that Najila will take down 2 in the fireworks, and KCMX, they're looking so clean with this far on their side.
Yeah, that javelin from Fuzzy Doe to try and stop the barrage was just a couple inches to the right, and Najila gets away with murder there, and you're going to be able to hold on to both the self-destruct and the orbital ray, and you have Patamon coming up on this Kitsune Rush. Montneva's probably going to try and open up with a Kitsune Rush here really quickly. Otherwise, Fruit Salad, like, they're going to just be stuck in here.
Yeah, I mean, they just wait too long, and that's the problem that Fruit Salad keep having is either they wait so long to take these fights, or they try to regroup and retreat, but with this type of composition, the low healing numbers, you can't necessarily afford to do that. KCMX will keep kind of pushing them back like this.
But they got the orbital ray and the self-destruct out, so now it is a Kitsune for a Kitsune, but Fruit Salad have so much more of an arsenal to try and augment theirs. They should be able to win this fight.
Yeah, the Terror Surge is certainly going to help open this. KCMX, though, they have plenty of mobility. They're just going to speed back to the point, kite all of the LOS. Fuzzy Doe and Hostile will go ahead and poke them out of their hiding places. Say, come here, buddy. I just want to give you a hug. Nice little chat, but not so friendly in the long run. About 1 fight territory for KCMX on the cleanup. Fruit Salad will have to go ahead and hold on to this again.
Going to be able to hold on to the sound barrier. I think that's going to be key. They need to try and use that aggressively, I feel, before you get another Kitsune or another orbital ray, as we try and climb from 18% all the way back up to 100. And at 90%, KCMX realistically only have to win 1 fight and maybe get a couple of kills to prevent a stagger fight in order to claim this map.
You need to use your ult smartly. It's both the Death Blossom and Sound Barrier laid on top of each other. Only Tangerine has fallen so far, and that was a late pick at that. Hostile knew that you had to get aggressive, and Fruit Salad kind of just dumped everything into that one spot where you need to win a couple fights in a row.
But it's also a great play from Felix Felicis there to not stick around and take more damage and not feed more ult charge, because have a look at the bank from Fruit Salad. Like you said, They use the Sound Barrier, they use the Death Blossom, now they ain't got jack, and KCMX are going to come into this next fight with an advantage. The only thing that can slow this down is a huge pick from Zytherin or an assassination from Hostile.
Bandit, though, really overclocked. Fruit Salad mostly able to kite, but no, Montneva couldn't escape the range of Felix, and this is not going to be a good look. Look how low Fuzzy Doe's health bar is. That's not going to be going up anytime soon with just Mafia's healing. Oh, never mind. No more Mafia. Your supports are taken out from under you, and KCMX have done an excellent job identifying those weaker, squishy targets. Bandit so aggressive, takes out the tank. That might just go ahead and do it, CD. Fruit Salad, how do you even get a touch? The barrage of rockets that the Gila is raining down. KCMX will take map 1.
You don't get a touch, but you do get a touching story of one team going down about as valiantly as they possibly could have. But yeah, that kill onto Fuzzy Doe is it. Like, there's no recovering from that. That's your tank at like 1 HP, even after grabbing the Mega and regrouping with the supports. Just getting sniped with that rail shot from Bandit that puts it all to bed. But if this map was anything to go off of, I think we might be in this one for the long haul, because we see the play of the game, Zytherin, on this Genji. Phenomenal Genji play, like absolute, like stellar. Like that's like the kind of Genji play we're used to seeing from the top tier of Calling All Heroes Challenger series, and we're getting it here in Rising. But the macro play and the ult fights that KCMX are taking are just like a couple inches better than what Fruit Salad's bringing to the table, and that's what's making up the difference when it's this 99 to 99 situation.
And that's a really good point, CB, is because it's not like Fruit Salad are necessarily lacking the talent. I'm just not seeing the same cohesion that KCMX are using, and I think it's because they're playing their composition so well. Fruit Salad, as I've said multiple times so far, they take a lot of poke. And if you're going to run a Kiriko Lucio, you have to go fast and you need to play cover. Neither of those have been happening a ton, which puts us in these very scrappy fights where we look at Zythrin and Hostile to kind of pull you out of this complete and utter chaos that's happening on the screen. KCMX have been overall more consistent with their type of play so far, and the only exception here was in this Orisa meta. If Fruit Salad can continue to, or this Orisa mirror, if we can see Fruit Salad force that again, CB, we can very well see that a different outcome.
And I think, like, there are ways that they can force that, because we do have Hanaoka in the map pool, so they could just try and go for a Brawl mirror style map. And we saw, you know, Fruit Salad, actually, no, did we see it? I'm getting them mixed up with UWM Cats, actually. We didn't actually see Fruit Salad play on Clash. So that is something on the table and something that we haven't seen, something that KCMX won't have a whole lot of tape on. Let's see if that's actually where they opt to go. No, they're actually going to go to Suravasa,
okay.
which honestly I think also does kind of foster that kind of brawl style, but there are a fair bit of flanks. So there's a little bit of room for Najila to still come out here with the Pharah. I don't know that the D.Va, though, necessarily is going to be as applicable here.
I feel like this is where the D.Va Pharah might get retired. I think it's more of the question, though, is are we going to see Felix swap to this Hazard? Are they going to attempt to take sort of Orisa mirror again? I think fundamentally Fuzzy Doe had a great understanding of where they needed to be playing and where and when to take space, but I don't think the whole team was necessarily on the same page of that. It allowed so Fuzzy Doe was able to get a ton done when we saw that exact same mirror matchup. Suravasa tends to be like more often we see faster comps with like maybe a JQ, like extra speed with that Lucio, and having Mothia play that character in particular, it could really come in handy for a map pick like this.
I actually wouldn't be surprised to see Fuzzy Doe go over to the Junker Queen here. Although
Really?
I think it's going to... Whether or not she stays on that, if she does come out on it at all, I think is going to depend heavily on what KCMX do. Because, like, that's the big question mark for me. Because I've seen a lot of different variations of the Brawl, of the Rush come out from Fruit Salad. So I'm confident that they will at least be willing to adopt a plan B if the Orisa falters. But my question is, again, going to be like, how viable is the D.Va here? And is that something that KCMX are going to be able to... Is that a hill that they are willing and able to die on here? And we'll probably get an answer. I think for the first point especially, like, the D.Va is going to be really, really touch and go.
Yeah, I don't know if I've really ever seen D.Va played on this map, and kind of for good reason. There's not too many places that you're going to be ducking and covering in. There's not much high ground that you're playing off of. But we do need to keep in mind, CB, that, again, a lot of themes with Rising are, if you're really good at one composition, unless you're given a very specific reason to switch off of it, don't change it. Don't try to do anything different until you have to. Fruit Salad are going back to this Orisa with Zythrin on the Genji, which I'm really looking forward to seeing again, considering how well she played back on the
I was going to say, I was looking at KCMX's comp, I'm like, that is not what we're playing, actually. I know it's, like, I'm not going to be gaslit by attacker spawns into believing Torb Ilyari is going to be the solution here for first point. No, like you said, they're going to stick with what they are good at until they are given a reason to swap, and I want to believe that Zythrin is going to give them a good reason, because in these enclosed spaces, I will favor the Genji over the Pharah like 7 or 8 times out of 10.
But again, look how low Fuzzy Doe's health bar is. Like, you can't heal that up, and especially with Monteneva being that primary punching bag for KCMX, Fruit Salad, if they just sit there for half a second too long, they're going to explode from the inside. Zythrin can only do so much to help trade out these eliminations. If you have no support line, there's nowhere Fruit Salad can go.
And I kind of feel like, you know, as we now hover over Bandit, I think Bandit might actually be like what the actual problem is for the side of Fruit Salad, because Sojourn does so much frontline damage. You constantly are pumping out so much damage, especially onto an Orisa, versus a Reaper, which, like, you're going to be playing with a defense matrix in your face at the entire time. And meanwhile, you know, this Sojourn is completely uncontested. Doesn't have to worry about that at all. Can just farm up rail shots over and over again. So even though Zythrin gets the kill there onto Najila, she's actually going to swap over to the Cassidy. And I don't know that I really agree with that. I mean, I'm sure Najila doesn't either.
I don't think I was gonna say, if anyone doesn't like that swap, it's going to be Najila, and that's kind of the opening that you need. Fruit Salad are looking to Zytherin to be their golden ticket into these fights. She's been so good at hitting these opening shots, and of course, getting cleanup like this.
Well, I guess if you take down Najila on the Pharah, you don't have to worry about, watching overhead. You can just go ahead and take the fight there, but yeah, Bandit definitely came to square up, Zytherin. You don't want this fight.
They just went for that.
Yeah, that's kind of rough. I mean, KCMX don't have any big ultimates, so you're not really threatening to force the lamp out again, but it does mean if Moth goes under pressure again, which, there's a fair bit of pressure.
What did I say? Yep, there you go. I mean, Bandit has been kind of doing the same thing. It's like, who's going to get the kill first, Zytherin or Bandit? This time, it is the overclock that is popped. Fruit Salad are definitely on a backpedal right now. Don't have any support ultimates to really ward off this storm, so Felix is in there like swimwear, and he'll make sure Fruit Salad is sent home quickly.
And this flip's gonna come through 82%. That might be last fight. Like Fruit Salad, with Nyx being the last to fall, that's your only fast hero. So I think that might just be the point for KCMX. If you're Fruit Salad, you just play for the next one. But now that Najila's off the Pharah and onto the Reaper, I really don't know that I like the Cassidy pick for Zytherin anymore. Like, I feel like, in theory, it works against the Pharah, because hit scan counters Pharah, duh. But now we don't have Pharah. Now we're up against a Sojourn, and I think in this meta right now, Sojourn is so overpowered, can just completely bully an enemy Cassidy, even if he pops High Noon.
Yeah, it's just a subpar ultimate to begin with. I mean, Zytherin is just getting run over. It's such an easy dive target, too. Like, between the poke damage of Bandit and Felix can get up close and personal very quickly. And this just hasn't worked out for Fruit Salad. I think there's a lot of swaps that need to happen. Zytherin was that first one, and assuming Palace gets his first cap here, we'll see a new look from Fruit Salad.
They're also just like a little bit disoriented right now. Like Nyx, despite having already lost 2 people, pops the sound barrier, and that really, really stings. KCMX, they're gonna have like a self-destruct, the Death Blossom, which granted the sound barrier isn't the best tool for that, but you know what is? Using the sound barrier aggressively to try and set the tempo. That's now off the table. They have to rely on a hero play.
And it's going to be Fuzzy Doe to pull KCMX together in one group hug, and Hostile and Zytherin have no problem hitting the shots from there. Again, Fuzzy Doe can break into these fights so well for Fruit Salad. I can see why they want to play the Orisa under her guidance.
Yeah, and that's like, just as I'm saying how disoriented they look, Fruit Salad like splash some cold water on their face, slap themselves, and they're like, all right, no, we know what we gotta do. We just gotta get our heads on straight, and then they do it. Fuzzy Doe just goes in with a Terra Surge, sets the tempo, is the hero, makes the play, sets the aggression, and puts KCMX on the back foot. The problem, though, is KCMX didn't actually invest anything, and they have a lot of tools coming up into this next fight, whereas Fruit Salad, they have positioning and they have an Ant Matrix, and that is about it.
Oh, that's a really early Ant Matrix, too. I don't think you can get ton of sidelines off of that. More of a zoning tool, but there's a Reaper in the backline. Najila completely caught Money Niva off guard. Didn't have time to react and save Zytherin. Hostile goes back though, trades it better, and puts KCMX through the blender. Wonderful hero play from Hostile to keep Fruit Salad afloat.
But we're rallying into that as Patamon,
really?
and I'm not sure about that one. Yeah, they're going to pop the rally, and Patamon in his life is still very much so in the Iron Lung, and Hostile will be having a taste of that. Felix Felicis, despite having the self-destruct, needs to get out. He's going to pop it to try and get the remake. That I think I'm okay with because the rest of the team is there, so they should be able to get a good re-engage off of this, and they're running out of time to do it, so it has to happen now.
And it's going to be Bandit to lead the charge, slides up to the high ground, overclock in tow, and 1-2 shots goodbye. Money Neva, Fruit Salad, have to find something now. Dix tried to get the Soldier, but got caught out mid-air. Both supports are down, and it's an even fight. KCMX, they'll have the greater sustain, but Zytherin is hitting the shots where it matters the most. She's going to come up once again for Fruit Salad, and my goodness, CB, did this come down to the wire? And even then, it's coming, like every single battle that we're seeing is 1 to 2 players left alive for each team. That is how close these are scrapping.
With great RNG for the point there for Fruit Salad. They cap it with a little bit of extra time, and as the next one's being decided, it's Gardens, and guess what? We're right there. We get control over the point. KCMX are now gonna have to walk into us. We actually get that fight pretty economically. Like, we use the Terra Surge towards the end of it, but we have just about everything else online or coming online soon. The only thing we have to worry about is Tangerine coming up on that orbital ray, and if they've tracked that appropriately and they continue to set the tempo, they can completely negate any advantage that might bring.
We'll have to see. I don't feel like Fruit Salad have had much luck with these sound barriers so far. They're going to look to Zytherin's overclock instead, take Tangerine straight out of the sky, and no really engagement tool. Did kind of overextend at the cost of that. You'd rather not have a Juno with the D-Mech though. Fruit Salad will be completely fine to cap this point first.
Yeah, you're fine with that, but like the cap comes in so late, and Zytheren's not going to be there just yet when this next fight kicks off. She'll probably get there, you know, within the next 5 to 10 seconds once KCMX are actually in there. Felix Felice's, I think maybe did get D-Macked and was forced to make the swap, so no, the fight actually doesn't come in. Zytheren's actually going to be there back at full strength, so this is all good for Fruit Salad, and they still have some pretty high impact ults, that Ant Matrix with positioning, and a Death Blossom coming up.
Both support ults out to match Tangerine's orbital ray here. Fruit Salad, they gotta make something out of this quickly, and with the support line turned into dust out of KCMX. Felix doesn't stand much of a chance having to get rid of that self-destruct, and Fruit Salad, they did a really good job reacting quickly.
Yeah, they able to beat out the orbital ray that comes out from Tangerine. They put so much pressure onto Patamon that Tangerine has to try and come back and try and save Patamon's life, but then they both end up falling towards the end of that, and there's just no damage to make that orbital ray worth it. And now at 85%, I don't think you get another really good contest here, especially not with any ultimates on the table. We'll have the rally soon, but that is a slow burn ultimate.
KCMX, they're still gonna try. Najila is close to this Dragon Blade, and Zytheren going down, who's kind of been that main clutch factor for Fruit Salad. Anything is certainly possible. Bandit overclocked now and completely shuts down Hostile. Not about to have another triple kill on the board, and KCMX, yeah, they're gonna get some percentage on Gardens after all.
Yeah, that early kill there onto Zytheren does actually make it an opportune moment for Patamon to build up to that rally and pop it, and then anything you want to throw into it, Fruit Salad. How about Fuzzy Dough's life at the end of it? Don't know about that one. Maybe probably could have kept that one on your side, but anything you want to throw at it, you're fine in your KCMX. You're also going to get more staggers onto Mataneva. You're holding onto a Dragon Blade. 33% already. We're a third of the way to Fruit Salad's progress and a third of the way to capping the point, which should have gone all the way to Fruit Salad.
And KCMX, though, CB, like, look at this! They're just getting the kills before the fight starts. Fruit Salad cannot let this happen. This was where they really struggled back on Lijiang Tower as well. Bandit and Najila kept getting eliminations just off the rip like this. The aggressive positioning is paying off, and it's going to be one-fight territory.
And it's the power of Sojourn. That's the Canadian hospitality, baby. Bandit knows it and knows it well, and Zytheren is no stranger to it, but she's still a step behind in this exchange, and we're starting to see that bear fruit.
Dragon Blade from Najila. Saw Zytheren get value out of it in the past. Najila doesn't quite have the same luck. She doesn't need it though. Felix took advantage of the panic in Fruit Salad's eyes and ran them over herself. KCMX are gonna go ahead, come back from a 99 to 100 and get themselves up to a match point in Suravasa.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to carry an orbital ray on over to that next fight. And I mean, Mott's going to make a swap over onto the Kiriko. So Fruit Salad, they're making some compositional changes. I think Zytheren just gave up the potential of the overclock and just jumped back over onto the Genji. So we're back into full-on front-loaded damage for Fruit Salad. But I don't know that this Reaper has been the most impactful outside of Hostile's Death Blossoms.
No, and like even then, with the D.Va having the Matrix there, you can't do much, especially through this orbital ray. It's a bit mispositioned, so KCMX don't get the value out of it. They just catch Fruit Salad running for their lives, and Najula's right there said, "Hi, nice to see you," and greets them with a sword instead of a wave.
Tangerine just like pops the ultimate and it's like, the fight's supposed to be happening over here. Where is my team? Where is the enemy? Where is anyone? Oh, everyone's dead. My team just kind of got that one for free. You're like, Fruit Salad. I mean, a great play from Fruit Salad. They go super, super aggressive to try and negate any advantage that orbital ray might have brought, but they use so many resources to do that by the time the fight actually kicks off properly, they just kind of get pummeled by everything that KCMX has, which granted, you know, now they don't longer have an orbital ray, but they have a lot of other tools.
Oh, no. This Terra Surge first out of Fuzzy Dough, and Patamon's dead. And yeah, anytime we've seen Fuzzy Dough pop out the ultimate, it is an instant fight win. You will take those trades any day of the week.
You're able to stop Patamon before you can build up that rally. So KCMX, their tool bank is looking pretty scant right now. Fruit Salad, equally scant. They're coming up on a Death Blossom, but they were able to wrestle control away at 45%, which I think is pretty big because it's going to take KCMX either some big picks or some time to get themselves back up into a fighting form.
And this is good too, because Fruit Salad can now hold close. That's where their composition succeeds. And oh, we didn't think it was possible to happen again. And there it is. Dance of Death in the middle of KCMX. Hostile comes up with 3.
Yeah, when I say that, like, the Reaper's getting questionable amounts of value outside of the Death Blossom, well, when she has the Death Blossom, Hostile is showing us exactly how much value you can get with this pick. And not only that, but now we also have Zythrin on the Blade, and she's shown us how much value she can get out of that. If you're able to couple that with Montneva's Kitsune Rush, KCMX might be cooked on this point.
Oh, it will be the stun, though. The best reaction that you could have, but it's not enough to stop Najila on the other side. The support is limited. Najila instead pulls 3 out of seemingly thin air. KCMX completely disregarded Zythrin and will flip this back for one final fight.
And it's, like you said, it's the stun from Patamon. And the fact that you pop the rally as well to augment that Blade, you know, whereas Zythrin tried to go in raw without a support ultimate, had she waited just a little bit longer, maybe you could have coupled that with a Kitsune Rush, but I guess when you're going up against Najila's Blade, you don't have that kind of time. You're running out of time, though, as KCMX are going to match your progress, and again, we are on map point.
Brutality used so many cooldowns just to get towards this point, and Jill tried to catch them off guard, but the Kitsune Rush will be a nice refresh and a needed one at that. Fruit Salad know that Najila's low, eventually putting them down 6 feet under. KCMX, though, final fight for this potential map. They're taking the time to regroup behind Tangerine. They have the self-destruct to buy the space, and you cannot lose with an orbital ray at your back. This one, where the fight was supposed to be. Fuzzy Doe has to put on the hero cape and see what else can be made of it, which doesn't look like much, with a full health tank and Bandit fighting side by side. KCMX going up 2-0.
Early on in that fight, Bandit gets so low, practically 1 HP, but they're not able to confirm the kill, and Bandit actually gets away scot-free and gets into an angle where they can hit that rail shot at the midnight hour. Fruit Salad actually did a really good job of withstanding the orbital ray punishment. They're able to keep, you know, both the healer, a damage dealer, and the Orisa alive with the Terra Surge and nearly confirm a kill onto Patamon with that Terra Surge, but it's that rail shot from Bandit that puts it all to bed. And again, like, I feel like, you know, we're seeing a lot more value coming out from Bandit, Sojourn than Zythrin's. Take nothing away from Zythrin. She's a phenomenal player, but I feel like it's not exactly what Fruit Salad have been practicing the most. It's not what they really want to be. They want to have her on that Genji where we know she can really, really pop off, whereas KCMX want to have Bandit on the Sojourn, and Sojourn is kind of busted.
Yeah. One thing that Bandit, I think, is doing specifically well to CB is that you're rarely going to see her playing in the middle of the team. She's taking these aggressive angles, oftentimes by herself, and coming up with significant value. Fruit Salad, they get their attention split in different places, and it makes Felix and Najila's job of kind of diving into these vulnerable targets so much easier if their attention is looking in like 5 different directions at the same time. So Bandit not only amplifies her own value, but also that her team has been able to get there too. The macro play has been great. The ultimate combinations, not really overspending, other than that one fight where you used 4 ults. Like, KCMX seems to have this down as of now.
Yeah, and like, it's gonna be Fruit Salad's map pick again here, and I kind of want to go back to this question, because like, so we play Suravasa, where we think that it's going to be a rush mirror. Felix Felicis still plays the Diva, so you're not able to stop KCMX from playing their game on this map. It's a best of 4 series, so you still have another chance before you're really in trouble to try and make that pick, but I still don't know that there's another map type aside from Clash where you can actually try and like play, like force the Orisa mirror, where you can actually play your game and force them to try and play into your game. So you have to win at least, like, you got 2 more map picks and only one of them is going to be what you want it to be.
This is going to be an uphill battle for now. It is still a best of 7 CB, so there's plenty of game left to be played, but going down too early is never a situation you want to be in, especially when Fruit Salad, they for the most part have been playing their strongest composition. This wasn't exactly a pick I was expecting, because this is very strong for that Diva. This is strong for putting a Bandit, a Sojourn, on a high ground, and to me, those have been some of the primary difficulties that Fruit Salad haven't figured out how to counter yet.
I mean, for Escort specifically, your other options were Dorado or Havana. I honestly probably would have picked Havana if I was going to go Escort, because I think that kind of negates the Diva the most. But it's also not the best for, like, Orisa. Havana's a real, like, kind of oddball composition style map, so I think I can see why Fruit Salad wouldn't want to go there. But I definitely wouldn't want to go here against a team that is known for their Diva play. Like, this would have been... I would have avoided this. And there's also some, like, landmines in the hybrid map pool with like Numbani. Obviously, you don't go there. Blizzard World, Eichenwald, those are also kind of yikes. So, you know, I think I get it. Process of elimination. It's either this or Clash, but like, yeah, I feel like maybe we are just like out of good options, honestly. Now that I've talked myself into it, like.
Yeah, it's kind of like the best of the worst options for the sake of Fruit Salad. Like, this map pool is probably one of the worst that they could have had, like, just for their composition and outside of control. And that really sucks that they can't play in a spot that fits them the best. But that also, I think, is a testament of a strong team. Can you adapt? Can you prove to be more flexible? I mean, Route 66 is really going to amplify that point of those rotations and how you're kind of approaching these fights as a whole. There's been way too many times so far that KCMX has taken that forward positioning and come up with these one-off eliminations because of Fruit Salad being a little bit too ambitious.
Well, there's gonna be a lot of moving parts here, you know, because I'm also thinking back to the match we just saw with Fruit Salad versus UWM Cats, where UWM Cats were playing the Hazard for pretty much the entirety of the map. Fruit Salad, as they're gonna be on the attack, this is pretty much exactly what they ran before, which is the Winston. I still believe that a good Winston dive can beat a good Diva dive more often than not, especially if your backline is like a Juno Brig. Like, you're really relying on Patamon to get those big whip shots to stop the pressure that comes through onto Tangerine. If that Juno goes down, she is in trouble. Fruit Salad, though, do understand that they can swap to the Orisa for that last point C, and maybe that is where they are trying to, like, really bank all their money here, but they're gonna have to try and deal with this Najila and Farah problem once again, as that has now reared its ugly head.
You're not touching Najila with this current composition. They pretty much have free reign, and it can play some typically less safe positioning that a Farah wouldn't typically be spotted in. The hard part, though, is a lot of these targets are really mobile, so KCMX, it will be a bit more challenging for them to nail down what target they're diving on, while kind of stopping these dives that are coming in. We're going to see a lot more of these trades with Fuzzy Doe and Scytherin leaping onto that back climb, that gas station, turning into a graveyard real quick.
Well, they managed to nail down Hostile, but Hostile's participation in that dive was optional. I think, in fact, Hostile's job was to push the cart, because no one's actually done that. That was still an effective dive, where Fruit Salad have now gained control of Big Earls and have denied a lot of this airspace for Najila, denied any safe place for the backline of KCMX to play, so they just have to go full force to try and retake it.
Fuzzy Doe. Yep, okay. It took a ton of damage. I think it was a full charge rail shot to the dome there. And with these dives, you're going to see a lot of trades back and forth like this, but the payload progress is kind of slowed, and it almost puts us in this exact same situation we're expected that first fight to take place, CB.
Najila, okay.
Okay,
Najila was very, very low HP there for a second. I was like, are we gonna ever heal our Farah? But alright, she's able to get a Mega Pack, so I guess we're totally fine. Bandit, though, is not fine. Takes a couple Cheerios to the dome. And Nyx getting an opening pick there. Now Najila's in trouble.
I liked that angle a lot from the Lucio player. Nyx and Hostile kind of working together, and Najila had no idea what actually hit her there. Fruit Salad, they had to wait for their supports to return to force Fuzzy Doe to be healed. The Tracer and Lucio kind of tore it up on the meanwhile, forcing Patamon to swap.
Yeah, Patamon swapping off. You know, the Brig Whip Shot is a great way to dispel the Winston dive, but there's actually 3 things you got to worry about, and you only got 1 Whip Shot. It's the Winston, the Genji, and the Tracer, and you can't Whip Shot them all.
Yeah, and that's why this team play from Fruit Salad is all the more important. But we also like our heroics as well. Scytherin taking this a couple swings at the air there before Bandit will eventually say, you've done enough. I like your sword, it's flashy, but get it out of my face. Pulse bomb note from Hostile. Wait a minute. Putting on a clinic, working hand in hand with this Winston, which is exactly what Fruit Salad needs to do. Those kind of small connection pieces that we haven't quite seen so far are starting to click and get Fruit Salad this first point.
Rocket Barrage does come out from the Najila at the end. I'm guessing that is foreshadowing a swap, because she only got as far as just before she fell to the ground. We didn't even get Justice in its entirety. So we're going to swap over onto the Reaper now. Fruit Salad, you know, there's still some stragglers from KCMX that they need to route out before they can fully have control over this Saloon, which Fuzzy Doe is more than up to the task for. But there is the sticky situation of Tangerine finally having built up to that Orbital Ray, which KCMX can use to reclaim it quite handily should they so choose.
Yeah, they're gonna use it actually pretty immediately. They want to burn Fuzzy Doe down. Doesn't pop the Primal Rage. Tried to get out with their life, and That'll just be Fruit Salad backing off. The good news is you don't end up using any of your ultimates, and this time bank will give you plenty of time to figure out how you want to reapproach.
Yeah, Fuzzy Doe was, didn't even realize she was only 4 HP as she was jumping out. Thought she didn't need it, but yeah, that Primal would have saved her life there. But I don't know that it would have stopped all the hurt because a lot of other damage was coming out all across the board for Fruit Salad. And I said they could take, KCMX could take the Saloon back. They're going to take the whole damn streets back.
Look at this too. Felix is kind of separating Mitz and Monty from the rest of their team. It forces Suzu and the teleport and the sound barrier in a defensive spot. The initiative from Fruit Salad was great, but you can't protect everybody. Fuzzy Doe and Bandit find a support of peace, and I mean, this Winston is doing an excellent job and making sure Fruit Salad can trade these fights out well. Felix is doing overtime to try to keep this team alive. You can't do anything against Except Cannon.
Yeah, and that's we're kind of seeing, like, even though Felix Felices is a phenomenal D.Va player, we're kind of seeing in real time why teams these days don't like to opt for the D.Va in 5v5. In 6v6, she was an absolute monster. She could be doing all of this peeling, but the problem in a 5v5 situation is if your tank is peeling, they are not putting out frontline pressure. You can't do both things. It's an opportunity cost. So all the pressure that goes out onto Tangerine every time Felix Felices has to turn around to try and help with that, that is a go button for Hostile and Zytherin to just pump out more and more hurt.
Especially with this ultimate advantage, Fruit Salad have the Blade and the Kitsune together. Not a nice combo. If you're KCMX, we're going to be moving straight towards that third objective by the looks of it. Unless Najila can pull something out, but no, the Death Blossom got spent and shut down almost this frame that it started. Wonderful way for Fruit Salad to unlock this third point and potentially this Orisa that they've been so dominant on.
This is why I say a good Winston dive can beat a good D.Va dive, because we're not seeing an effective dive come out from KCMX. In fact, the composition isn't even really tailored to be an effective dive. Like, Felix Felices is the only one that can really go aggressive. You try to have to play it more like a brawl comp alongside Najila on the Reaper, but that's just not really working out so well, as every time it comes to a brawl, it's Hostile and Zytherin that are getting the better of these exchanges.
And that's kind of the thing, is we're seeing these DPS, they get more opportunities to succeed. Bandit and Gila can't do nearly enough to shut them down. We're in this weird situation. KCMX doesn't know whether to counter dive or just try to stay alive, and so far the stay alive part hasn't worked. So Najila went forward with Patamon to do that counter dive, and look at that. Fuzzy Doe had no team to leap back to.
My question here is, does Fuzzy Doe swap? Because she did pop the Primal Rage, and this is exactly where the Orisa is now viable. And yep, there we go. It's the horse, of course. We are now back, and alongside a sound barrier, we should be able to get some good cart progress off of this switch.
We'll have to see, because Felix doesn't have nearly as much ability to just stand in front of Orisa as you would like to be. I don't like the Kiriko Lucio here, though. Fuzzy Doe can't afford to take as much damage. It's okay for now if you have the sound barrier, and Hostile keeps landing pulse bombs like that onto the newly swapped Bandit Cassidy. Self-destruct, though. KCMX still wanted to have a chance to stabilize quickly, knowing that Bandit will be fast on the return. Orbital Ray out to slow some of this early momentum. Body Neva not even popping the Kitsune Rush. Instead, just letting Zytherin work her magic once again through an Orbital Ray. Mind you, CB, an ultimate that should just be a game winner. Fruit Salad might just go ahead and push KCMX all the way back to the spawns.
Yeah, I think the timing on that Orbital Ray was pretty rough, and now you're not going to get another chance to make that one work. The only ults you're going to have to try and make this one stick, mount any kind of defense, is a Deadeye and a Death Blossom, and they want to take those off the table. Here comes the Death Blossom, though. Only going to get one.
Only one, and that's not enough considering the spawn hold. Someone's got to get there to touch, and the tank is just a little bit too late. Hazard actually, Felix tried to pull that out last second. I mean, you gotta try. You gotta put some effort into it. Bandit did your darndest out of the Deadeye, but it'll be a Fruit Salad cap. Once they got to that third point, CB, we knew this is what was gonna happen.
Yeah, and 53 seconds on the clock. That's not too bad for a Route 66 push. I mean, I can now kind of see why Fruit Salad picked this map. They are very much so at home on the range. Quick shout out, by the way. Want to go ahead and say that I like the fact that Fuzzy Doe is using the Reindeer Orisa skin. Really staying true to the name. That's really cool. I saw you in the chat earlier, by the way, saying that Melon Lord was using the Honeydew May,
that was
the
great.
melon skin.
It was great.
I love that the players today are all playing, you know, heroes and skins that are true to their name. Like Hostile's playing the Reaper a lot. That checks out.
Isn't there like a Bandit Cassidy skin? Was Bandit using that?
I'm not sure.
We'll have to see. Bandit's not playing it right now, so.
With Bandit playing the only thing I saw from Bandit's Cassidy was they were getting mugged by the entire enemy team, so maybe that one's a little bit ironic, a bit of a misnomer, but everyone else, you know, really staying true to the name.
Hey, we like our on-theme type of play, and Fruit Salad, though, like, I'm really impressed with their ability to come together as a team on this dive composition when it didn't seem to happen as much with the Orisa. I think the fact that they are now on faster heroes and aren't taking as much poke really helps. You gotta question if this does work as well on the defense, though, CB.
Yeah, they're not going to go for a spawn hold or anything either, and they're also not going to be privy to Bandit looking for the headshot here. No one's showing their head except for Fuzzy Dough, and you are more than happy to present that Winston head for a quick headshot. Does Bandit stick on this, or do we swap? It looks like they do actually want to stay on the Widow, at least for now. The Fruit Salad, like, I mean, they don't really have the opportunity to go in to deny that Widow any sort of pressure, so she's actually going to get some free angles up towards Big Earls where the back line is.
Oh, no, never mind. Goodbye.
Never mind. Fuzzy Dough changed her mind.
But that's honestly fine. If you can get Fuzzy Dough. No, she lived all of that. Was below 50 HP for so long. Like, that should have been a death sentence. Use the Widowmaker as bait, but at KCMX, they're just going to go ahead and abandon that vision and put Bandit back on the Cassidy.
Yeah, had they got Fuzzy Dough, that would have been a completely different story. But yeah, now Bandit does have to swap over to the Cassidy, something that can deal with the Winston a little bit better, but still not great. I'd kind of almost like to see the Sojourn come back out here so you can put out a lot more consistent damage, as Fuzzy Dough's going right back in.
Oh, yeah, and they're going in deep, too. Hostile and Nyx have been kind of this little tag team duo following up on these Winston dives. It's the kind of coordination you want to see. Monty Neva going down will lead to a much bigger problem. Oh, both supports here. Uh-oh, Fruit Salad, you better get out of there.
Yeah, Fuzzy Dough's going to go ahead and grab a mega health pack. Scytherin looking for one, but hey, that's the one that Fuzzy Dough just slurped up like wonton soup. You're not going to want to stick around any longer. Fruit Salad now have to give a lot of ground as they try to wait to regroup for their healing. But the card hasn't made much progress. The only thing of value that they really given up, though, is control of Big Earls. That said, with a dive composition, they can retake that in one leap.
Oh, yeah, speaking of leap, there you go. Straight on to Bandit, who, it just takes all of Tangerine's resources. They are not allowed to heal anybody else, including Patamon. Fruit Salad are okay with that. That's why they are putting all that pressure onto Bandit to start off with. KCMX, though, the difference is they have an orbital raid this time, but the positioning of it, I'm not really sure about it. It's a little bit far back, but it's enough for KCMX to kind of kite, get a little bit more health before cleaning out the rest.
Yeah, but that fight took place, like, over towards the front side of Big Earl, so Fruit Salad still have one more fight here, and they're not going to have to fight into an orbital raid. The only problem is that Najila is ahead of Scytherin and Dragonblade ult charge, so you have to look for where she's going to be playing and where she's going to be striking from, and if Nyx is able to get good effect on this sound barrier.
Sound barrier, it only hits on the tooth, though, and I think it got stopped by some sort of wall there, but it gets Scytherin, and that's the player that matters. 2 slices in half, add another triple kill to her name. Why don't ya? But once again, it can't all be Scytherin. The rest of the team kind of crumbled around them. The DMEC onto KCMX, though, that will definitely slow things down.
What are you doing there? What are you doing there? Gonna take a little dive there? All right, see ya. By the way, I called out that Scytherin was behind by like 10%. I think in like 2 right clicks, she got that ult and then immediately popped it. And that's one of those things, right, where if you have the ult advantage, you need to take the initiative, and KCMX just failed to do so there. So Fruit Salad, they don't even have the ult advantage. They just get one good one, pop it early, set the tempo, get the kills, and now they've got all the positioning.
And an early Kitsune rush should Mati want to pop it, but I think it's a bit too far forward. You kind of got right in Felix's face before launching a Kitsune rush right at her. And yeah, KCMX, they're totally okay with that. Fruit Salad overstayed their welcome. How is Fuzzy Dough alive? How does she keep doing that?
Both sides of the, she used both sides of the bubble to be able to live miraculously. Najila's probably pretty upset about that, but not too upset because that will be enough to secure the point A cap for KCMX, and with only Fuzzy Dough sticking around, they should be able to get some decent positioning here onto Streets phase, but now that the cavalry's there, can heal Fuzzy Dough back up. They now have to scrap for control of Saloon, and Najila goes in super deep to try and make that happen.
Yeah, but I mean, Fuzzy Dough is just getting away with murder right now. I mean, Najila absolutely should not be dying to things like that. Felix...
Neither should Fuzzy Dough, actually.
Where? Oh my goodness, what is happening? I don't know if I'm just seeing things. Have I been awake too long? I don't know where Fuzzy Dough was on that screen, but not having a tank here. I mean, Fruit Salad, they forfeit this high ground entirely.
Fuzzy Dough didn't actually just die. It was your jet lag. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
You do have, but the only thing that Fruit Salad have to worry about now is Bandit, and wherever they are positioned with this Deadeye, KCMX don't really have much else. They're coming up on an orbital ray, but Fuzzy cares not for your space-based ordnance.
Absolutely not. This time, Fuzzy can't afford to take these very aggressive leaps, having Primal Rage right around the corner, and hopefully we'll only have to pop it here once you get kind of low and down. I don't know about the Deadeye. I mean, make sure you get one less angry Winston in the middle of your team, but almost takes it herself out along with it and continues to shoot the deflecting Genji. Hustle says, finally, you will be punished for your crimes too, blown to bits, and Fruit Salad finds some stability.
Yeah, I'm not too big on Deadeye as an ultimate. I don't even know if I've ever seen a Clint Eastwood movie play out like that, where you're just getting juggled around by a primal raging gorilla and then you step on a landmine that was left there by Hostile. You do have the orbital ray for the side of KCMX, so there is a way forward, but you're now playing against Zytheren's Blade, and if she goes aggressive and goes really early with it, like right now, oh no, the ray comes first. No, she's not gonna pop it.
That's really early. KCMX don't get value out of that ult really at all. Zytheren played that well and patient. Now that you have the sound barrier at your back, get a little Beat Saber action going. Why don't we? Bandit in her sights. That's 2 slashes. She's down, and Patamon on top of the pile of bodies that she's been able to accomplish so far. Fruit Salad have been looking great once the second point defense started.
So it's not just aggression and not just tempo setting from Fruit Salad, it's also a good understanding of the tempo and realizing that Zytheren was the only person with the potential to get caught up in that orbital ray and take any other damage, so she just dashes out, and then once that's all expired, then you go in with the Blade. And KCMX, they expend so many resources to try and follow up on that ultimate that was mistimed from Tangerine, that they just don't have anything to deal with the Blade at that point in time. Bandit falls, then everyone else inevitably follows, and Fruit Salad with only 20 seconds left in the banker looking to hold here on Street Space.
And they're going first, and I like this sort of a direction. Wonderfully placed. Kitsune Rush, Zytheren can get in there easily. Rally, absolutely nothing can be done to stop Fuzzy Doe, but does get them just shy of another Primal Rage. It ain't gonna matter though. 2 seconds left on the clock. Dragon Blade put down into dust. Felix Felice chopping up this last self-destruct as a chance. Gets the mech back. A little bit of extra stall, but the effort doesn't look so valiant with the pulse bomb stuck to your back, Fruit Salad. It's just kind of formalities at this point, clearing these players off the objective one by one. Sound barrier from Nyx, cherry on top, and surely this cleanup will go ahead and do it. Fruit Salad on the board.
I love that moment in time where Felix Felices gets stuck with the pulse bomb and just stops, just blind acceptance. Like, I know it's, you know, it's a tactical thing where you're like, okay, I don't want to move because I don't want to accidentally blow someone else up, but you're like, I'm dead and I know it. There's nothing I can do about this. Like, I guess I'll just sit here and reflect on my sins, I suppose. Like, you know, ever daring to try and play D.Va that we thought was favored on a map that Fruit Salad were clearly the favorite team on.
Now we look crazy for calling them crazy, CB. We started this map by saying, why did we pick this? This is like the D.Va, the Pharah, like everything that had been an issue before, it kind of was re-amplified. But this Winston brings them a much more confident look. And along with that, CB, think about that rest of the map pool, which is very dive-centric. Fruit Salad may have found themselves a chance within this grand finals.
Yeah, I think the Pharah might still be something that you do have to worry about at certain points in time, but like we didn't see it get nearly as much value on this point. Like Najila was even forced to swap off of it and over onto the Reaper on the on KCMX's defense. So I don't know that Fruit Salad are really going to be all that concerned with that particularly. So maybe, you know, the solution isn't actually to try and play into this Rush Orisa mirror. Maybe it's actually to try and take maps where you think that the dive is actually favored and just play this Winston dive. Because again, a good Winston team should, in theory, be able to beat a good D.Va team more often than not. And right now we're seeing that, you know, completely play out. You play a map where you can play this Winston dive, you get away with it, you play it just better than KCMX play their D.Va dive, and you're setting the tempo. You're reacting to things at the right time, and you're kind of forcing some of these errors, some of these big ultimates, like Tangerine's Orbital Ray, that you need to be winning fights with. You just can't, because KCMX are never firmly in control.
It really, and that's such a change of pace considering how well KCMX had that macro under wraps. Like the fights that Fruit Salad did win in maps 1 and 2 were just off of some heroic play from Zytheren or Fuzzy Doe, for example. But now we're at a point where this macro is much more even. In fact, Fruit Salad got a good control on it themselves now. And I'm really excited for the rest of this series, CB, just because it's going to lead us all the way back to where we started. It's like a whole new fruit salad that we're watching.
Yeah, and it's a fruit salad that is not going down the same way they went down in Major 3. In Major 3, it was a 4-0, but they got to be feeling pretty good because they now are not only grand finalists, not only two-time grand finalists, but they're two-time grand finalists with at least one map win under their belt, and potentially 3 more on a championship to their name if they can keep up the tempo. We will see on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, chat. This one is getting good. Welcome back, everyone. It is wintertime. It is quite cold outside, especially if you are my co-caster here, Tiny Shiny, in the middle of a blizzard. But hey, it's nice and warm in here because this series is heating up. We are 2-1 in our Rising Spotlight Grand Finals, and Fruit Salad look a little rejuvenated.
They do. They've given themselves a good fruit smoothie. I don't know. Actually, that might be violence.
That's bad. That would be bad. They've been turned into a smoothie. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not a nice thing to say. I like smoothies. I actually had one today. But anyways, they found a way to get themselves back into this series. And it has been that Winston composition. Looked great on Route 66. You got all the way to the third point, pulled the Orisa out, and the Diva did not stand a chance on the backside. But as we look forward in this series, it is now the first time that we will see the map pick of KCMX, and they're going to pick Colosseo as a push map, and that really doesn't scream dive to me, Diva.
Yeah, I think like we're kind of in this weird Bizarro world right now where the team that is known for the Diva actually wants to play the Brawl maps because they can win out the Brawls with the Diva and the Sojourn. They don't want to actually play dive. In fact, they're going to avoid dive maps like Eichenwald or Blizzard World like the Plague, and are instead going to try and take a more brawl-heavy map like Colosseo, but I actually think that the ability to play the D.Va like a dive composition, like all logic dictates you would, will actually be pretty beneficial on Colosseo, because I still believe that the most important part of the map is those high grounds that overlook the checkpoints, and being able to go back and forth between that and the ground at will, I think should benefit the D.Va greatly, but it's also going to come down to which of the DPS is getting the highest value. In the past, it's been Bandit on the Sojourn, but if Zytherin is able to play the Genji to great effect, then it's been Zytherin. So that's the two that I'm looking at, and Zytherin, actually, at least so far in the attack spawn, is going to mirror the Sojourn.
Okay. I don't hate that. We also do have Mothia coming back in. They ended up getting subbed out for maps 2 and 3 for Nyx, and I'm assuming because Mothia is just kind of known is a Lucio player for the most part. So Fruit Salad are going to be hard sticking to that, and likely the Winston alongside this. We really are in a bizarre world, because look what KCMX are pulling out.
Okay, sure, why not? Yeah, we'll come out with Orisa now. Who cares? Forget the D.Va. We've left her in the past. It's time to get with the now. And by the now, I still mean 2 metas ago, because Orisa is no longer the wave we're in Hazard World right now. But anyway, as we go into the center point, we have an Orisa and a Mei. So you can be looking for Najila to try and get a good Mei wall to second someone off, but that doesn't work so well against the dive comp. So what do KCMX really do here? Do they stay on this?
Well, you can try to beat up the Winston, but if you don't really have a Mei to prevent the escape, it's going to be a lot harder to do so. Fruit Salad has a lot more mobility in this instance, and KCMX will likely just have to use their mobility to go backwards, as we're seeing Tangerine do now. But those torpedoes were so well timed that everyone stays alive long enough to put all of that chip damage into Fuzzy Dough and allow their Felix to push forwards further.
Felix very much so, very low there. The Mei from the Gila does get kind of punished, going super aggressive to confirm that kill into Fuzzy Dough early on, but she does inevitably fall trying to bounce back when everybody goes back for the peel, and KCMX will get the early advantage here, but I don't know that this is going to stay in KCMX's favor, because now you can just have Fuzzy Dough constantly jumping on top, but with a pick like that, anything's in your favor, Bandit.
That is the worst player to lose first for Fruit Salad. So KCMX, they'll go ahead and take that any day of the week, because you're likely going to get the spot at least under this bridge and kind of force Fruit Salad to drop on top of you. It is important that KCMX to take these fights early without Mighty Neva getting back. We're kind of getting back to maps 2 and 3, if you remember, CB, where KCMX played far forwards and forced these stagger picks.
Yeah, and this should be the checkpoint, and not only is that going to give the forward spawns, but that's going to completely nullify the advantage of this high ground. So that is completely gone, and Fruit Salad can't play the dive anymore, so it's time to go for the Orisa mirror. Fuzzy Dough going to make the swap. Gives up a lot of volt charge to make that happen. And KCMX are coming up on that Terra Surge in just a little bit, but it's Bandit's overclock that you really got to look out for.
Anytime Bandit's pulled this out, it has left carnage in its path, but same goes for Oswald's Pulse Pump. So consistent, but such a difficult ult. It's two completely by themselves, and Fruit Salad are right back into this fight. You won't let KCMX move much farther than his first checkpoint.
But you're totally fine with that if you're KCMX, because with 7.5 minutes still on the clock, you've managed to get the checkpoint and then some. You've managed to build up to a Blizzard, an Overclock, a Terra Surge, an Orbital Ray. You're nearing up on that rally, and Fruit Salad, sure, okay, Overclock and Kitsune Rush, that's normally a fight-winning combination, but with all the tools KCMX have, I doubt that it actually would be.
Not necessarily. It depends on how you kite away from this Orbital Ray and the Overclock, and both seem to be pretty well until Najila gets them on a wonderful flank there. Nowhere for Fruit Salad to run, and KCMX, they're going to get these forward spawns confirmed once again.
Yeah, the problem with trying to kite an Orbital Ray is it moves, so it kind of chases you in a way, or at least it feels like it does. And if you're Fruit Salad, I'm sure it felt that way right there. That's the Overclock and the Orbital Ray expended, but that's everything else still in the bank for KCMX. And Fruit Salad haven't even been given the opportunity to push Q yet.
And this will be the first ult that they'll have out with the Overclock and this Kitsune, but the Blizzard, it's going to keep anyone from pushing forward. Fuzzy Dough completely cut off from the rest of the team, and a swarm of KCMX players that burns everyone down. 3 ults just shot down the drain, and Fruit Salad, that was one of their best chances to get a hold here, and now they're going to have to take another dry fight.
And it's actually such a great play from the Gila to toss the Blizzard into that Kitsune Rush so no one can actually get any value from it. Zytherin has to go on a flank with the Overclock rather than use the Kitsune Rush to her advantage. So KCMX don't even really have to worry about that amplified damage. They can just take that front line fight where they have the advantage and then deal with Zytherin whenever they feel like it.
That's that's exactly what they've been doing. Cypher hasn't really been seen in the kill feed since that very first pick on this map, and we're about almost halfway through at this point, and as I don't even quiet, something from Fruit Salad needs to come back alive or just get these key picks. Sound barrier is a great tool to go ahead and do that, but you are going to be climbing up a mountain and a half at this point.
Yeah, 124.87 meters, and you have to pop the sound barrier just to get out of spawn. It's a fight win, but you need so much more, and you're starting to come up on a blizzard. Okay, great, that's good. So that's maybe one more fight that you win. Maybe you start to get a little bit of push progress off of that. But what happens in that next fight? Are you able to build up to a Terra Surge? Are you able to build up to an Overclock? Are you able to contend with Bandit's impending Overclock, which will most likely be coupled with Tangerine's Orbital Ray? It didn't go so well for you last time, so how about round 2?
Looking for it, but oh no! I thought for sure that was gonna get gobbled up, but no, it just guts to the side of the javelin spin there. But it doesn't really do them too much of a favor. Bandit goes into the backline. Orbital Ray again gobbled up with these massive chunking shots. There's just not a chance for Fruit Salad to regroup, even with a nice blizzard like that.
Scytherin finds the parting shot there onto Bandit, but Felix Felice's left all too healthy. Actually gonna go and put the bot back where she wants it to be, but doesn't have a team to help her. So okay, yeah, we'll just leave it there for now and play to this advantage. Fruit Salad, I mean, Zydra's gonna be late, but that means she's gonna have the high ground to overlook this next fight.
Yeah, you have a little bit. This is a fine position to go ahead and work with. KCMX could fight in this middle part of the Coliseum. This is a forward spot. There isn't like too much concern about that part. You have to use ults to try to get through this point. Felix Felice is kind of caught up in 3 of them, to be more specific. Fruit Salad are in a situation, CB, that to win, they have to use all of their big tools to do it.
Yeah, and it was just a lamp from Matneva that ends up winning that one. I mean,
Yeah.
you also invest the Terra Surge from Fuzzy Doe, but that's totally fine because now you've broken the forward spawn and you can actually start to make some progress. Scytherin gonna take this angle here to try and stop KCMX from coming back in, but she can only stay here so long. That bot has a lot of push progress to make before this is even favorable for Fruit Salad. KCMX still very much so in the driver's seat.
KCMX, though, they have this Terra Surge. They don't necessarily need a combo, perhaps, but you want to make sure that you're buying at least some space. Tangerine playing with fire there, rather Zythrin, which actually ends up getting Bandit wrapping around the back, says, I will have your name, Tangerine, at the end of it. These flank angles have been great from Zythrin now that they're starting to get more room to work with.
Now we can actually probably get this bot underneath that checkpoint and maybe even get the checkpoint unlocked. And now we also are going to have a Blizzard, a Terra Surge, and a Sound Barrier. So this can start to snowball out of control for KCMX if they don't put a stop to it. Zytherin, under a little bit of pressure there, has to back off. And there's no one left alive to push the bot. We still have to win this one next fight if we're Fruit Salad, and we can keep this momentum going.
Still Fruit Salad managed to pull out right now. It's really just coming back to this Blizzard. Hostile tries to throw it around a corner. Doesn't really end up catching anybody, as a matter of fact. Hostile was able to kind of let the players scoot around, and Patamon helped stabilize with that rally in the long run. But there's where you kind of get run over. A little bit too aggressive with that shield bash. Fuzzy Doe helped make sure Zythrin got the kill off the back with the Terra Surge. But even then, KCMX are holding on to this for quite some time, and that's all they need to do, CB. They don't need to win these fights as long as they can get this clock lower and lower and force Fruit Salad's resources.
Yeah, and they're just going to stagger out, die on point, only invest the rally. Patamon actually going to swap over onto the Kiriko. Maybe wants a little bit more survivability into those Blizzards or into those Terra Surges. But, I mean, if you're KCMX, like, you're looking at your bus and you're wondering how long these wheels can really stay on. You have some big key ultimates, but support ults for Fruit Salad and the positioning that they have should favor this forward momentum.
Gotta say, though, that Orbital Ray, a darn good ultimate to work with. I mean, the soundbite from Mafia, sure, you can kind of help to trade it out. You got something to come up big, and it's actually Matneva. Look at him, he's on the flank right now. Didn't even need that extra bit with the amplification matrix. He just leaped up to the high ground and said, all right, let me deal with this team. Broke this fight so right open, and Fruit Salad can very well get themselves the checkpoint in this fight.
Yeah, the sound barrier is clutch, and also it's either the positioning or the timing of that orbital ray that was just off from Tangerine, so KCMX can't actually confirm the kills off of it that they really need to, which is why I say, like, you know, the sound barrier and the ant matrix, I think that might be what can actually overcome the healing and the damage that comes out from an overpowered ultimate like the orbital ray. Lamp might actually be forced out here from Matneva. No, he's actually going to be able to hold on to it. KCMX, they haven't been able to stop this bot yet. Fruit Salad, I mean, actually, no, KCMX have stolen the bot, actually.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
not
Fruit
good.
Salad just realized what happened, and they're like, oh no, what do we do?
And they even like kind of caught themselves. You saw how low Cythrin ended up getting, but no, they didn't know that she stayed on the high ground. This is big trouble for Bandit. The flank ended up paying off, and there's a couple icicles that found their way between eyeballs of Patamon and Najila. Fruit Salad are kind of still in this in a way. The issue is Felix. Felix is alive. She's healthy, and my goodness, does she have a Terra Surge? Shouldn't need to come out. There's 30 seconds left in this game, and KCMX just need to win one fight.
Yeah, don't pop the Terror Surge. I think you just hold on to that one, go down swinging, bleed more time off, and like you said, there's only 30 seconds left, but Fruit Salad did get the checkpoint, so there shouldn't be a butt scratch here, but there will be a fair bit of ultimates coming up on both sides. So who gets the better Blizzard? Who gets the better Terror Surge? Who gets the better Overclock? Cythrin wants to go first.
Oh, but there's the May wall put right in her path. She can't get many of these shots off. Najila working overtime to keep her team alive and successfully. All players still standing on their feet. But Fruit Salad, their job is not done. They have at least 2 fights that they need to win, and that's 2 BTS ultimates completely gone. Felix, now her turn to get into the mix. Everyone escaped with their lives, but there needs to be a way to regroup. Bandit is down. Patamon, the sound barrier at their back. Cythrin surging forwards with the rest of Fruit Salad, keeping their heads above water, needing one more full team wipe in order to make this happen, but they're not going to have Fuzzy Dough to do it.
Yeah, and they're not gonna have Fuzzy Dough. That's a great kill into Felix Felices. That buys yourself some time, and that bot is getting so much closer there, but the spawns are so close. Bandit has a shooting gallery. There's a wall in their face. They're gonna slide over it and try and go in. There's the Kitsune rush, and there's also an orbital ray waiting in the wings, but the kills are coming through. Fruit Salad might have done it.
Fruit Salad, the touch, it was too soon from KCMX. They didn't regroup fully. Tangerine is fighting for their life, buying time for the tank to get back. You still don't see Fuzzy Dough on this battlefield. Monty Neva doesn't have any health to spare. Fruit Salad, they had all the tools, but because of their disadvantage so early on, they're struggling to close out these last couple of meters. Felix getting healed up by everything Patamon and Tangerine have. She somehow is still in the mech. Najila returns on the faster heroes. The spawn advantage is simply too much for Fruit Salad to handle. KCMX will go ahead up to match point.
That was a game of mere meters, in fact, dare I say centimeters, because, yeah, if not for that kill onto Matneva on that Baptiste there, I think that would have gone a different way, because the sustain would have been there. Fruit Salad could have kept the momentum up and pushed at that last couple of meters, and despite the disadvantage they were at for the entire game, would have been able to mount the comeback, but KCMX do just enough to keep their heads above water. It was, I mean, if that doesn't show you how close this matchup is between these two teams, how badly they both came to fight, I don't know what does.
Yeah, we really got to see Fruit Salad. Okay, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Push, oftentimes at Colosseo too, when you see a team get as far ahead as that CB, it's kind of over. And like, we almost started casting it like, well, this is it. That's kind of done. But Fruit Salad completely proved us wrong there. KCMX were forced to make some pretty big errors, such as kind of getting caught out, moving further forwards, not using their support ults at the right times. And Fruit Salad did well at respecting that. They had enough healing to kind of play this push and pull method instead of just full sending it every single time. And it really came to their benefit on the map of push. But because of the disadvantage that they had from the start, CB, you just can't climb a mountain that is that tall.
The thing I love about push, and like you said it was like a mountain and a half when we first saw how far KCMX got. The only thing in push that really matters is that last fight and whether or not you brought your climbing shoes. And Fruit Salad definitely did, but they were just a couple inches shy of the peak there. KCMX, they set the bar a little too high on that initial push and had the spawn advantage to close it out, but that's still close. Had it not been for that spawn advantage, had it not been for that pick onto Matneva, we would probably be singing a different tune. We'd probably be singing This Is 2-2, but instead, we are singing Match Point, and the band for KCMX's victory might be tuning up here because they are one more map away from taking it home. And speaking of maps, if you're Fruit Salad, you picked Route 66 next time, or last time. What do you pick this time?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe the map pool refreshes, correct, after this, so all of the map. Oh no, we have hybrid. We haven't played hybrid yet. Never mind, we're doing that. So the options for this are weird, CB, as you said before, but oh, we're not playing hybrid. My bad. Oh, wait.
Yeah,
I forgot that they combined it. That's on me.
Yeah, it's like hybrid Flashpoint, I think
Yes.
is or is hybrid push, one of the two.
I definitely looked at the map pool and saw hybrid maps and push and Flashpoint maps and put them in separate columns on my team sheet.
Is this the first time, by the way,
It
that we're
is.
going to see 5 maps and we're not going to see any of them be hybrid? Like, we're
It
going back
honestly-
to Samoa.
It's
Like,
so
that's
weird. Like, everyone picks hybrid. Like, I feel like it's just, like, universally the preferred map. Unless you're playing Numbani. That one is interesting. But we're not going to do that. They're going to Samoa, which you got to see a little bit more in the earlier series that Fruit Salad played, CB.
Yeah, Fruit Salad kind of dominated Samoa outside of that first sub-map where they got caught off guard by that flanking duo of from UWM Cats, but once they were able to dispatch that and start to spy check to make sure that the Kiriko and the Tracer weren't on any angles, they were able to just win out the frontline battles over and over again, and they have to be feeling really confident. The thing is, though, you have a different set of problems now on this map. Maybe you feel pretty comfortable trying to deal with that because you feel comfortable on this map, but I'm curious to see how this ends up playing out, because we've now seen an Orisa mirror go both ways, we've seen dive mirrors go both ways, and still KCMX have managed to eke themselves out into match point.
Some way, somehow. And I think that it's so weird to say that this is a 3-1, CB. Like, with how close...
Doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't. Like, we've been 99 to 100 on most of the control points. Flashpoint came down close to one fight. Like, this is just... It's such a back and forth game, but they're playing such different styles and in ways with their team that I think it just clashes weird. It gives us this chaotic sort of gameplay, but KCMX seem to have a more consistent approach to their performances, especially in terms of those ultimate fights. They do so... I think they performed... They're winning more of these ultimate fights, for sure, than Fruit Salad, and it's not that close. Fruit Salad, they do better if they're almost at a disadvantage. If you can make KCMX overextend, force mistakes, great, but that's not happening every single time. That's not always the most reliable thing to look at.
One thing that is typically very reliable is seeing Zythrin on the Genji, but she's actually going to swap over onto the Sojourn. And what's interesting is you have Bandit and Najila on the Sojourn, Genji on the other side. So Hostiles May is going to have to get some big value here as we go back into an Orisa mirror where Fruit Salad have typically felt more comfortable. But like you said, sometimes it feels like they are better off when they don't feel comfortable, right? When it feels like they are a little bit behind the 8 ball, when they're forced to adapt and make these big plays, or where they can try and set the tempo. Right now, I mean, they're giving up high ground to KCMX, which is, I mean, if that manifests in any kills for KCMX, you're happy for that. Otherwise, the point control might go a long way with Fruit Salad in the end.
It's similar to Oasis, though, right? Like, think about City Center, where you can kind of force the positioning. Eventually, they'll have to drop down onto you, but if you're Mothia, not exactly where you wanted to be. Najilia got a little bit too close, and we'll have to see where KCMX can kind of push from there. These supports have been their primary targets.
Yeah, you want to play on the ground, that's exactly where we're going to put you, say KCMX. Yep. They take the high ground, collapse on top of them, and they're keeping the pressure up, so Fruit Salad not able to get comfortable here, not able to keep any sort of presence in this fight. And KCMX also going to disengage very, very well here. So Fruit Salad, like, they're not going to be able to find any exit frags. They nearly find Bandit, but they're able to scrape out.
We'll be okay for now. Najila actually almost got run over by that May wall, but instead, look at that laser focus that Fuzzy Doe had on Bandit. Paid no attention to Najila, who's just mere inches from her face, and it kind of just goes in. That's an orbital ray. I'm not too sure about that. I mean, I guess you want to, like, try to hold on to this as long as you can, keep building up percentage, but it's really only Najila there. Actually, an extra 10. I don't know if that's worth an orbital ray.
It's not, because an orbital ray should be a...
Okay.
All right. Pause for dramatic effect. An orbital ray should be a fight win. And that should, you know, you think of a fight win, that's usually like a 30 to 40% advantage that you would get. And you're giving that up for only about 10%. So I think just in basic economics based on numbers I just made up, I don't think I really like it all that much. But I do like the fact that you still have 2 DPS ultimates, and Najila definitely loves that right now.
Yeah, nope, I don't know if Najila's feeling the love right now. I don't feel much of anything because they're dead, but yeah, KCMX, good attempt.
Very numb.
They're
very
numb.
numb ninja we've got there, Najila. You're actually going to swap over onto the May to try and mirror Hostile here, but Hostile's coming up on a Blizzard, and I think that might be another fight win for Fruit Salad if they're able to get this one off successfully, because KCMX, like, they have the overclock, but they don't have the positioning to use it.
Bandit, though, 20 HP to spare. Yeah, DPS ults, KCMX, Bandit has not been allowed to do anything with them. Fruit Salad are investing quite heavily into this, though. It's just Zythrin. Zythrin's in the kill feed a lot more than where we've been seeing her on the maps that have been lost, and you can tell she is dragging this team back into these maps.
So for a minute there, it looks good because of the kill onto Fuzzy Dough. Like, KCMX feel like they have an advantage in the fight despite losing Bandit. A DPS for a tank, you take that trade. But all the resources that KCMX use to try and get onto the point is met with, okay, I'll just drop a Blizzard and now you have no way of getting out of it. So Hostile with a great play there.
Style, though, gets really far up. That Ice Block isn't going to save them forever, even if it's just a Parasurge damage, 13 HP. Gotta get those heals in fast, people. Eventually, the Mei, though, will get burned down. Slight overcommitment out of Fruit Salad that KCMX are happy to punish, and especially if they can get Fuzzy Dough's Terra Surge out of it as a result. Felix isn't exactly in the best position, yet Fruit Salad are still trying to commit some of their ultimates, hope to regroup, but I fear this is a losing battle for them. They're gonna have to come back and likely take an extra swing at this.
They get themselves up to 99, but I feel like with 43% for KCMX, you still have a window where you can build up to another fight-winning ult, but it's a pretty narrow one, and KCMX, they have the tools in the bank to plan for 2 fights, which is exactly how much they need to match this 99%. So for Fruit Salad, like I said, I don't know that I really agree with using that Ant Matrix. You know, the Terra Surge, maybe, but the Ant Matrix I think might have been a little bit much.
And this is kind of where we're seeing KCMX have the better ultimate advantage here, or really just management of it. This orbital wave works out really well, just kind of buying the space backwards, and that's one Blizzard that's chopped right up. Najila lost that win condition, and out of Fruit Salad, just full sending it onto this objective. You don't have any damage, though, to really back you up. It's only just the tank, and Mani Neva trying to bump every bit of healing that he can into her, but even that's not enough. We're going to see Final Fight territory.
Fuzzy Dough needs to get out alive, though. 80% to a Terra Surge, whereas Felix Felicis has hers. That could be the win for KCMX, just based off the fact that they have that. You're looking at Fuzzy Dough to build up to it, or Hostile to get a Blizzard here. Otherwise, this is KCMX.
I mean, Fuzzy Dough is just sending it onto the objective, completely ran away from the team, knowing the touch was important, but you now don't have a tank to fight this one off. It's not the player you wanted to see commit, and KCMX, they're taking advantage of that to the fullest. Blizzard locks them up on a map that Fruit Salad dominated before. It's going to be a narrow win for KC.
Very, very narrow, but the kill onto Fuzzy Dough was pretty massive there, because you could have just used the Terra Surge to suck everybody in and force them to play into that Blizzard, but Bandit gets that parting shot onto Hostile as the Blizzards pop, and the only person left alive to deal any sort of damage to those frozen targets is Moth Neva, and yeah, the Baptiste not long for this world without a front line either, so it ends up going KCMX's way, based mostly off of ult economy, but also some great play, playing far back from Bandit, able to put out a lot of that damage and be there when they're really needed to get those kills. But as we go onto Volcano, both teams going to continue to stick on with this Mei, and this might be Fruit Salad's last chance to actually show us the value of it. Hostile has had some great Blizzards. We're going to need to see that and more if Fruit Salad want to stay alive in this series.
Hostile's been great with their ultimates. Like, even thinking back to the Reaper bit, like, more of this neutral play on the characters hasn't been nearly as flashy. And I think Najila has gotten a lot more value out of that Mei so far, which really helps punish Fuzzy Dough when she just decides she's tunnel visions onto one player, which in that case was almost Bandit. The Mei wall's out, that one's broken quickly, and the response from Hostile doesn't do a whole lot. So we're kind of back in this waiting game of these key cooldowns coming out. Speaking of that, Lamp is gone, and so is Mothfia's head.
I mean, once again, Fruit Salad opt to try and play on the point rather than try and play for the high ground, so KCMX take the high ground. The only difference is Fruit Salad actually gets the capture first, so they're going to get 11%, but I mean, KCMX are going to get all that and then some based off of this flip, now at 5% and counting, and Fruit Salad now have to try and play through the choke, and this is where Najila should be getting the better of Hostile with these walls, as Fruit Salad are forced to walk up. That wall, though, from Najila was really early, so that should be the go button. Fruit Salad needs to rotate in now.
Oh, Bandit, though. Javelin, maybe a little bit scary, but yeah, and Fruit Salad, they're taking their time with this one. They don't want to overextend for a Mei wall to come up. They instead put one at the back of Felix, who smartly just reverses over that ramp, avoiding that completely. And they're so scared. They're so scared of the threat that Najila poses to this team, eventually reaching closer to this objective. But look at the ultimates that have built up. Bandit has an overclock. Najila, Blizzard right around the corner, and with the tank already dealt with, you don't really need much more than that alone. Team wipe now for KCMX.
You know what I think it is? I don't think that Fruit Salad actually heard the wall that Najila put up that was really early, so they were playing really scared waiting for that wall to come out, trying to bait it out, but it never came, so they're just taking all of this damage for nothing. They lose so many members towards that fight when it actually finally kicks off properly, and the Blizzard is all KCMX need to make it happen. It's 62% and counting. You get maybe 2 fights here, and an Orbital Ray fight should favor KCMX.
It's everything, though, from Fruit Salad right now. The Orbital Ray just counteracts most of it. It's only Zyther, and now that that wall goes down, they forgot about the threat looming on the other side, and she'll manage to hit those couple of shots and keep this team in the match. But my goodness, CB, it is not pretty. These fights that Fruit Salad are winning are because of the straps, are because of Zythrin just popping off and getting 3 picks.
And KCMX just got like an extra 10% there off of the staggers from just Zyther and off of Najila and Bandit. But now you have Hostiles Blizzard that you can maybe win a fight off of, but you got to be on the lookout for Felix Felices on this Terror Surge, and you have to try and keep Bandit off of the high ground, because if they go back up onto that height that they love to play from and pop the overclock, and you're trying to focus on getting the damage in on Hostiles Blizzard, you might have just thrown away your chance at claiming the title.
Now, sound barrier in play. They tried to pull them in, and actually the freeze was stopped. That's why Felix used that Terror Surge in the small corridor. Bandit now knows that this percentage is getting ever closer. And Fruit Salad, they're not going to take any risks using the sound barrier, hopefully, to get an aggressive advantage, but it's not looking too good. They lost both of their damage dealers. KCMX, they can smell this victory, and it might be right here, right now. The Blizzard from Manjila making sure Fuzzy Doe doesn't get an escape, and Fruit Salad, they're going to scramble to touch.
Hostile gonna swap over onto the Venture. Mothfia's probably gonna have to be the one to touch here on the Lucio. Getting checked there. Zythrin can't go. The touch does come through, but you need so much more than that. Mothfia's gonna fall. That's all your fast heroes done. And Mott, Neva, and Fuzzy Doe can't get to the point. KCMX are going to claim the title once more.
The final reigning winners in the Calling All Heroes Rising Division. KCMX made a clean bracket run so far, only dropping 2 maps, both of which to Fruit Salad, and they really stepped it up here on this 5th and final map, CB.
Yeah, KCMX, I mean, it comes down again to a lot of these macro plays. There was such a good moment in time in that last fight for Fruit Salad where you have Mafia speed boost everyone out and then you counterattack with the sound barrier. It almost looks so good, but you're just not able to get the kills that you need to on that counterattack, and KCMX are able to win that fight, and that was the last fight that really mattered for them. They were able to claim the title off of that one, and I want to highlight both of these teams because they both have such tremendous stories, but this is just the beginning of their stories. As we go into 2025, I know both of these teams are going to have a lot more that they want to show the world, and I cannot wait to see what they bring to the table. The Calling All Heroes Rising community always delivers.
And it continues to grow, not only in terms of the number of people that are involved in it, but also the talent, right? The skill. And for the first time, we're starting to see those players that kind of become big names within the Rising scene move up to compete at the Challengers division. Like, that was the whole goal of starting that Rising series, to give anyone who wants to compete a chance regardless of their skill level, and we're seeing those improvements along the way. Like, that's what being in a team can do. It makes you love playing the game along with it. And even in the short spurt that I played during the Swiss stage in Major 3, this welcoming community, like, it is so fun to see them have this big stage for themselves and highlight the hard work that they put into this.
And I think if they keep putting up the hard work, I think, you know, on both of these teams, there is a lot of players and a lot of potential to also join some of the graduates and find your way in the Challenger Series and finding some more competition there, finding some more competition, finding some more friends, some more communities, and finding some more stories that you can tell. And we will be right back with an interview from someone from KCMX to get a tale of their story. Don't go anywhere, chat. We will be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are on the heels of our Calling All Heroes Rising spotlight, and what a spotlight it was! As we saw two teams that definitely came to fight and came to show everybody just what makes the Calling All Heroes Rising community special, and it is KCMX that ended up walking away with the dub after some phenomenal play from both sides. But the likes of Bandit and Agila and Felix Felices, it's kind of hard to discount this team and the force that they brought to this grand finals.
KCMX, I mean, they came in as the favorites, as that team from the upper finals, already had a win over Fruit Salad, and it just add more of that team play. At the end, the macro, learning how to play around each other, the positioning, especially Bandit in a lot of these fights, taking off angles, dividing Fruit Salad's attention, the ultimate manager. I could go on and on about the small things that KCMX did to kind of separate themselves in terms of consistency, but that's not to say Fruit Salad didn't put up a really good fight, especially once we got to Route 66, a map that we've seen an Orisa team that kind of struggle so far on their best competition, pulled out the Winston, gave us a much better look, and almost ran it all the way back on a Coliseo map that was not close to start.
Yeah, you really do have to feel for Fruit Salad. You know, it is their second time in the grand finals, and it is their second time being the bridesmaids and not the brides, but we are kind of seeing their evolution as a team. We're seeing them learn, and we're seeing them grow, and we're seeing them get steadily better and better. But one thing that we did also see is that there was a traitor amongst them. There was a Tangerine playing for the other team, and yeah, that fruit that betrayed them is now champion. Welcome, Tangerine. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Thank you both for casting so much. How are y'all doing?
Oh, we're doing lovely.
So,
Thank you
we
for
don't
asking.
usually get asked that in an interview. That's
No
very
one ever
generous.
asks how
I
we're
know.
doing.
That's what I'm saying. We're supposed to be the ones asking the questions here.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and open this out on a low note. I want to ask you, like, what happened on Route 66 for you guys, and how were you able to bounce back from that?
I think Route 66 is they just stepped their tempo game up like a very significant amount, and even though some of the setups were like, well, we know they're setting up, the dives were just so explosive that it was really, really difficult for us to actually retain and recover. I was personally having a tough time on that map as well, so that definitely could have contributed to it a fair bit. I was not having the best time for that first part, but I think the team was able to bounce back really hard. We just thought about it and we didn't let it like get too far into our heads. We just decided to play our own game and took it to Coliseo to see if we can match the rush. And it ended up working out really well.
I mean, clearly, and you guys ended up coming out on top of that rush that, like, okay, this will be fine as long as Fruit Salad doesn't get to play that, and then you ended up rolling out on the rush, and then Fruit Salad didn't for Coliseo, and eventually we kind of got to this point. You had that massive lead at the start. What kind of happened in those moments where, you know, that Coliseo map, you got to that final fight? What was really going through your head at that moment where we were at, like, mere meters separating that map win-or-loss?
Oh my, I honestly, like in my brain, I blacked out a little bit because I was like for sure that this was just the final bits of it, and then we were able to get back in. We had some really good stalls going in. Najila went in and just managed to get the May left shift out for long enough so that I could get the Ray out. And then ultimately, I think after one of their DPS ended up getting lost out of that fight, it ended up going a lot better for us. That's pretty much all I could recall, though. It was such a blur, I think, within especially those last few moments, which is maybe the adrenaline, I guess, running through. But the team stepped up incredibly for that last point recontest. I'm extremely proud for that. That was amazing.
I can understand, like, you know, blacking out as everything just goes into a blur, and it's like, yeah, those high pressure moments, and maybe you struggle to remember. So instead of thinking about the past and remembering, let me ask you about the future. You guys had a great bracket run here in this Rising Spotlight. How do you feel about running it back in 2025?
Oh, I think it's going to be wonderful for us, quite honestly. I think that the team that we've cultivated has been amazing, and shout outs to every single member. Like, we have a good amount of new members that ended up coming into KCMX, and we worked it out and really just grinded our hearts out. We really wanted to play and we really wanted to win. and I definitely cannot wait to come back for the next year. It's going to be an amazing time.
And if you keep pulling out performances like this as well, I mean, hey, we very well can continue to see KCMX make these top line appearances. And you know, we always talk about the Rising division as kind of being that it's kind of like a development. It's like that pipeline, right, for challenges, but it also gives birth to a really awesome community that I know you and KCMX players are all very involved in. This is kind of, well, my last question is one that I know CB and I enjoy very much. What does having Calling All Heroes competing in it, what does that mean to you?
That's such a good question. It's really important. I guess I could go from like a personal route and say that this was extremely important in just like finding my gender identity a little bit more, just within that regard, and actually being able to like express myself more with the team feels amazing. I wasn't able to play on the first season of Calling All Heroes, and it was difficult, but after all of the time went by, I think that just the community, it's not only so supportive of me and everybody just has such a kind heart in this community. And I feel like it's such a safe space for so many people. That is something that comes out of Rising that is so absolutely incredible and also detrimental to the tournament itself, is the community that's been cultivated from it. So thank you to everybody, especially if you're in the moderating that Rising Court server. Thank you so much for all the hard work you do. You're all wonderful people. Much love over to the Rising community and all those folks over there. Y'all are amazing, and thank you for cultivating that.
I love that answer. That really, I mean, especially the parts about, you know, you're talking about your gender identity. That's something I think that resonates pretty well with me, I'd say, and with a lot of people within this community. So on that touching note, I want to congratulate you for your victory and, you know, go in a quick different direction. As a Tangerine, do you feel any remorse having put down your Fruity fellows so brutally in a grand finals for everyone to see?
From.
Oh,
it was deep
okay.
down. I felt so bad. I was like, oh, I can't be doing this. This is not right.
You know,
it's immoral.
Oh, well, moral or not, you have now won. You have been able to put them down and show the world what you have, and I look forward to seeing you guys run it back potentially in the future. Continue to tell your story and continue to show what you are capable of. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. And Fruit Salad, y'all are amazing. Love playing against you all. Thank you so much. Amazing time playing with that team.
You know what? You never got the chance to say your Fruit Salad turned into a smoothie.
You know, I was literally just thinking that. I should have said that. I should have said that.
The opportunity has come and gone. You wasted it at the beginning of the show by
I
just
did,
talking about
I
how much you
know.
like all the various fruits and how good it would be.
It was so good, but I mean, hey, maybe there's a reason why. I mean, you don't put tangerines in smoothies typically, right? So that's maybe why they didn't say this. I don't know. Either way,
put anything. People put leaves in smoothies. Like you could put anything in there.
You could put an avocado in there. Is an avocado a fruit? Yeah, that's a fruit.
Yeah,
I don't
avocados
know
are fruit.
They're a
It's
fruit.
a lot of things are fruits that you wouldn't expect. Like a tomato is a fruit, but you probably wouldn't put that in a smoothie because a tomato smoothie is just like that's just ketchup. At a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Anyway,
man.
we still got one more game to go, chat. We'll be done talking about condiments and smoothies, I promise. We've got some serious business to discuss, and that is going to be our LCQ seeding match for the Challenger Series that we have on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are finished now with our Rising Spotlight, but in a way, we're still continuing on with the Rising Spotlight as we move on to our seeding match for the Challenger Series LCQ. My name is CB, and I'm joined, of course, by Tiny Shiny, and this one should be quite interesting. Moth Genesis going up against Timeless Aurora, and we've got a couple of familiar faces on both sides.
Yeah, these team names may not ring any particular bells, but these are going to be ones that you'll be hearing for a while, because what this LCQ match does, it guarantees these two teams a chance at getting, well, really, they're already guaranteed spots in these Calling All Heroes championships, which start this coming Thursday. CB, both of these teams will be competing for over $21,000 coming ahead, and this is going to be their chance at whether they're getting that 7th or an 8th seed, and in this case, it's the difference of playing a Valentine or a Fable, so a very big deal for both of these rosters.
Yeah, obviously you're going to want to have the matchup that's going to be a lot easier for you, so you don't want to go down, with, be the one to be on the tail end here. You want to come out ahead, and we're going to go ahead and start off with Moth Genesis. We have our roster here. Nostalgia, interestingly, listed as the tank on this roster. Nostalgia is a familiar face for longtime fans of Calling All Heroes. Previously played Lucio for Vancouver Titans Blue during the first season of Calling All Heroes, but has now transitioned over to the tank role and has found a new home in Moth's Genesis and may be able to lead the rest of the squad, Jazzy, Juno, INVU, and Hog Runestone, into the promised land.
Yeah, Moth Genesis are taking advantage of this LCQ and bringing forth a new roster, but this one, CB, looks pretty darn familiar, and for more reasons than one. Timeless Aurora, for the most part, is made up of the players that played on Timeless Nightmare, aka the 3-time champions of the Calling All Heroes Rising division, as well as competing for making these final matches consistently. This is that prime example of a team moving from Rising to compete in Challengers because they've grown so much. They no longer can fit within that Rising rank requirement, so they're banding together as a one last shot to get into this championships.
In fact, even more recently than that, you have the likes of Soup, Instinct, and even on the bench, they have Tycho, the Calling All Heroes Rising MVP from Major 3, who won over Fruit Salad 4-0. And I think anybody who saw that matchup with Lava Lilies Rising versus Fruit Salad could realize that, Lava Lilies Rising at that point in time was just on another level. They had so many players that were just ready to move up. And since that tournament, which wasn't that long ago, they've hit the grindstone, gone to ranked, and some of them are now no longer eligible for Calling All Heroes Rising. So guess what? Now here they are, because they are frankly too good to be down there. Now it's time to see what they're actually made of, and we're going to start things off as we typically do on Lijiang Tower.
Yep, it's our good old-fashioned control map. Anytime it's in the map pool, you kind of expect it to be picked, but honestly, I don't really hate it because it forces teams to have a diverse set of hero compositions and plans heading into the day. We don't really know what to expect in terms of compositions. Since this is Challengers, and it is at a higher level in terms of rank average, we may get a lot more of that hazard that we didn't see as much earlier in the day, opposed to that Orisa and Diva.
Yeah, we're going to try and get a taste of what the tanks like to play here. Again, interesting, I want to go back to, on the side of Moth Genesis, Nostalgia. Again, previously was a main support player, so not really known for being the most effective tank player. So whatever they come out with on that side of Moth Genesis, I think might set the tone. And what do you know? The tone is no different from what we've seen a lot of different things today, but no different from what the rest of the world has been experiencing. Yeah, we're right on back to the hazard wave, baby. Let's go. It's time to tear it down.
Laser has a tendency to pick up tanks very quickly, as I have learned. I used to play with a lot of these players just for scrims and on teams when it was needed, and this is a tank that can pick up heroes fast, and it's going to put Nostalgia to the test as a former main support player, first time competing in this role. Let's see what they're going to be able to pull out, especially with Naku and Soup being on heroes that they're most comfortable with here, that are strong in this particular meta. Little cactuses are put out early, and they catch Grindstone out very far uses, oh, Juno being on Kiriko is really gonna mess with me here. Juno to use the Suzu, and Nostalgia eventually though finds their way into the backline. It's kind of this big old cooldown trade, that hybrid between Rush and Brawl.
Juno is on Kiriko, Instinct is on Juno. Everybody got that? Everyone
Yep,
write that
yep,
down.
yep,
You'll be tested on this later. That is something worth highlighting though, because the Juno is not typically what we see in this composition. It's typically the Kiriko Lucio backline because of more survivability, and Fabi definitely wishes there was a little bit more survivability on Timeless Aurora's side.
The issue with it is you don't have as much sustain, you can't cover for each other well, and Juno can often be a very vulnerable point to your team if you're not super careful with that, but which Moth Genesis have exploded both fights now.
And now Juno, that is the player, not the character, is going to be inching up closer towards that Kitsune Rush, which is going to be really difficult for Timeless Aurora to play into, especially without the aid of that Orbital Ray. So Moth Genesis, we're 33% right now. I'm guessing they get it up to about 70 before Timeless Aurora has anything to say about it.
Block out early hasn't really been used defensively at all. It's almost as Timeless Aurora are going for these environmental eliminations, if anything, but no, it's Naku somehow who gets sent off the map. I mean, a couple players. Are we going swimming today? What's going on? They missed the message about a pool party or something? No, Jazzy, no! Oh, wait, she's okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
All right, well, you know, Genji's just having a pact, deciding to go down together. Naku and INVU having a little swim together where everybody else able to stabilize, stay alive, and now here we are. We're approaching that 70%, and Timeless Aurora still don't have the tools they need, whereas Moth Genesis haven't been forced to expend thanks to all those environmentals. So they have a lot of tools to push us into one fight.
It's really hard for Timeless Aurora to push over this bridge, and it's not about to get any easier. That Rainfall blocking them in place. Fabi's sound barrier barely enough of a cushion to keep them up, and it buys enough time for Laser to get done what she's been trying to do this whole time, and it's find those supports and that backline.
That's that Orbital Ray. That's how you're supposed to use the Orbital Rays. If you have the damage to follow it up, there's almost nothing in the game that can really slow you down, which is actually surprising considering both members of the backline of Timeless Aurora got hit with that downpour from Nostalgia and weren't able to keep the healing up. So, I mean, very lucky for Timeless Aurora, but now they can go in with the downpour of their own.
Oh,
the Suzu's so good.
Oh, Juno, change your name to Kiriko, please. Like, why don't you? It's been so clean so far.
Just to make this easier for us, please change your name to Kiriko. I mean,
pretty please.
I mean, I love Sabrina Carpenter as much as the next one, but like, you know, we don't need a Juno Kiriko here. Like, yeah, Timeless Aurora, they're gonna have the blade going into this. Jazzy's gonna have the sound barrier. That's a name that is fitting for the hero that they're playing, by the way.
That is true, but it's not a great Lucio skin, so we'll see what happens with that. Moth Genesis, though, they're already down Runestone, so both support ults here without much damage to back it up. It's really only Nostalgia who is just a force to be reckoned with. Hazard cannot be stopped, and it's really just a competition of who can get more done, Nostalgia or Laser.
And it's gonna be Moth Genesis finding the flip here, 90%, so a little bit of a scatter shot push about to come in from Timeless Aurora. Fabi should be able to get in. INVU gonna pop the blade, but that's not gonna be enough. It does actually find some damage onto Super. Laser's gonna be able to get the touch to keep this one going for Timeless Aurora.
It's not looking too hot. The one person with the overclock, she hit the hay long ago, and yeah, there's not a lot of players that can come back in to stall this out. Moth Genesis had that first bridge locked down very well, and we'll go ahead and take Gardens.
Yeah, it's the difference between the Juno and the Kiriko is definitely paying off, because that Suzu that came out from Juno is, oh my god. I'm gonna be feeling it too. I'm gonna be feeling the confusion too.
I know.
The Suzu that came out from Juno, the player, to save everybody from that downpour that came out from Laser, also the player, just so we're clear, was absolutely massive, whereas Timeless Aurora don't have any such utility while they are using the Juno character in the backline, and they end up falling to it when it does come out. Granted, they're able to win that fight outright with the Orbital Ray when they can build up to it. It's still such a strong ultimate, but you're lacking in the survivability department, and that ends up being the difference maker for Timeless Aurora.
We'll have to see how this works here, because I also feel like Timeless Aurora just kind of shoved themselves over that bridge every single fight. Like, they didn't try to spread out. It was just a 5-man rush every single time, and it really was rough with Moth Genesis early positioning. And we're seeing a similar station now with this kind of white room composition. The difference is Nostalgia just gets popped like a balloon. Was separated from the team, spotted Laser in a corner, turned around, and didn't realize that they were completely surrounded by their enemies.
And a great job for Timeless Aurora to chase those last couple of kills, start to build up the percentage, but I mean, now they're going to get the cap, but there's still time for Moth Genesis to come on through and try and take another push here, and they don't really give up too much. Great jagged wall, but it's broken fast.
The jagged walls used defensively have been broken relatively quickly and focused down, which is pretty important considering how much space that can take up and have disruption towards these fights. Laser, though, gonna back up a little bit more towards this white room. Low on the damage reduction ability, too. There's not much you can, and that's kind of the issue. Laser kind of overextended there. Used all of your spike wall early and didn't have anything defensively. And Moth Genesis can win this in the neutral.
Yeah, and like, Instinct can't ever be in a good position to try and heal up Laser, so this Hazard is like consistently having to pop all that damage mitigation, always using the spikes just to stay alive, but you need to be able to use those in positions where you can get both the damage reduction and the outgoing damage.
See, the rainfall first. Only hits onto one. Fabby's sound barrier, did that go off? At all? Yeah, it definitely went off, but it just got chunked down so quickly you could barely even see it. Moth Genesis can't really push back up into this. IMVU got booped back into the face of a cactus. That's something you really want to be hugging at that point in time. And Moth Genesis, though, completely able to regroup by themselves and kind of send Timeless Aurora backwards.
Yeah, but it's a really fast fight that Timeless Aurora took, so we're only kind of crossing over that threshold, the 10% difference between the two teams and counting, but there's a lot of ults on the side of Moth Genesis. If you're Timeless Aurora, like maybe you can force some positioning with this Orbital Ray, but for Orbital Ray just to force positioning, that's a low value ult.
Yeah, and it's not really where you want to be, especially using the downpour here as well. In Moth Genesis, usually the later support ultimates are going to be the ones that win you the fight if you can hit the shots. Fabby out in La La Land, expecting her team to be pushed up, but they simply weren't ready to be in that same spot. Moth Genesis had divided the attention. INVU in particular has been slicing their way through this Timeless Aurora team.
You were able to get both the support outs for Moth Genesis, so maybe now Naku can have an advantageous blade here, but the problem is, so does INVU. So it's a Genji versus a Genji, and Soup's a little bit behind on the overclock, so you're walking into INVU's blade. You don't have an overclock to match Hog Runestones if Moth Genesis decide to invest that as well, and you no longer have a way to force positioning.
Naku, though, looking for the blade, almost got Juno. Instead, it'll be Laser to go ahead and finish them off. One last chance to kind of push this one on through. Not sure if the overclock was needed in that regard, and it may come back to bite them earlier since there's going to be nothing for Timeless Aurora to work with now.
Yeah, and 99%, yeah, I mean, INVU holds on to the blade, and I think that might be next up on the agenda, either that or a downpour coming out from Nostalgia, and Timeless Aurora don't want to give them the opportunity. There we go, that's the kill you really need. Now, even if Nostalgia were to invest that downpour, you wouldn't have the blade to follow up on the damage, and Runestone wouldn't be in position to follow up with any more damage. So Timeless Aurora have bought themselves time, and have a look at Fabby's ult charge, 90%. We're closing in on a sound barrier.
Timals need to keep forcing mistakes like that, but Naku, the hazard is on their head. What are we playing? Leapfrog? It's Overwatch time. Fabby, sound barrier on the ground. This should be Timeless Aurora's signal to move forwards, run over Nostalgia, and grab any other eliminations they can.
Yeah, that's the downpour now invested. You can't combo that with the blade any longer, but now the blade doesn't have to worry about Fabby's sound barrier. You're gonna have to worry more about Laser's downpour here, and the fact that we are now approaching one fight territory for Timeless Aurora. By the time we get any feet on the point, we will be in that territory.
And really, Timeless Aurora's best shot is this downpour out of Laser. INVU already has Blade. Instinct is down. This is going to be a rough recovery should it ever come, but you're not going to have the chance. The rush is too much for Timeless Aurora to handle. The downpour, you don't have the damage follow-up or the health because a Jazzy's sound barrier is in the way. Flip to come through. Overtime burning. Timeless Aurora nowhere near the site of the objective, giving Moth Genesis map 1.
An opening pick there onto Instinct is what ends up deciding it, because you lose the ability to sustain through all the damage that comes out through the blade. You can't build up that Orbital Ray. You can't match the support ults that end up coming out from Moth Genesis. And even though you do have the advantage of the downpour, there's no one left alive because everyone who's still breathing is hiding and ducking for cover from everything that's coming out, especially that blade from INVU. And again, I think it goes back to the survivability. You know, this is why we don't see the Juno character typically played in this composition as much as the Kiriko, because with the Suzu you can survive the downpour. You can use the Suzu to try and stay alive a little bit longer against the hazard dive, whereas if you're Juno and you don't have like the hyper ring, you're kind of just cooked. Like that hazard's just gonna jump in and cleave you in half.
And that happened a lot, especially on this first point here, where Timeless Aurora really struggled to get across that bridge and get that first cap. And even once we were there, it was Instinct who was that main target and kept getting beaten up. And that's the hard part with Juno. You play her because her ultimate is a lot better than like a Kitsune Rush, for example, and it's almost guaranteed a fight win. However, you're at a disadvantage in the neutral because of it, and Moth Genethys were able to look a lot more consistent because of things like that, and also the impact that INVU was able to have, synergizing with Nostalgia.
Yeah, and it's a gamble, you know, running that Juno, because like you said, when you have it, it does pay off dividends, but you're failing in the neutral. And another problem with that is if you're not making up the difference in the neutral, you're going to be behind. You're not going to get that ultimate as often. So even your peaks are going to be a lot more fewer and far between as the valleys that you are being forced into while you're constantly playing up against the Kitsune Rush, while you're constantly playing up against downpours and those big blades from INVU. Take nothing away from Naku, who was also game with that ultimate, but not game enough. And I think something needs to change for Timeless Aurora. I don't know that we want to stick on this Juno for much longer.
And I think something will change, CB, because there's one thing that we know about Timeless Aurora is this is a Winston dive team. Instinct is known for Ana, right? That is their hero and nobody else's. Tycho, in particular, has been putting a ton of work into her Brig as well. So there are a lot of options if you're able to set yourself up on something where you can play this Ana Brig. Maybe stick a laser on a Winston or something else. Have Soup be on her signature hit scan. That can work a lot better, but I think from what we saw at the start here, there were struggles in the support line, not only because of the hero selection, but also in how the abilities were used and the certain positioning that made it difficult for them to take full team fights.
My question, though, is like you say, maybe they wanted to go for something a little bit more dive-oriented, and, you know, where do we go map-wise? Because we've seen, yeah, we got dive. Oh, you want some dive? We got some dive for you. All right, we got Route 66. That's a dive map. We've got, you know, Eichenwald, if you want to go that route. Yeah. We still haven't seen it. By the way, we are 5 hours into the show and we haven't seen a hybrid map. That's got to be some kind of record.
It has to be. Like, hybrid, like, other than Control, because you have to play it, like, it's got to be the second most selected map type, surely, right? And there's just so much variety and things to love in it with the King's Row. I mean, maybe not Numbani. I don't think anyone picks Numbani. If they pick Numbani today, I'm going to be shocked. That will not be the case. We are following the same script as our last series, and we'll be going to Suravasa from map number 2. So, no Ana, no Brig. We're going to be sticking with these kind of hazard, dingy sojourn deals that we've been seeing for most of the time.
I guess you take Kings Row out of the map pool and everyone's just like, hybrid? Nah, not really interested, actually. I think I'd rather play Flashpoint, actually. So, Flashpoint truthers, those of you saying that Flashpoint is actually a goated game mode, you're actually getting a little bit of justice, because we're seeing a lot of Suravasa today, and it's gonna be really interesting to see. Again, you know, we have to go back to these support lines, whether or not the Juno sticks around and whether or not Instinct makes any sort of swap, because you call out how she likes to play the Ana. I don't see Ana coming into the fold here at all. Like, you're either going to play Kiriko with the hazard dive, or you're going to try and stay on the hazard comp and make this Juno stick. And I don't see that paying off, especially with more flank routes, more ways for that Juno to be targeted by the likes of INVU.
Yeah, Instinct does play Kiriko, so I'm not really concerned about that. Should that be the motion? It's if you stick on the Juno that I'm a little bit more worried, especially in Flashpoint. It plays similarly to Control in a way, CB, where you're on these neutral points and you it plays the same structure. So it almost feels like we are going to run back what we saw before. And if Instinct cannot be kept alive, then Timeless Aurora are going to not really have fun on this map.
Yeah, and by the way, like, Juno doesn't pair very well with Lucio, because Lucio is not the best at assisting to keep her alive. That's why you typically see Juno paired with a Brigitte, because you have the whip shot. Lucio, what he actually wants to do is go forward with the front line and use the boops and the displacement to both peel, create space, and heal up the front line. But you can't do that if you're trying to peel for a Juno all the time.
Good combo on Nostalgia in, but oh my goodness, they just exploded into a bajillion pieces. And that's kind of the hard part with Hazard, is he feels so tanky until you do something like that. You're like, wait, where'd my health go? Yeah, Moth Genesis have actually been getting punished quite a bit for over aggression, and Timeless Aurora do have the focus fire to win this out.
Sometimes your tank just feeds. It's kind of all you can really do. Like, sometimes it just happens. Like you said, your health bar just evaporates. You're like, oh, where's my team? You know, where's my health? It's all gone.
Yeah, no. And nostalgia again? Okay,
yeah.
You can't do that. If one time, okay, it happens, whatever. But second time, you can't be doing that. That's more of a concern to be kind of going in. Timeless Aurora, I think they have the advantage of having a player who's been tank for a long time and knows what positioning to take.
Fail to heal me once, shame on you. Fail to heal me twice. Oh, suddenly it's my fault, okay? Nostalgia, you got to play a little bit more safe. And also, a lot of the backline was blocked off by a jagged wall from Laser. That exact placement right there. This time, this section Nostalgia off just at the door frame.
At least he didn't go in too deep. And the support line of Laser just got a lot weaker with Fabi being removed from that equation. Nostalgia can finally go in without too much fear on the backside. Right as Timeless Aurora are going to hit 99%.
Yeah, not a moment too soon. Nako even with some parting shots there. Instinct gonna be the last to fall. You're totally fine with that if you're Timeless Aurora. As Moth Genesis don't really have any ults to try and contest this one or keep this one going. They have map control, sure, but Instinct is closing in on the orbital ray. And we talked about how much of a gamble it is. Well, we put it all on red and we are about to spin the roulette wheel, baby. Let's see if it comes up red. If she's able to get this ult off, it should be enough for Moth Genesis to put the point back and take this first flashpoint.
His points just go so quickly. A full fight here, or even that's dragged out a little bit longer, would be great, but you're not going to get there before the orbital ray is out. Everyone has to try and run, and for the most part, the health bars are looking to be in a decent place. Nostalgia, downpour online. It's going to be deflected, doesn't grab too much of anything, and with Fabi's sound barrier no longer an option, suddenly Moth Genesis are looking much better. This is best case scenario, CB.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I was wondering if Naku was going to try and pull the blade there because he took down Jazzy, so you wouldn't have had to worry about the sound barrier. Maybe you go for a hero play there, but Naku thinks better of it. And that's another reason why the Juno is less prominent is because so many members of this composition, the Genji, the Hazard, the Sojourn, if you pop the orbital ray, they all have such great abilities to just get the heck out of dodge.
Sound barriers clearing either way, rendering both Dragon Blades useless, but INVU held on to theirs just a little bit longer. Downpour now that hit Nostalgia, that's more of an issue. It's easy to shoot someone who's just rooted in place, and Moth's Genesis are feeling the pain of that right here. Timeless Aurora took advantage of their initiation there and are going to get market after all.
Yeah, sound barrier and blade expended on both sides, but it comes up much bigger for Timeless Aurora. Looks like the flashpoint is going to be Ruins, and Moth Genesis should have a better position to get there. Fabi, be careful. Oh, no, wait, you're walking into your team who's already there.
Yeah.
Right. And I saw the silhouettes and the colors, like it was a little bit blue. I was like, oh, careful.
INVU wasn't careful, I'll tell you that. Yeah, very far ahead right now. And Naku is a Genji player that is an opportunist. You give them the chance to get his dash off, then you better believe they're going for it, even if it costs their life.
5 more seconds to the flashpoint unlocks. Timeless Aurora should get first cap here, but that's going to be in a fast fight from Moth Genesis. And Soup already going to pop the overclock. Yeah, wants to try and put some pressure onto Nostalgia, but all right, all Nostalgia had to do was dip their toes in the water and head right back out and got an overclock for their trouble.
The point wasn't even capped yet, too. So Moth Genesis, you take that any day of the week. Timeless Aurora, you don't really have any response to Hog's Runestone coming in with an overclock of their own. Laser's okay, though. The spike guard is enough damage reduction to keep everyone up. But you're so focused on kiting away from that. Nostalgia got a jump scare on both Fabi and Soup. And to this point, isn't going to last too much longer for Timeless Aurora.
Ooh, yeah, the spike guard just popped in Runestone's face there, and it's just farming up a free rail shot for that Sojourn. It's so easy when you're just, giving a big ball of health over to the enemy Sojourn. And now you got the downpour. Now you got the Kitsune Rush. Instinct does, once again, have that orbital ray, but we didn't see it get a whole lot of value last time, and I guess we're popping it now. And Moth Genesis, they have so much room to just kite this. This orbital ray, it shouldn't get anything.
Well, I got Jazzy to a little bit of a parting shot there. That's value that shouldn't be gained, and you get the trade out, sure, but that means that Juno needs to stay alive on the Kiriko, and they'll have no problem doing whatsoever until Naku has to say about things. Gets a second, too. Runestone didn't have time to pull the trigger on that railgun. It looks kind of rough for Timeless Aurora. They're able to recover thanks to this Dragon Blade.
They just need to try and get rid of this last little pesky frog, and also Hazard as well. Nostalgia dealt with. They just need to get rid of Jazzy. There we go. That took a little bit too long there. 84% now for Moth Genesis, very firmly in one fight territory. But like I said, like that orbital ray, sure it claims Jazzy, and that's actually great because it stops the Lucio from being able to build up with a sound barrier that would have kept Moth Genesis in that fight even longer. You definitely wanted a lot more than that for that big of an ultimate, and it took Timeless Roar so long to capitalize.
I know, and you're not even gonna get Naku out of the way. Laser used that downpour a little bit earlier and it didn't really pay off. There's a bit of desynchronization between the tank and the DPS of Timeless Aurora, and Nostalgia taking advantage of that once again.
Yeah, and it's going to be 87, potentially up to 90% for Timeless Aurora, but the flip's going to come through for Moth Genesis, and there's still a chance for a touch, but I doubt it's going to actually happen. No, yeah, you don't. Like, again, like, with Fabi being the last one to fall, and even Moth Genesis, they know with the Lucio being the last to fall, like, no one's going to even try and make that touch happen, so we just go and play for the next point here and hold on to what we have. Jazzy still has a sound barrier, INVU still has a Dragon Blade. That is plenty to win out this next fight, even if Fabi builds up to a sound barrier of their own.
There's really no doubt here that Moth Genesis comes on top of this. It's just a matter of they have to use both the blade and the sound barrier, or just end up using one. Especially if you can't hold on to at least one of those later on. Fabi's ultimate early is huge, but INVU decides to pop the Dragon Blade a little bit on the earlier side while that overhealth is still active, so they don't get nearly as much value as you could have from the ultimate. Doesn't matter at the end of the day though. You get that 2-for-1 trade. Moth Genesis will snag the first bet.
Runestone off on this angle with the Sojourners making the trades favor Moth Genesis just a little bit more, but both teams end up expending the sound barriers, and I mean, you also expend the blade only for those trades to kind of come out only just barely favoring you for Moth Genesis. You still have an advantageous ult economy, but I feel like that fight could have gone a lot faster for them. Now you're once again up against this orbital ray. Instinct hasn't been the best with them so far, but maybe she'll find a way to, you know, force positioning again or put Moth Genesis into an unwinnable situation.
But Runestone, though, very close to a hazard there, and I think all the chaos that the overclock caused was plenty of space that Nostalgia was happy to go ahead and take his... Runestone, let's be nice here.
I was just, you know, just putting down the, you're just putting down the collegiate spray. You know, we also represent the Overwatch
I
collegiate scene here. Yeah.
We do represent that. Look at that.
Yeah, we all go to college. We love education. And right now, Moth Genesis schooling Timeless Aurora on how to play a proper backline. Instinct, again, now does have that orbital ray, but an early downpour from Nostalgia.
And it gets orbital ray out. I mean, you take that. And especially with Instinct completely having to overextend off of this. This Juno has not been working. And also, Runestone is on a bit of a tear. My goodness. She's hit like at least half of his final blows in this past fight. Add another one on top of the pile. Why don't you? And Moth Genesis suddenly just need one more flashpoint.
It's looking really strong for Moth Genesis, and they're going to carry a Kitsune Rush on over to that next fight. The problem that I'm seeing, though, is that Naku is making a lot of hero plays and has been a consistent thorn in Moth Genesis' side. If they're able to dispatch that Genji, they are totally fine, but right now Naku has a blade, so I'm starting to feel like this first fight here on Gardens should favor Timeless Aurora just based on that. But if you go early with that Kitsune Rush and don't give Naku the opportunity to pop that, they might be able to get first cap here.
Moth Genesis won because of their initiation last point, but not this time. Naku pulled the blade out early and at least gets one for their troubles. Juno going down is a much bigger deal. Timeless Aurora, you know that there's no healing, basically. Lucio isn't going to do all that, especially with the Jazzy skin equipped, so Timeless Aurora will get a good start to Gardens.
So, like, not only do Timeless Aurora get the point off of that Dragon Blade, but they also get Juno to use that Kitsune Rush. And so you got rid of one of the most important support ultimates right there. You're going to go ahead and pop the downpour. Can we get any kills off this?
Did they not? Really? That's surprising. Okay, there we go.
Eventually.
We're just a little sneaky, just like a bug that you just slap off the wall. It happens. You get there eventually. I don't like the sound barrier had to be invested into that, especially when you are not the one who got downpoured on. So Moth Genesis, you're honestly okay with getting a regroup here.
Yeah, you're gonna have a sound barrier. There's the downpour comes out. I don't know if anyone got caught with. Oh, yep, nope. The backline definitely got caught with that. Yep.
That's where you like to see that sound barrier for sure. But at Moth Genesis, they played that really well. Just kind of let Laser leap away and knew the rest of the team was vulnerable.
And even with that sound barrier, a couple more seconds and Runestone would have built up to that that overclock that would have definitely made short work of even overhealth charged targets that are rooted to the ground with that downpour. So Nostalgia just wins that with one ultimate. Now you have the overclock still, and you have a sound barrier coming up on another Kitsune Rush. It's looking really good for Moth Genesis here.
looking good for now, but what can they do? If they get Fabi out of the picture, then yeah, this one is just as good as over, only needing 1 or 2 ultimates as well. And Moth Genesis, they'll get a close hold as on the CB.
All right, so now it's going to be the Orbital Ray versus the Kitsune Rush. Which team is going to get the better of it? Both are very, very kiteable ultimates right now, especially if you're playing fast in the way that Moth Genesis are. They haven't really had to worry too much about the Orbital Ray damage. They can just kite it and take the fight on their terms. So I feel like whichever ult goes second actually should be advantageous as long as nobody falls through the first one.
I feel like a general rule of thumb, though, is that Kitsune Rush gets countered directly by Orbital Ray. So I like Juno's choice to go ahead and hold on to it and also have the safer position. If you wait till it expires and you get the full value out of it, then we did just get drive-by'd by Naku, who just appeared out of thin air and gets the deflect kill on the hog room zone as well. That's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Timeless Aurora keeping this surprisingly close, CB.
Yeah, like I was saying, like the Kitsune Rush I think does win if you go second with it, and that's exactly what happened, but only with that asterisk that everyone lives to tell about it. But INVU gets caught out of position and falls to the Orbital Ray, and even as Juno goes to pop it, she gets clapped there by Naku, and Timeless Aurora are able to win that trade outright. Now they're back on the board 2-2 as we go to our final flashpoint here. Let's see who's able to get the better of it. I'm liking Timeless Aurora's Wolf Bank. They have a lot to work with. They also have good positioning, but Moth Genesis already on the point. Trying to negate this angle from Soup.
A little bit early of an overclock, but Nostalgia's kind of just holding the front lines and making sure that Soup can't get access to those squishy players that she can get final blows on. INVU, though, stuck in an awkward spot. You get the Dragon Blade out from this as well. Timeless Aurora just ensuring that they're going to get this first Capital Temple.
Naku's Genji is so good there. Just goes in, punishing with that Dragon Blade. And you use both DPS ults, sure, but you still have a lot of high-value ultimates in the back pocket. You have a Sound Barrier to counteract Nostalgia's downpour, or INVU's Blade and a downpour of your own. That said, though, Timeless Aurora is still giving a fair bit of space here. They're going in with the beam.
Interesting. I mean, it is both downpours on the floor, so honestly that works out since Jazzy didn't have one of their own. Naku is continuing to tear it up on this Genji, their staple hero, and make these fights contestable, make them scrappy. Laser having plenty of health, and with the threat of Soup constantly looping over Moth Genesis, this is not looking good for them.
That was actually nearly disastrous, by the way, because the Suzu from Juno was good again to stop the downpour from Laser, and you saw Instinct and Fabi both getting rooted down with Nostalgia's downpour, and there wasn't enough overhealth left over from the Sound Barrier, but miraculously, Soup is able to find the kills alongside Naku to make this work.
INVU, Dragon Blade early, Instinct sliced into 2, looking for a second, but slightly overzealous, a 2-for-1 raid that Timeless Aurora are going to try to kite out for now.
Yeah, the fight happens over there, so over here on the point, we're just going to go ahead and cap, and now we've got both support ultimates for this next fight. Once again, we're going to see this Orbital Ray versus Kitsune Rush, who pops first, who pops second. This time, though, Jazzy has a Sound Barrier, so that's going to be the key differentiating factor, is that you can actually go first with a Sound Barrier or go second with the Sound Barrier, as is your want.
Use the Orbital Ray kind of as a response to this backline, but that's the issue. If you're going to wait to use your ult, you need to do so in a safe position. Without your 2 key components of your team, there's not even a chance to fight that. That is map losing, CB. Moth Genesis, they played too safe. They played too cautious, and it came back to bite them in the worst way possible. Timeless Aurora are going to take map 2.
That is those photon torpedoes from the Juno, making me eat my words about this pick from Instinct. It finds the enemy Kiriko. What a poetic way to close out the map. I mean, even though it is an automatic aim ability that homes in on enemies, we'll kind of ignore that. It still ends up working out for Timeless Aurora, despite some great play from Moth Genesis. Had those torpedoes not found the kill onto Juno, and you actually are able to get both the support ults up, we may see a longer fight there on that last point. We may see a different story, but the story we have to tell right now is that we are now 1-1.
We are 1-1, and honestly, after how that first map went, I didn't think we'd be here, CB. I feel like when we saw that first map, Moth Genesis looked a lot more confident in how to play this composition, especially in that support line. That Juno, not the player, the hero, is just a weaker pick in comparison to that Kiriko. And for the most part, that remained the case on Suravasa, but there's few instances like that last couple of fights where Instinct had that Orbital Ray up, and there's just nothing Moth Genesis could do about it. They tried to play their tempo differently, but didn't respect the ultimate enough, and that's the one thing that Juno the hero, can continue to do really well and bring towards these compositions, whereas Juno, the Kiriko player, can't quite make up for with their own ultimates.
What's funny too is like we talk about Suravasa, and I feel like the first 2 points, by the way, like the marketplace and then the palace both went very firmly in Moth Genesis' favor, thanks in no small part to Runestone. But once Timeless Aurora actually figured out how to play around these orbital rays and how to target the enemy Kiriko, it kind of was a different story for the other 3 sub points for Flashpoint. So they're able to actually get that victory where they were really close to losing it altogether. And if you're Moth Genesis, obviously you probably still feel very favored in this matchup. You know, you're kind of looking at that last fight and going like, all right, we lost to torpedoes. Like, we lost to a random aimbot ability that just killed our Juno. Like, surely if that doesn't happen, we can win, right? We still feel better in this Hazard Mirror. So where is your map pick? You just go somewhere like Clash, or you go somewhere, maybe we finally see Hybrid, like...
Well, we can't see Hybrid because it's combined with Flashpoint, so we can't
we'll
do
see
that.
Dorado, though.
We can see Dorado. Okay, this, honestly, I think Timeless Aurora are beaming at this map pick. That's their on a break map that they've kind of wanted all along.
Yeah, and I've seen some teams in both Rising and in Challengers in Scrims that have liked to run Ana on this map. If there's ever a map where you're probably going to see Ana be played, it is Dorado, because you do have a lot of high ground angles where you can control alongside a brig. You can play with a dive composition, farm up those nanos. If you put a nano onto Naku, I gotta believe that's gonna do some work. So I'm kind of liking this pick for Timeless Aurora's side, but it's, you know, it's Moth Genesis map pick, and I'm curious why they would go here and not like, I mean, I guess you probably would face the same problem on a Route 66, maybe? Route 66 is a lot more hazard-oriented. Yeah, why didn't we go to Route 66? Question.
I don't, like, are they wanting to play Winston? Okay, Nostalgia has their selected hero as Wrecking Ball, so maybe they play Wrecking Ball? I don't know, I'm just grasping at straws right now, because this pick is really puzzling to me, because again, as you said, CB, I think overall, Moths look a lot better in this Hazard Mirror. They just have some big mistakes that they're making that I think is hurting their own confidence in it.
I will say, I have heard that Wrecking Ball Tracer can beat a hazard composition.
It can. It very well can.
Unfortunately, where I heard that from was from Sabotabi from Aw Yes. So of course she's going to say that. So I don't actually know how trustworthy that is when it's not them playing the game. Like, in this situation, unless one of these teams has a crazy Wrecking Ball that we haven't seen and some insane Tracer synergy with it, I doubt we're going to deviate too far from that. I think if we're playing Dive, it's either going to be Hazard or maybe we see that Winston come out, but I would like to see Instinct hovering over that Ana so we can finally break through of this, break free of this Juno gamble.
Yeah, yeah, please let us go. Play some Brig or something. Like, I need a break from my brain, but Dorado as a whole, like, I don't think you can play Hazard on this. I think the walls are just low enough where the vault does, like, work enough and you have the ledge grab, but it's a bit more expensive to kind of use. You can't stay in the space as long as you might a Winston, and it doesn't cause nearly as much of a fear factor. I kind of want to step away from the tanks and supports though for a second though, CB, because I don't think we've talked nearly enough about these DPS lines and the impact that they're having. Naku in particular, I think is a big reason why that map went in the favor of Timeless.
Yeah, a lot of the fights that Timeless Aurora won, even without the aid of the Orbital Ray, were because of Naku's Dragon Blades or just some assassinations onto Juno. Again, like, targeting the backline. But you have to also give some credit to the assassins there. And, INVU on one side hasn't been able to get quite as much. The blades from Moth Genesis still have been pretty massive. But it's been Naku in the neutral finding these kills and also having the blades to back that up. And again, I talk about, maybe you come
no
out
way.
with... No, you're right, no way. We're not going to play Mercy into this. Mercy Sim on attack, Oh,
come on, have some fun, CB.
Okay, so I've seen, clips of a crazy Wrecking Ball rollout here, and... Okay, don't get off that far. You were playing with my heart too much now. Okay, all right, this looks a little bit normal.
Do it.
There are some crazy rollouts that you can get with a Wrecking Ball here with the newly added elevator onto the red roof here right out front.
Yeah.
You've seen it too, right? Where you just go flying.
I would
All
love
right.
to see that.
All right,
Is
let's
this
see.
real? Is this real?
Let's see if Nostalgia knows the tech. Let's see if this happens.
Oh.
Nope. All right, Nostalgia does not know
Wow.
the tech, and instead it still wants to play Wrecking Ball, but is going to go way
Okay.
back here in this old-fashioned predictable route that everyone saw coming. And yeah, he's not going to be able to stick around too long. Didn't actually even get the displacement.
No, I think it was really, I don't know if it was accidental or on purpose from Timeless Aurora to be in specific spots where you cannot be booped from the high ground, and very small areas at that. So Moth Genesis will be playing from a bit of a back end on that regard, because now you have to play at this front line. And where you have a D.Va, the D.Va can move around a lot easier and will assassinate people, just like we saw Jazzy and NVU explode.
Yeah, like the whole reason why you would play the Wrecking Ball here is to try and get someone off of the high ground, but yeah, Nostalgia going in, gets slept, can't actually get any boops. The key is you need to knock someone off the high ground so that they become, you know, they just fall into a river of piranhas, the piranhas being the rest of your team, but those piranhas are being spearfished right now by Laser over on the D.Va, and Sleep goes a little bit wide there, but we still haven't gotten a good boop off of this Wrecking Ball. Laser is not being displaced from this red roof. The cart is not progressing anywhere fast.
This is Timeless Aurora's map. Like, Instinct is on their best hero. Tycho, she's in on the Brig. Our Major 3 MVP for Rising is back on her best support. Soup can play the Ashe. Like, there's just no thing here that can be done. Like, Moth Genesis, they don't have a tank in their front line, and I think that I'm seeing the rest of the team struggle to keep up. Especially Jazzy has been picked off a lot more than you'd like to see. It's only now with that pick onto Instinct that we're seeing Timeless Aurora start to struggle a little bit. This Wrecking Ball has been more of just a brief annoyance than a full-on thorn in the side is becoming more of an issue once you start to look at this payload positioning.
Rally gonna be popped though from Tycho. Again, like you highlighted, this is the hero that she
Juno.
won the MVP on. But Juno kills 3, and Tycho can't survive through the mines from Nostalgia, so Moth Genesis finally able to break this hold, and it all goes back to, like you said, that kill onto Instinct. Nostalgia finally got some value with that pile driver, just setting it up for Runestone to just knock it out of the park with that rail shot there onto Instinct. That cracks the point wide open, and now you can even see Moth Genesis. They don't want to let Instinct stay up there. There's a lot of damage onto Juno. You can't let Instinct just have this high ground. It needs to be constantly contested. Pulse Bomb onto Tycho. Now there's nothing to protect her.
Tycho is just magnetically attracted to pulse bombs. It's one of her least favorite things about playing Brig is always getting pulse bomb, but well, now you're gonna have to deal with it. The Nano went out onto the Laser just because of lack of healing, attempting to keep her in the mech, but ends up having to burn the self-destruct. Oh, barely gets back in. 13 HP to spare, and this payload has been a lot more contested. The pulse bomb from that one is going to go ahead and land onto 2, and Timeless Aurora will be able to stabilize and hold one of the best points of the game.
There's the Suzu from Juno to save her life. I thought she Suzu'd that pulse bomb, was able to live through it and just be like, oh, where's my team? But yeah, great pulse bomb comes out from Raku. There's also a moment, by the way, where Laser gets demeched and you can see the gears turning where she's like, maybe I can push this mech back to the low ground and get a self-destruct kill that way. Realizes Nostalgia's there, can't make it happen.
Yeah, no, especially with Soup kind of getting forced off of this height. Nostalgia's starting to get some of these knockbacks on the Wrecking Ball, but it's not consistent enough, and you get burned down so quickly without the rest of your team kind of drawing some of that fire, or at least being there to assist the damage.
Nostalgia gonna swap off of the Wrecking Ball. No more games, no more fun. Back onto the Hazard.
Oh.
And I'm curious to see how the D.Va plays into the Hazard, because I feel like they both do have the ability to brawl very well as, you know, get the good dives here. But I mean, Moth Genesis, they are just marching for the high ground.
Oh my goodness, Instinct's running for their life, and we keep seeing Juno in the kill feed a lot with how much damage they've been able to output on this Kiriko in particular, and holding onto this Kitsune rush and kind of just helping Nostalgia push onto these heights has been key for this team.
Yeah, and I mean, like, we're highlighting this backline, this Ana Brig backline for Timeless Aurora a lot. They don't have any safe places they can push now with where the cart is. Like, nowhere where you can keep this Ana safe. You need to try and dislodge Nostalgia, get rid of this Hazard, and retake one of the high grounds. A kill there at the Tycho means, no, that ain't happening.
You know, you're already down 2. It's not looking good for a hold here. With no ultimates really in the bank. Instinct sure close to a Nano, but where are you going to put it on the D.Va who's already kind of been demexed? Juno has you in her sights, and yeah, that'll be the 3rd point capped. About 3.5 minutes now for Moth Genesis to continue the push.
Good news and bad news is there's more high ground that you can play here on the 3rd point here. The bad news is Moth Genesis are going to take it for themselves. So good luck getting up here, Instinct. It was nice to know you. We do still have that nano. We can maybe put it onto laser and try and clear out some of these lurkers up on the high ground. But again, like, this is a big ultimate just to clear space.
No, it's not ideal. Even the pulse bomb is thrown in by Naku, and it's scrappy. 4 players have just died in a very tiny room, and yeah, thankfully it will be a defensive win there without the supports. Timeless Aurora couldn't have had that come at a better time.
Yeah, they're able to clear that space and also win the fight, so they bought themselves some more time. The problem, though, is that Moth Genesis have quite the ult bank, and Tycho's Rally is going to have to do some serious heavy lifting if she wants to be able to carry this fight for Timeless Aurora. Lasers, yeah, that is essentially a useless ultimate, that self-destruct. So we're going to go ahead and mirror this hazard now, but now the ult advantage is even more in Moth Genesis' favor.
Yeah, they took that fight without using anything in it, and this final kind of floodgate of ultimates, it should be enough to just push them over the edge. Naku couldn't move anywhere, losing that Tracer duel, and Timeless Aurora, especially not having Tycho, the Pulse Bomb gets 2 on top of it, and everything is going the way of Moth Genesis right now. The dive that Timeless Aurora, they're so comfortable on CB, it has not worked out yet.
Yeah, Tycho's never gotten to use the rally, and I don't think she's going to be able to. Everyone just stuffed in the spawn. Naku goes in to try and get a touch, sees only a kunai, and that is the last fleeting thing that you will ever see on this defense, Naku. Nice to see ya. And that is going to be a full cap on Dorado with 1:51 in the time bank. That is a long time for Escort. That is going to be a long time for an overtime push if we even get there, because I feel like Moth Genesis look really, really good on this composition, or at least they did once they swapped over onto the Hazard, because I think the Hazard just completely outclassed the D.Va in terms of dive, because we go back to what we were talking about before where, you know, the D.Va, she's really good at peeling, but anytime you're peeling, you're not taking space. The Hazard just takes space, doesn't care about peeling, uses the damage reduction to just continue to be a constant presence that needs to be addressed. And if you know, if you're up there, all your attention's focused on the Hazard, your backline's just gonna fall apart.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these collapses that have been supported by the backline. With this Lucio Kiriko, Nostalgia can go a lot further than you could with an Ana Brig, and not to mention you're a lot more survivable in many ways, just at the sacrifice of less burst healing. I'd like to see Timeless Aurora also kind of balance how they're playing the payload versus the high ground positioning. A lot of times on these escort maps, maybe, it's kind of that Tracer duel, and you're just kind of the payload princess if you're on that Tracer. It's just how it be sometimes. And INVU, 9 times out of 10, has been taking that duel against Naku and winning.
Are we getting a sneaky play here from parts of Timeless Aurora? We do also have a Widow head-to-head. Soup versus Hog Brimstone. We'll see, Soup going to be a little bit late to the fight, and Tycho is already dead, so probably needed to show face a little bit early. That headshot was not charged up, and we are down a Brigitte, so I don't know that we really want to push this. There's the grapple shot. And no one's gonna show up. That's okay. We already got what we need.
The sleeping hazard on the elevator just delivers him right to the middle of the team.
Yes, served up on a silver platter.
A silver platter of an elevator coming down from above. It's delicious. Surely.
Waiter, my dinner is very spiky. I don't like it very much.
You forgot to take out the spikes. It's like, oh yeah, don't drink that. Not fun, but yeah. So far, hey, I'm already eating my words. Naku takes care of INVU, and that is a big move here because payload congestion, Moth Genesis are gonna have to rearrange their positioning. But if Hog Runestone keeps ripping off heads like that, she's gonna become much more of a problem. Timeless Aurora have not been together with 5 stuff yet.
Nostalgia very low. Juna takes down Soup though. There's a lot of damage currently lacking, so Nostalgia should be just fine. And Runestone back in this position where, like, even if Soup were alive, you're kind of at a disadvantage. You're walking into a fixed line of sight that Runestone has, and as long as you don't have to move, there's another headshot, again, not fully charged, but Jazzy dies. That might be something. I have you dying as well.
Okay.
All right, if you're Moth Genesis, I think you need to try and get yourself on the back foot now.
Yeah, this payload, whoa, okay. Payload is slowly starting to move forwards, but Juno still somehow gets the pick on a Soup while all of that is happening, and it's becoming more of an issue. Timeless Aurora need to start putting more pressure onto this payload, which we saw Naku do, but now with the team coming back, you have to try to punish Juno in some way. It's been low for so long, yet she still has enough health to be alive. How is Juno still alive?
At 1 HP, able to get the mini health pack, still alive, has the Kitsune Rush, Nostalgia anti-healed, but they can't confirm the kill, can Timeless Aurora. We're coming up on a nano boost, but that is going to be a drop in the bucket compared to what Moth Genesis are about to have.
out from INVU. Gets forces laser out of the mech, self-destruct. Not quite gonna find any casualties. And watch Genesis, they're opting to back up and kind of regroup, but I don't think that was communicated to everybody, especially Jazzy. It was just Juno and Soldier kind of sitting on the payload, and that's not going to end well for support player with that low HP. Ends up inting aggressively, try to support the team, and you're going to have to hope that they're healthy enough, because any damage you take is permanent at this point. And Nostalgia is okay with that. Hazard is one heck of a tank.
Again, on like 0 HP, Juno still somehow lives, and Moth Genesis able to just pull that fight from the jaws of defeat. They lose Jazzy so early, and that should be a dead fight. But Timeless Aurora haven't been able to convert any of these picks into significant cart progress, and even when they can, Juno has been playing this Kiriko so well. She's constantly able to live when she frankly should not, and have the Kitsune Rush to save the team and keep Moth Genesis in this defense. You still have Instinct's nano boost that you have to worry about. It's going to go out onto Laser. What can we get for this?
Well, you lose Tycho. So right now you're negative in that regard, and Juno keeps getting pickoffs as well. Like, this aggressive style of Kiriko play is working out in wonders for Moth Genesis. It's having an extra angle that you have to watch, and Laser, as a diva, you can't peel for all of them, and that D-Mech there too is only going to set them back further.
I mean, luckily you're right by the spawn, so you can make the swap anyway to mirror over onto the Hazard, but we just used our nano boost, and because of all the pressure that came out, that Diva wasn't even able actually to use the boosters to go in and actually get any damage done with it. So that nano is essentially wasted because our Diva was too busy peeling, and that's just what I said. You can't be turning your head in all directions on this hero. You have to go aggressive. You have to match the brawl, and one that Moth Genesis right now came to square up with.
And the sound barrier, everyone is getting aggressive, and as 3 players stomped, Hog's Runestone still holding down that high ground angle. The space that the Widowmaker has been able to hold is ridiculous. Timeless Aurora were constantly just meeting with choke point after choke point, end up getting stuffed on Dorado. Moth Genesis up to 2-1.
Look, I think 2025 is just the year of Hazard. I think we need to leave Diva in the past. I'm sorry, but Girly, you are staying back in 2024. It is all about the Scott today. The Hazard is just getting so much more value, and speaking of value, Juno on this Kiriko.
Oh my goodness.
Like, we can't talk about like anybody else for a good hot second here, because she has been crazy good. Able to find these headshots with the kunai, on off angles, living when she has no business, still being alive, even being chased down, living on like 6 HP. Yeah, I can still, you know, get myself a mini health pack. Oh, my Suzu's back up, still can't get me.
And that's the thing, is she doesn't play with her team much at all. Like, I don't think we've ever watched Juno and seen her heal. Like, she's just being so aggressive with that extra damage. And I think it's something that Timeless Aurora are also struggling with, having more players dive onto you than what you're used to seeing with perhaps an Ana Brig. We didn't get those same like nade setups that we're kind of used to from Instinct when we saw that Diva come out, because Laser was just healing 95% of the time for her team, trying to make sure that they could outlast that. At some point, the decision had to be made either to swap sooner or to just try to go for a counter dive and let your support suffer, because sometimes that's all a dive mirror is going to be.
Yeah, tanks unfortunately have 2 jobs. They have to take space and they have to hold space. And if you're constantly forced to peel so that you can hold space, you ain't taking any space, and suddenly you have no space. So Moth Genesis, they had all the space. They were able to hit the shots. Juno was never under, well, she was under significant threat, but never under actual life-threatening threat, because somehow she was able to stay alive, and you're never able to get anything with this Diva pick. I think I don't want to see that again going forward. I think we just try and win out on the Hazard mirror, go back to what worked for us on Suravasa, but we'll have some time to deliberate about that, as will the players, as we are going to go to a quick break. This has gone back and forth. We are 2-1 in this seeding match, and we have a best of 7 on our hands, so strap in. We got a ways to go. Nightmare Eclipse and Valentine both wait in the wings for Timeless Aurora and Moth Genesis to decide who will come out on top in this seeding matchup. And so far, it's been Moth Genesis doing as their hashtag is, chasing the light and getting the better, especially with these map picks. Dorado went their way and didn't feel at all close.
No, the Hazard gameplay out of Nostalgia, when not met with a mirror, looked pretty dang good. And not to mention the impact that Hog Runestone had, playing the Widowmaker, buying that space and time. Soup was not able to keep up on that specific duel. So what do you do when you're getting kind of beaten down? You pick the map that allows you to get you to pretty much a one-fight match every single time. Hanaoka will be the selection of Timeless going ahead.
Look, Clash is the last place I want to find myself when I've been beaten down over and over again.
Yeah.
That's just like, there is rock bottom, and then there is something even worse. And I don't know what that is, but that's, yeah, that's where I don't want to be. That's where Clash is for me, specifically. But Hanaoka, okay, that will force out a brawl style, one that I think that maybe you can try to win. As we saw earlier today, teams will still likely try to play the Hazard Mirror when it comes to this, because you can still play it as a short-range dive that acts as a pseudo brawl, so there's no real reason to deviate from it, or maybe there is. Who knows? I'm not inside of the team's mind, so who knows what they could be cooking up.
Yeah, this does say Hazard. I think we need the Hazard back, and I think we need Naku back on the Genji. Those two things are what won Suravasa and made control somewhat close in a way. So Hanaoka should bring back a lot of those successful points that we saw from Timeless Aurora earlier on in the day. The difference is here, though, because I think I do want to give Timeless Aurora credit for what they were able to achieve, but at the same time, there were like a lot of big errors, or not a lot, but there were big errors that were scattered few and far between in that map of Suravasa, such as Nostalgia kind of feeding their brains out a bit on Market. You had those couple of fights with the Orbital Rays that weren't quite played well. You died with 3 ultimates and couldn't use any. There were things like that that got really weird, but the consistency points throughout all compositions so far, it has looked very much in favor of the Moths today.
Yeah, I again, as long as Nostalgia doesn't get completely caught out and see the health bar just evaporate out of nowhere, because, yeah, you went a little deep and where's my health bar? Where did it go? Uh-oh, I guess that's what happens when my healers no longer have LOS because someone put a big jagged wall in their face. It does show that, like, Laser is competent on this Hazard, which makes it all the more questionable that Timeless Aurora would ever deviate from that, right? Because it feels like that's something that she should be comfortable taking a mirror matchup on. But the D.Va wasn't working out, and I don't want to see that again. We need to go back to a Hazard matchup here, and I think both teams understand the assignment. INVU maybe copied someone's homework and copied it wrong. That is not the assignment, but close enough.
Yeah, close enough. Junkrat's like a fun. It's the diamond special. I see this all the time in my Hanaoka games, but not sure if you want to see that.
We're not in diamond.
We're not in diamond. This is like where the cool people are at. So yeah, INVU. Not too sure about that one. Get your little butt back on Genji. There we go. We're gonna get that full mirror comp again, with the exception of Instinct playing the Juno.
Yeah, it's once again going to be the Juno Kiriko matchup in every way that that can possibly be confusing. Yeah, thank you. No, that would have broken my brain eventually too, either way. Like, it's still something that we have to contend with. Right now, Moth Genesis have to contend with the fact that Timeless Aurora have just completely swarmed Runestone and forced this Sojourn out off of the point, as well as taken the high ground. But Moth Genesis, there we go. We are back. Runestone with a shot onto Soup.
That was kind of unlucky from Soup. She kind of just skidded right along to the side of that high ground, like she was on a skateboard or something. Kind of unlucky, but yeah, Moth Genesis are back in that more consistent point. I think just having, again, that aggressive Kiriko, and not to mention a competent Genji and Sojourn here, will work out really well.
Yeah, like they're able to dislodge her from that place where she wants to play over on the low ground. Very dangerous, but they don't confirm the kills. She just comes back with a fully charged laser shot and puts it right into Soup's back. Soup never saw it coming, couldn't do a damn thing about it, and the rest of Timeless Aurora all fall, despite having an early positional advantage, which they do have on this sub point as well. But Moth Genesis, they have the momentum, they have the pressure.
Juno looked to be in a bit of trouble there, but especially lived to see another day. Nostalgia did back up this time. Kind of got flashbacks of the health bar exploding previously. Moth Genesis I'm playing more towards the side. Is that how Laser way back in the backline right now? Yeah, look at that positioning from her. She's not giving any distance. Moth's Genesis didn't know what quite hit them, and they're choosing the route of counter diving. Being able to get 2 to trade off of it. The Lucio and Juno backline dive so well with this tank selection, and we're seeing Nostalgia get a lot of advantage in that duel because of it.
Yeah, like that time, you know, Timeless Aurora are actually able to confirm the kill onto Hog Runestone. Yeah, sure, but in order to confirm that kill, they leave Instinct high and dry. And look at the ult charge between Juno and Instinct over there on the Juno. Kitsune Rush is already on for the side of Moth's Genesis, only 59% for Instinct. She hasn't been able to get anything done on this hero, but she is stuck on it at this point because you need to try and play for that Orbital Ray.
Orbital Ray from Instinct, I mean, it's so far away. Like, you're not going to get it unless this fight goes really, really long. Fabi knows it and will help it get there just by using a sound barrier to ward people off. The problem was, the point hasn't necessarily been unlocked. You'll take the pick from INVU. Moth Genesis know that they're not really going to get capture on this point. The fact of getting the sound barrier is enough of a win for them.
Yeah, with the spawn advantage, like, this point goes over to the defending team, like, 9 times out of 10. So the fact that you're able to bait out the sound barrier and give up that point, like, you're totally fine with that. And now you just heal back, play for the next point. There's the early downpour from Laser.
It does end up using the sound barrier, which isn't quite enough to keep Jazzy up. If Juno stays alive, I'd say there's a chance for Moth Genesis, and that's exactly what ends up happening. Only the 2 ultimates that are used, Nostalgia's in response, and with the fact that Juno managed to stay alive that whole time, she is doing so much on this Kiriko by simply existing.
Nostalgia just jumps up, takes down Instinct, and this should be Moth Genesis taking the point. And yeah, just like you said, Juno just, again, lives in situations where she should not still be alive, and that's enough to give Moth Genesis a way forward. And by the way, when she comes back, she's not even healing all that much, but somehow Moth Genesis still win the fight, but the fight is not over quite yet.
Naku pulled the blade, but Jazzy barely out of their reach here. Timeless Aurora have completely reset this bar, and it does force Moth Genesis to use more of their ults. Now 4 have been put into this point, opposed to the 3 of Timeless Aurora. Moth Genesis know that, again, if you can kind of just keep this little pattern going, flipping back and forth between points B and A, you're going to win it eventually.
Yeah, Timeless Aurora, like, you mentioned how they forced Moth Genesis ult bank, but, like, looking at Timeless Aurora's, theirs got forced pretty heavily as well. Both DPS ults down. The Orbital Ray got invested. We're not really close to that downpour. We don't have that sound barrier. We're going to be going up against a lot of Moth Genesis, who's going to be doing a lot of damage.
Again?
They've killed Fabi.
That can't happen. Like, Juno is getting away with murder right now. I mean, Moth Genesis will at least get some presence on this point. But again, if you can get a tick, wonderful. If you don't, and you just fort ult, pretty good as well. So Timeless Aurora, it's really how can they win this fight with as little resources as possible. But key point, win the fight. You gotta start somewhere. And Nostalgia saw an opportunity to use their own downpour. Let's INVU get a couple off the back of it, and this might just be at least 1 tick, if not 2, gained with that last pick.
And there's one, about 1.5, and the touch is going to come through, but IMU now going to pop the blade, wants to try and take down Fabi before you can build that sound barrier. Can't quite confirm the kill, but there it is. Juno falls on the other side, though, so Timeless Aurora may have just bought themselves one last lifeline there. It's not clean. They're going to lose Instinct on that one as well, and okay, they'll be able to cap and get themselves 2 points here, but they have run out of breathing room as we move on to our next flashpoint, and it's one that they've lost twice in a row, one that Moth Genesis already has complete control over, and they have the Kitsune Rush, and they're going to be able to build that sound barrier to match Fabi's. Instinct's Orbital Ray has to do so much work here to justify its very existence.
Yeah, you're gonna start it off with sound barrier. You want to take this fight fast, I guess, but usually you wait until this point unlocks, which is why this Kitsune Rush out of Juno is gonna be much better. You don't have Fabi, this Orbital Ray is too late. The value from it is not to be seen. That was the one thing that Timeless Aurora had going for them by picking the hero of Juno in their comp, and it's going to come back and hurt. Moth Genesis looking down the sights of a match point. Timeless Aurora rely on Fabi to get one more tag in, but no, they get taken down before the touch is possible. Naku may be able to grab it, but it's going to be cutting it close. Gets Hog's Runestone, but never near the point. Moth Genesis have one more to get that higher seed in the LCQ.
And that was Clash, folks. Did you blink? Did you miss it? Because I mean, Moth's Genesis, like they nearly speed ran that. Like they didn't ever get that last cap onto the defender spawn there, but that's a really difficult one. They do understand the tempo of this match mode very, very well. They go in, they get as best they can. The fact that they were able to get that tick, you know, even on that last push is kind of backbreaking because it takes away any semblance of breathing room. And we keep talking a lot about, you know, the Juno versus the Kiriko, the difference in these backlines. On the one side, you have a Kiriko that is just constantly flanking, living in situations where she frankly shouldn't be, and causing a ton of damage, still getting out a lot of healing, and getting a ton of value. On the other side, you have a Juno that is constantly just being jumped on by a Hazard and doesn't have the tools to be able to live, can't escape, can't swift step out, and lacks the Brigitte to use like whip shots to try and help stabilize, because we're playing this weird Lucio Juno backline and it just isn't really working out. Like, it only works out this way if you can utilize like the double speed boost to always keep the tempo up, but I don't really think that's worth it because we can't even keep our people up, let alone the tempo, right? Like, and we can't keep everybody on a vertical base. We're constantly flat on our backs.
It's not like it's completely like a crazy play, right? Like this backline can work, but it also feels like Timeless Aurora are making their own lives harder by trying to make this work at the same time. And Juno, the player, is getting way too much value out of that Kiriko. I think for this to be happening, the speeds are not at the timing that it should be, and the sustain hasn't been enough. Think about how much work Hog Runestone has been able to put in these last couple of maps. She really helped lead the way forwards with INVU's Genji. The synergy seems to be falling in place for Moth's Genesis, and they're looking on the brink of victory.
I think we need an official ruling on Juno here. I think we gotta find, like, so remember, like, I don't know if you remember, but like there was this Contenders player in the Overwatch 1 days named Sigma, and then Sigma released and they made him change his name to Venom. I think we need to do that. So Juno, you're Venom now. Like that's
You're Venom now.
Yeah.
Or Kiriko. You can be Kiriko. If we're gonna play Kiriko.
Well, the point is, like, you're not supposed to have the name of a character in the game, because then it gets confusing. I guess if you're only gonna play Kiriko, like, that's totally fine. Like, back before Chasm became Chasm, I think Chasm was Ball, unless I'm thinking of someone else. I might be getting mixed up. A lot of these Ball players get just kind of, like, mixed up in my mind. The wires get crossed all the time, like...
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, hey, you know the olden days of Overwatch Esports.
Oh, yeah,
so
I know.
You would know better than me.
I've been there since the beginning, but like Wrecking Ball players have always just been kind of like an anomaly in a lot of ways. Like, I don't understand them. I don't pretend to. One thing I do very firmly understand though is the ins and outs of everyone's favorite game mode, or at least mine and yours, is push. And we're going back to Coliseo, and I suspect that this should be a hazard mirror again. I don't think either team is going to change up anything, which is unfortunate because we keep highlighting this one thing that kind of needs to change because it is getting exploited heavily.
Yeah, it's been rough, to say the very least, from this team, and I can understand it. We've seen teams run, like we've seen professional teams run this Lucio Juno backline, but it's not easy. You have to do it in a very specific way, and even then, the Kiriko is just more consistent in a lot. And if you're not getting value out of those orbital rays where you should be, it's not gonna like we feel like broken records at this point.
Yeah.
But that's really just the big differences that we are seeing. Like, I think Laser and Nostalgia are in pretty even footing. The DPS can trade back and forth depending on what the map is. It's really just how are they playing together as a squad and how are they properly being supported.
And like, to reiterate, the loser of this team, like, we are playing for seeding. Both these teams have made it to our championships, and the loser of this team will obviously be playing a much higher seeded team going into championships, and that's going to put them at a disadvantage. And not only that, there's going to be footage on them, you know, from this LCQ event. So you get a chance to, like, practice the meta a little bit more, but outside of scrims, but it's also on broadcast. So those teams that are already in champs could be watching this right now, taking their notes out, seeing Nostalgia on the ball and saying, why not? Like, this might as well happen.
No, literally. There's a big difference between playing this #1 and #2 seeds right now. We don't have the rosters fully public yet, but this is a big deal. This could be the difference in terms of prize money. Both of these teams, you're already guaranteed some, but if you can make it further in this WLM tournament, It's gonna happen, and you know what else is happening, CB? Do
a
I see
wrecking
a
ball.
pharmacy on my screen?
You
Are
do
we
in fact
getting
see a
the
pharmacy.
pharmacy?
And a wrecking ball, and you're also seeing the death of Naku before our very
Goodbye.
eyes. I also want to highlight, by the way, that Instinct is now back over onto the Kiriko, but it might be too little too late because now she has to play it into this Mickey Mouse composition.
What am I watching? Well, I mean, Nostalgist already did. I honestly don't think Moth Genesis will stick on this for too long. I feel like we're gonna get this. Naku went over to Sombra. Like they do not want Nostalgia to be on this wrecking ball at all.
Yeah, the ball's probably going to be pretty short-lived. All right, Naku's going to go on a hunting spree there.
Oh.
Actually against Juno, who was on the Zen, which I didn't even realize because there's so many other chaotic things happening on my screen. I forgot to realize that Zenyatta was on the field. Naku was definitely aware of it, though.
This hurts my brain. I am too tired to make sense of why this composition exists and works. Like, why?
Right,
Just play Hazard.
It doesn't anymore. Nostalgia's going to swap back over onto the Hazard. Surely Jazzy and Juno won't stay on these heroes much longer.
Surely.
INVU probably feels like you're close enough to the rocket barrage that you can make this forest stick at least a little bit longer, especially when you have these sight lines that Runestone has. Looking for a head to pop.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, Naku?
Wait, the pistol's out. Jazzy brought out the pistol. Oh, Juno took the final blow. How could you do that? You gotta let Jazzy have her moments.
Oh, wow, with the pistol out. This is
I love this game. I love this game.
This is Overwatch, baby. This is just what it like. You remember when like Overwatch was young and no one really knew how to play the game yet? This is what it was like.
We're getting flashbacks. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, I mean, the Kitsune Rush is out. I think Hog Runestone has been the reason this Mickey Mouse comp, as you called it, has been working out. Has had at least one final blow for fight. The pistol's back out. Come on, give it to him. No, Jazzy.
All right, well, Jazzy has the Valkyrie, so do you swap off the Mercy or do you keep that quote-unquote high value? Oh my god. That high value ultimate. Looks like Jazzy's gonna stay with it. I mean, you can actually use that to keep Juno alive, who also has the Transcendence, so you have a lot of sustainability here. So even if you're able to get a big like EMP from Naku eventually onto this backline or get a dive onto Juno, you can still keep her alive and keep the damage coming out from the Discords. And Moth Genesis inching closer to taking the lead here as well. They have the ult to make this one stick. Yeah, it was close.
Playing with fire there for sure, but Moth Genesis, they got so much space kind of off of it. It is the trade out, and that's why you have the Valkyrie for the resurrection. Just like that, Moth Genesis are back into this fight and are gonna make it into one of their own. Everyone from Timeless Aurora was so afraid of Hog Runestone, and they didn't even think about what INVU and Jazzy were doing.
And we've been harping on Instinct this whole time to swap off the Juno and over onto the Kiriko. We thought that was the answer, but just when Timeless Aurora discovered the answer, Moth Genesis, they didn't just change the questions, they just invented new questions.
Literally. Like, what do you do? Like, when you roll out see this, you can't counter it. You have to play what you're most comfortable with into it. And Timeless Aurora are doing really well. Laser in particular has just been carrying this team so far. With these picks and collapsing onto the Zenyatta, who is getting zero support from the team. And it's not like, she literally cannot do more than what we've seen from her so far. Moth Genesis, though, do have to kind of back off. The stealing of the robot buys some time. Get the checkpoint is going to be good.
The fact that Moth Genesis, though, got the checkpoint with this composition is frankly insane. Are they going to switch? Like, Juno has the Transcendence, and that's still a high-value ultimate. Like, Zen isn't in a great place because of the prevalence of dive characters and just a lack of synergy, and Laser's dead. There's a rocket blast. Laser's just dead.
Yeah, I don't know about the sound barrier into that. This ultimate does not hit the ground fast enough in order to save her from that amount of damage, but I mean, you'll get picks here and there. I like Soup going over to the Widowmaker. I think that will put some dampener on the space that Runestone is absolutely commanding right now.
Also in the middle of that fight, I want to highlight Naku with the EMP went in and lost the duel to Juno, who was not forced to use the Transcendence at all. Juno somehow won that fight, and neither ult was expended. They're both still on the field, and if you're Naku, you have to be looking for a place to use it. You're already taking a lot of damage here on the front line. Here we go. Do we pop it now?
That's really aggressive. Oh no, but Nostalgia's right on their tail. I don't think you get out of that one alive. I don't know if that was a bit of miscommunication of where the team would be going, but the peel from Nostalgia just worked out perfectly. The EMP won't hit the ground, and Jazzy with yet another resurrection. This robot's just gonna keep moving forwards.
Yeah, how do you let that happen? Like, okay, the kill onto Instinct. Jazzy was like 1 HP, by the way, as you went for that res, and still was able to get Juno. Naku finally putting that demon in the dirt for good.
Whoa!
Or at least until she comes back with that Transcendence yet again. We're going to have this EMP hack there onto INVU. Okay, all right, INVU able to steer back onto the ground. They're nearly had a disaster. But yeah, still moving. Made a lot of progress, by the way.
That's concerning. Yeah, Soup at least didn't kick her head out. Oh, I mean, there goes INVU, your main source of damage. At that, Jazzy's off the map. Oh, they were hovering off the map. That is unfortunate. But for Moth Genesis, you're so far ahead at this point. You just need to get Timeless Aurora to burn their ult so you can set up for a later fight.
Yeah, Timeless Aurora. I think they have had enough of this nonsense. All right, they're going completely serious here. Moth Genesis. They don't really have any ults to make this one stick. Timeless Aurora still have the EMP, still have the downpour, have the Kitsune Rush. They can take an advantageous fight here if they get any of those ults off successfully. And there's the EMP. It's able to hit INVU, but I think the peel is there. No, the kill's confirmed. Just have to try and negate the res, do a little bit of corpse guarding here, and you should be good.
Yeah, should not be seeing the res anytime soon. Instinct will make sure of that. Laser gives a nice little hello and goodbye greetings to Hog Runestone, and Timeless Aurora are finally gonna get anywhere near this checkpoint.
And I think if you're Moth Genesis, like, okay, Juno has been on this Zenyatta for a long time, and she hasn't gotten the opportunity to use this Transcendence, and likely never really will, so I feel like you just kind of throw that ultimate down the drain and try and match up the support line and play something at least resembling normalcy. Take us back to the days where things made sense.
Where things made sense and all was well. Mercy Zen is working out surprisingly well. Juno is taking a bit of a beating, but that's why you have Transcendence to live in moments like that. Goodbye, Laser. That's what you get for even thinking about harming Juno.
Yes, that is a Transcendence to stay alive through the downpour, met with a damage-boosted rocket barrage, and INVU cleans up in the silliest. I don't know if that was a 3K or a 4K, because I doubled over laughing as soon as I saw that BM barrage come out. Holy moly! I mean, Moth Genesis. I guess you know what. They don't have to swap. They're saying make me. All right, I dare you to make me swap off of the Zenyatta.
No, they haven't had that just yet. I mean, Juno has probably died close to every fight but that one. So you go ahead and take the damage of time. Our players are alive. Oh, the Valkyrie pistol's back out. Come on, give it to him. Give it to him. There we go, Jazzy. All of your Battle Mercy mains, this is what you need to do.
And then we're going to go for a nice...
But
oh, no! We don't get the res! There was a Sombra there! INVU
Oh my
still got res! And got the save!
What is this game?
Oh, LCQ games never disappoint. This is content.
Oh
This is
my God.
absolute cinema.
I'm even thinking back to last year's LCQ. You know what people were playing? Wrecking
It
Ball,
was Wrecking
Lucio,
Ball.
Mercy, Farah. We are getting shades of Kunoichi CGL, people. Way back over a year ago at this point.
Nostalgia's
but
just killed 3.
I-
Nostalgia just somehow
yeah.
kills 3.
That's
and
great.
2 of them are the backline.
That's
and
great.
Laser is gonna die now as well. That's a 4K for Nostalgia. Finally, we've killed Juno, but is it once and for all? No, of course not. Jazzy's there with the res, and this bot is marching towards the finish line here.
you have 90 seconds, 80 seconds now, excuse me, to get this all the way turned around, which is already unlikely. Moth Genesis has so much momentum going forward that without Tabby's head, it's gonna be even harder. Another one, a third Hog Runestone. She wants to end this right here and right now. Moth Genesis are done with these shenanigans. They had their fun. They made it work and proved that they are the stronger team for the time being. The spawns are close. Yes, Soup is staying alive long enough to get the trades out. Another final blow from Jazzy will go ahead and do it. Moth Genesis will go ahead and win the LCQ placement match.
That was something. I'm not quite sure what that was, but that was quite a way to end an LCQ. Like I said, they never disappoint. What shots there from Hog Runestone, and the play throughout this Pharmacy. INVU just going absolutely crazy on the Pharah. Nostalgia transitioning from the main support over to the tank role looks right at home on this Hazard. Something that we'll be seeing a lot of when we move on to champs, I am sure. I hope you guys like Connor McLeod's Scottish accent. I sure do, and I'm gonna be getting used to hearing an awful lot of it, but something you can definitely get used to hearing as well is Moth Genesis, because I'm sure their name will be coming back up at least a few times next weekend.
Yeah, both teams have guaranteed themselves spots within the championship, so it won't be the last we see of either. But Moth Genesis have proven that, hey, we can kind of be creative, and I wonder, CB, if this is something that they might continue
creative. That's
to
what we should
rely
call
on.
it. Yeah, we'll call this creative.
But hey, if you're going up against the right team, that you can't make this Hazard mirror work, because I do think there are some flaws within Moth Genesis' current state of Hazard that did raise some red flags. This is a good second option, and to show that these are very well talented players that we aren't all that familiar with, that get the chance to shine even more in the championships, is a very exciting opportunity.
I mean, but like going out on that game, like watching the highlights, the 3-piece headshot there at the end from Hog Runestone.
That was pretty.
The res getting hacked, but still getting the res, and INVU getting back there with the save to keep Jazzy alive. Like, cinema, absolute cinema. I'm calling it. Like, I'm submitting this for an Oscar consideration. I expect to hear back from the Academy quite shortly. I know it's early in 2025, but maybe towards the end of the year we'll actually be hearing back from them. We talk about some of the holes in Moth Genesis game and how some of those could be exploited. All that tape we were talking about these two teams, throw it out the window. Coliseo, like you got no good intel on this team other than careful, watch out for Widow, and what? Like that's all you can really take away from that map. Like a Wrecking Ball forced to swap to a Hazard, a Widow, Pharmacy with a Zen. By the way, Juno never forced the swap off the Zen. Even against the Hazard, was able to play Zen the entire time. It'd be totally fine.
We never got to see Juno play Juno either, which kind of makes me sad. So, yeah. I don't know. But hey, we're gonna have to get used to that for next weekend. Maybe teams will decide that Juno Lucio comps are better by Thursday, and then they'll be like, we're gonna do this now, and Juno will play Juno, and then all will be happy in the realm of Overwatch casting.
I suspect Moth Genesis are going to be pretty happy with his performance regardless, and as we don't really have a bracket solidified yet, we're not entirely sure who their opponents will be, but we do know they're coming in with a higher seed, which likely means a slightly easier opponent, and less likely a one-way ticket down to the lower bracket, so they are going to be very happy about that. Maybe we'll even see these two teams cross paths in the upper or lower bracket again eventually. We'll have to see how that all shakes out next week for Calling All Heroes champions, but yeah, what a way to put a cap on the LCQ events. I mean, we saw some incredible action coming out from the Ka Rising circuit. We got to have that whole spotlight, and then we got to see our challengers teams duking it out for supremacy, and one team just decided to say, like, all right, enough of this. We just want to have fun, you know? we just want to play with our food a little bit, you know?
Yeah. And I think the best thing about today's broadcast is it was kind of a highlight of how everything's come full circle. We got to highlight a rising division, which is awesome for kind of the future of this community, having the opportunity to build up, but also to have a team of players that have only competed in Rising up until this point in Timeless Aurora get a shot at the LCQ match, and now will be making an appearance in the championships. It's truly a wonderful thing to see how far Calling All Heroes has come since its inception.
A well-deserved appearance, by the way, because, even though they kind of get dogged on and clowned on a little bit there on Coliseo, it was still pretty competitive throughout, aside from Clash. Like, the last two maps weren't close, but everything else was like, Timeless Aurora still definitely have some dog in them, and they do also have until next weekend to try and get it all back. And hey, by the way, chat, next weekend is Calling All Heroes champs, and you know what you want to be? You want to be looking fly when you get there to watch it. And there's one way you can do that. Get yourself some Calling All Heroes merch. Look at that Pharaoh hoodie, the Cat Mercy, the cropped sweater. Again, that's workout apparel right there. And even though the Mercy Cat doesn't also come cropped, a pair of scissors never hurt anybody. Actually, I think it has. But you could crop your own t-shirt and redeem the crimes committed by past scissors.
Yeah, so look, next time I'm going to make sure to give CB safety scissors. But other than that, yeah, great Calling All Heroes merch. I definitely
give me safety scissors. My scissors have never hurt anybody. I'm fine.
You have ideas. You have ideas, CB.
I have ideas of how to make the Calling All Heroes merch somehow even cuter than it already is, which is to say very.
Cute.
Yeah.
It is very cute. I gotta get my hands on that. I still haven't done it. I've been gone too long, but I'm locking in right after this broadcast. Oh boy, I'm buying some Calling All Heroes merch, and I better see everyone just rolling up in their matching hats. You got your little mugs as well. It's gonna be great, people.
There's a lot. Oh yeah, we don't actually get to show the mugs on the
We don't
on
get to
that
show the
graphic there.
mugs, but
You've
there
got
are
mugs,
mugs.
and it's the winter season where you know
Yes!
maybe you live in a place where like a blizzard's blowing through and the weather's gonna be pretty cold, and you want like a nice cup of hot cocoa. Nothing else is gonna hit the spot quite like that. I'm giving Tiny a rough time here because she's about to deal with exactly that. So yeah. You got bigger things to worry about after this broadcast, I think, than like making sure that you have comm merged. It's a priority, absolutely.
Oh,
but
it's my
like
number
maybe
one priority.
I
Maybe
think
number
maybe
two
number
priority.
two. Number one should be food and rations for the duration of however long you're snowed in for.
Hey, well, while it might be a storm outside, it was certainly a wonderful time here on the LCQ broadcast today. And this is like just the taste of what we're going to have of the championships, which I believe start on Thursday. CB, we have an extra long joint of Calling All Heroes. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. All with your favorite players on Overwatch with our continuation of this Happers meta.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. I cannot wait. I'm super excited. This has just been the calm before the storm, but the storm is really going to kick off, like you said, on Thursday, where we have all of the best that the Calling All Heroes circuit has to offer. The culmination of a year's worth of growth, a year's worth of stories, and a year's worth of action. It will all come to a head across 4 incredible days. I'm so excited. I can't wait. I hope to see all of you there. And yeah, that's it. I hope to see you guys all there. Bye-bye.